Hi, welcome back to another episode of Backlog Crew. My name is Ryder, and I'm going to be hosting today's episode talking about the narrative first half, maybe first two-thirds of Mass Effect. Uh, we are collectively known as Press Data Talk, and I'm joined here today with Kurt
Yeah.
and John.
Hello.
So, like I said, today we're going to be playing or talking about our playthroughs of Mass Effect. We are collectively playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which was released late May of 2021. This is a remaster of the original game, which released in 2007. Uh, Kurt, I know, is playing on PS4. John, are you playing on PS4 Pro?
Yes. PS4 Pro.
Yes. All right. And I'm playing on PC. So we have a bit of variety here. We'll talk about, kind of our maybe some of the issues we might have saw, but I think mostly we're going to be talking about first impressions, narrative stuff that really kind of struck a chord with us. Uh, so as far as Mass Effect goes, this game was released in 2007 by BioWare. It was initially developed as an Xbox exclusive back when Microsoft actually had exclusives. Uh, it was, uh, like I said, released in 2007, and around the same time, BioWare was actually acquired by EA. They bought another parent company and kind of absorbed BioWare. Uh, Past that point, EA published every other Mass Effect entry. Uh, like I said, the original game was released as a 360 exclusive. After that, they ported ported one to the PS3, and two and three were released on 360, PS3, and PC. Uh, this is a game series I'm sure everyone has heard of. Maybe not everyone has really played it at this point. If you haven't played it, this is a great time to either get into it. It's a great time for Mass Effect fans in general. Um, of course, we know that Mass Effect came out 2007, massive critical success, as well as some controversy that we'll get into probably next episode. Um, the success of this game allowed for, like I said, Mass Effect 2 to come out in I think 2010, 3, and 2012. That finished the original trilogy. BioWare was like, yeah, we want to make some more games,
Money.
but it didn't really happen. Yeah, money, of course, which they're also reliant on EA approving this. So nothing really happened for a little while. BioWare was working on some other things, uh, kind of helped with the Old Republic series. And then in 2015, huge E3 announcement of Mass Effect Andromeda, which released in 2017. Fans got excited. Looks like the franchise isn't dead after all. We're getting a new entry, and it kind of flopped. I don't think it's fair to call it a bad game, but the game released with a huge just mar of issues, whether it be graphical, other bugs, facial animations are really wonky, and the story was just considered to be overall meh to yeah, it's okay. Um, which isn't really great coming off of a trilogy that is widely known to be, one of the greatest video game achievements ever. Uh, After that, again, fans think, okay, series is dead for real this time. Mass Effect Andromeda came out, flopped overall. They ended up canceling the last few DLCs they're planning on releasing, and then in late 2020, I believe in December, they announced the Mass Effect trilogy remaster, the Legendary Edition, um, as well as the fifth game in the series, which looks like potentially a continuation of the core trilogy. Really exciting stuff all the way around. Uh, I'm not going to get into the weeds of this improvement. You can go look at that up on Bioware's site. We'll put a link in the YouTube description so you can actually look at the differences between the original games and this trilogy because there's really too much to get into. Uh, but before we get into the game itself, I want to talk about everyone's kind of experience, knowledge of this series. John, I think you probably have the least knowledge just because I've known you the least amount of time, even though it's been 5 years. I haven't been able to talk your ear off as much as I have Kurt at this point. So why don't you start with kind of, what you know about Mass Effect?
Okay, so I owned the original Mass Effect. I played probably up, well, I don't, well, just up until you get into the Citadel, and then that was my knowledge on Mass Effect. I actually didn't even know they announced a fifth game, so There you
Okay,
go.
well, surprise.
Yeah, surprise.
Yeah, I think it was at like the Game Awards in 2020 or something like that.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, the reason I like games is I seen the steelbook and I was like, that looks really nice. And I was like, oh yeah, I bought that game a long time ago and never finished it. Huh, we'll give that a go. And then here we are, playing it for this. So it's perfect. But
Does have
that's my
a
brother
nice steelbook.
knowledge. Yes, yes
Okay.
it does.
How about you, Kurt?
So I grew up as a Nintendo kid, and this never came to a Nintendo system. So until I don't know, 2016, 2017, I didn't really have access to games on other systems. So I missed it completely. My brother played it one summer and ended up like plowing through the entire trilogy in the course of a month and a half. So I was really
Wow.
excited about this. And Ryder, you talk about it all the time and know it's one of your favorite, if not your favorite, like video game trilogy. Period. I don't mean to speak for you, but I'm pretty sure you said that before. So I was really excited to give it a shot. Yeah, I'm going in blind.
Awesome. So, for my experience, like the other two have kind of talked about, I know these games pretty well. I wasn't a fan from the get go. I didn't start in 2007. I got in 2012, right after maybe a month and a half after the release of the third game. Um, I actually didn't have much anything spoiled for me other than the very ending of the third game. And that's frustrating, but kind of something that I saw coming getting into the series, so I wasn't too upset. Uh, I, however, did grow up with the KOTOR games, Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars games, 1 and 2. Uh, you can very much feel the influence of Knights of the Old Republic in Mass Effect. I'd recommend anyone go play those games. They were both developed by BioWare. The second game really more by Obsidian. Um, it's funny because Mass Effect, even though it released in 2007, really had its origins in Knights of the Old Republic. And if you play both games, you can really, really feel that. Uh, the ship kind of acting as a hub for character interactions, the real heavy emphasis on dialogue and exploring philosophy, religion, other things that come with that. Um, and back when BioWare was developing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, they wanted to do something a little bit more crazy, a little bit more far out there. And LucasArts was like, no, don't go quite that far. It's Star Wars, keep it Star Wars. We want a light story, try to keep the new species to a minimum because we want it to be recognizable. It's hard to brand Star Wars as Star Wars if you have a whole, list of aliens that no one recognizes. Um, and so they did. They created Knights of the Old Republic. Obsidian ended up developing Knights of the Old Republic 2. And they kept all these little seeds in the back of their mind, a lot of the things they'd written or characters they developed, and then ended up creating Mass Effect in 2007, really is the brainchild of the Knights of the Republic games. Everything that was kind of scrapped because LucasArts was like, no, that's too far out there, ended up becoming Mass Effect. And of course, it just kind of grew and grew over time. Uh, all that to say, I love these games. Some of my favorites ever. Go play Knights of the Old Republic, play Mass Effect, do it. I know it's too early to give my yes, go play it, but go play it. That is kind of our wrap up for the beginning. That's probably 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not even keeping track, but this is going to be our longest episode yet. I'm almost sure of it. So just everyone prepare. We're not even ready for this, I don't think. So getting into the game itself, this is a third-person, over-the-shoulder shooter. Um, this first game, I guess you're a little bit more centered, but were you going to say, Kurt?
I was gonna say RPG, shooter RPG.
It's a Western RPG, very much so. We'll get a bit more into the mechanics later, but like any good RPG, you have to make a character. And this game gives you a decent amount of freedom with that. Uh, you're allowed three choices as far as your background. The first of which is kind of how you grew up. So you can either be a spacer, you're essentially a military brat. You were an Earth-born orphan who enlisted in the Alliance military to escape gang-riddled Earth streets, or you were a colonist who was briefly taken by captives and then taken captive by slavers and then joined the Alliance military later. What did you guys pick? I'll let either one of you take this.
So, had I played this when it first came out, I'm sure I would have been all over the customization options. But this is kind of like a holy grail of gaming, like on my backlog. So going back to it, I just kind of wanted to experience the story in the games the way the developers intended, like to the T. And so I just went with default everything. And maybe that's kind of boring, but I think it's an interesting perspective just to see like the canon, well, potentially canon, but the default expectations of like the developers going into it.
Okay.
So I think that means I picked Soul Survivor. You might not have said that yet, but I don't remember what the actual default origin. Earthborn. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So before we again get too far into the weeds of this, I'll just say that there's no technical canon with these games as far as your background. However, there are defaults that, regardless, if you choose the default, it's going to auto pick these for you. Given that these are the defaults, it's a safe assumption that these are the developers' intended background, pieces for Shepard, until otherwise is stated. How about you, John? What did you pick?
I clicked John Shepard from the menu and went from there.
Yeah, same thing I did.
Okay, so everyone's played default. So I did the exact same thing. I did create a custom face for my character, but as far as my background, I did choose the default. Have you guys had any relevant conversations? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
The default face is also what I went with. I just wanted to say this has nothing to do with gameplay, but just the amount of like his piercing stare when he looks at people is just.
Yeah, for me, it's his eyes are open. His eyes are open way too far, and then his like pupils and irises are always like slightly too low in his eyes. So there's times where he's like, can't even like do my eyes like that, but his eyes are just like there's so much like it's half white at the top, and it's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he does look very scary when he like peers right at the screen.
So it's what the developers wanted, John.
Exactly.
Because I've never played as a default like facial Shepards. I don't know how it looked, but I do know. Well, see, I've seen like screenshots and some footage, and I think like it looks a little weird, but it's also the first game. Even though this is a remaster, they didn't touch too much as far as animations. So this game is going to be the kind of wonkiest out of the three.
Yeah, and that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
It's still funny though.
It was very funny. Yeah.
But you're asking about gameplay. I mean, it's kind of not a significant side quest, but like a significant emotional story beat for me specifically. Do you want me to go ahead and mention that?
As far as the Earthborn part?
As far as the Soul Survivor part, I thought we were moving on to that as well.
No. Just we're going to talk about the.
I have one more thing then.
First, his background.
I gotcha.
So, is your comment relevant to the Earthborn part, John?
Absolutely not. No, it's more on the face. Okay, I was just gonna say.
All right, wait just a sec. We're gonna get to the facial part. Okay.
It's funny.
I'm going in this in tears. So as far as the background, whether you're a spacer, Earthborn, or a colonist, so we're all Earthborn. You two went with default everything. I did the default background options. So have you had any relevant conversations or missions to your background on Earth?
None at all.
I mean, every once in a while, the Fifth Fleet will call in, like the human, like military, and say, "Hey, will you come do this thing? Because it will protect Earth, and basically, you should protect Earth more than anything else." So I assume that's relevant to where if you were born on, a colonist planet or something like that, they might not call you in and be like, "Hey, protect Earth because that's your planet." I don't know though for sure.
Would that have made a difference? So, yeah, because the Alliance did the bulk of my missions. Yeah.
So that pretty much happens regardless, just because I mean you're a human, your allegiance to Earth regardless.
That's what I figured. That's the only thing I could think of that might be relevant.
There is something specific that happens. I
would
go back, retread other areas. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, since neither of you have had this. But there are missions that are relevant to your background. So whether you pick Spacer, Earthborn, or Colonist, you will actually have a small mission that will be related to your background. I personally had this. I don't remember it the first time, and I think it's because I'm being way more thorough than I had previously. So just retread earlier areas. You don't have to go digging. It'll pretty much hit you in the face, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So as far as your psychological profile is the next option, you have Soul Survivor, where you are the sole survivor of a Thresher Maw attack on a Coos. Thresher Maws are essentially like the Starlight Pit, but just a little bit more mobile. They're worms underground, terror. Goodness, are known for kind of popping up sporadically because they spread through spores. Read the Codex, everyone. Cool stuff. You also have the War Hero, who single-handedly fought off Batarian slavers on Elysium. This is also a major event for the history of humanity. And Ruthless, which means you sent soldiers under your command to their deaths and then murdered the surrendered Batarians on Torfin. Here, the Sole Survivor is the default option. It's considered canon until proven otherwise. I'm assuming both of you have picked this. Kurt, I think you said you did. And you can go ahead and touch on that as far as the relevant conversations or missions that you've had for that.
Well, yeah, there's a side quest where we got a call that I was supposed to go find a guy named Toombs, who was a guy that was on Aku's with me whenever I was or with Shepard whenever he was apparently the sole survivor, and so it's sort of a revelation that someone else survived in that instance. And then, you get there and you try to help him. You try to talk him down, and he ends up. He basically wants to take revenge because he finds out there's a group of scientists who are responsible for unleashing the Thresher Maws, who are responsible for the attack that killed the rest of that group of soldiers. But I don't know about you guys, and we can get into this later some more. But I've gone pretty much strictly Paragon on this, so I was like, don't take vengeance into your own hands. We can use the justice system to take these guys down. And I basically convinced him of that. But then at the end, he was like, well, the records say you're the sole survivor. So who am I to argue? And then he blows his brains out. And I get the feeling that maybe if I hadn't clicked sole survivor, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Because since they name dropped that profile just so immediately.
I don't remember that mission ending that way for me.
Did I mess up? Depending on... No, it just depends on what you... I mean, I don't want to say mess up for anything.
It felt like I messed up, so it's okay. I mean, I know what you mean, but it's okay. It felt like a mess up, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I also
John, you go ahead and hit.
I also went Paragon. I don't remember my ending, but I can very, very for sure say that it did not end up like that. I would have to check.
Once that happened, I was like, I think maybe... I don't know for sure. I know that there was a mission or two where I got an ending I didn't want because I didn't have a high enough charisma to pull off the charisma option that I think would have resolved it. So after a few of those, I just maxed out my charisma instantly with my level ups, just because gameplay is cool and all, but I would much rather have as many narrative tools to my disposal as possible to make this story really feel like my story.
It's very important. Whether you go Renegade or Paragon, either way, having sway over people can be a very important tool. You can also end up having some huge goofs if you don't have enough Paragon or Renegade. Really, you have to spec into the Charm and Intimidate skill tree to get those for sure. I know that I had the same mission, and I had a very different turnout from Kurt, because at that point I did it early on in the game, not really realizing what I was going into, and I think I had all of my charm except for the last two blocks. You have to have something like 80% Paragon to be able to have those, or something like that. And Toombs was like, yeah man, this scientist, he done it, he's gonna get it. And I tried to talk him out of it. I didn't have enough influence. He blew the scientist's brains out and then turned the gun on himself and killed himself. And so I ended up losing both of them that way. And, I'm a firm believer.
What did you do?
Okay. So I had to check to see the different options for this side mission to remember what I did. So apparently I did talk him down. I promised to put the scientist on public trial for his crimes, and I allowed Toombs to get psychological treatment.
See, those all sound like things that I would have done given the opportunity. So I'm not sure what happened, but I was like, no, don't stop, please. Because I feel like knowing the reputation of the series, I feel like that was a character that would not just like go away forever. You know, if like the big deal was that Commander Shepard was the only person to survive, and it turns out there's another survivor. I'm not saying he would become a main character in Mass Effect 2, but I can't imagine he would just disappear forever. So I feel like there was that. It felt like there was consequences to that, or at least the illusion of consequences, which sometimes is enough as well.
So,
Yeah.
you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I started thinking about it after reading that, and I do remember Shepard telling him that, it's not worth it for you. He said, "You're not a murderer. You wouldn't do something like this." And then through that conversation, Toombs does agree with him. He's like, "You're right. I have never murdered anyone like this." And he said, "And I'm not gonna do it today." And then he ends up thanking Shepard for his help. So it was a very moving section of the game, and I, I'm glad that I had the opportunity to help the guy out. So
So, I mean, with this game, again, Kurt kind of said the illusion of choice, whether it be choice or not. Um, Everything kind of carries over throughout this game. There's small choices that can, have huge, waves later, the butterfly effect, and it goes into the second and third game. It's one of my favorite parts of this series. Just the choices, whether they seem small or not, can end up having larger effects later on. Um, and we'll see if that comes back up. For me, like I said, they're both dead. We'll see.
it's not coming
Um,
back up for you.
Not for me. Uh, so the next option that you're given is something that doesn't really have much of an effect on the story, but gameplay itself. It's the class. Now, everyone went with the default, which is soldier again.
Mm-hmm.
You go ahead.
I was going to say, will you list the other classes first before I say what I'm going to say,
Absolutely.
or if you
Yeah,
have those?
I can get them pulled up real quick.
I didn't even know
I was
the
just
different
I was just
options.
gonna say I'm pretty sure one of them was like biotic or something like that.
Mhm.
And can you explain what biotics are to me? Because I generally understand like they're the ones that can use the sort of force-like powers, for lack of a better way of saying it.
I can give you
But
my
is it?
version.
We'll
Yeah.
let John give his version, and then I will say no and correct it.
Exactly. That's what's gonna happen. Okay. So reading my codec, from my understanding, there was a part of the Earth where there was this thing leaking out that was causing kind of like radioactive, but I think it was something else, not specifically radiation, but it was causing those
Element
Ooze.
people in
zero.
those, yes, that. And the people in the area were negatively affected from being born there and being raised there, where they were able to sort of get more, I would say, mind powers. I don't.
Okay.
That's probably wrong, but so what they ended up doing is they ended up training them and giving them implants so they could harness this power, and
Got
then
it.
they got different versions of the equipment in their heads. So depending on what version you got, you had negative side effects, and it would even shorten your life maybe. And then
Hmm.
one of the people that you talk to a lot, I'm not going to say anything else about it, is a version 2, but there's a version 3 as well. So, and then the higher the
Gotcha.
number, the newer the equipment.
That's pretty much all of it. Yeah, just element zero is the thing that does it. That's why, in theory, we collectively at this point can't do that, is because we
Hmm.
haven't discovered element zero. Without the implant, you can't mentally harness the element's power.
Yeah, the element was the part that I was missing because I understood that it was, a certain group of people who had these abilities and they had implants that, allowed them to harness the abilities, and different implants had different like negative consequences. But I gotcha. I missed the element thing. Okay. Anyway, that cleared up. I kind of wish I had, in retrospect, had chosen a class that was a biotic, because I think it would be a lot of fun to play with those abilities. Because the soldier class, um, it's just, if you look at your bars, it's like biotic, tech, and combat based on like what you're good in the field, and soldiers just all combat, and that's cool. Um,
You're not
running and
versatile.
gunning, yeah, running and gunning is how I tend to play like shooters, like Halo and Doom. But if it's an RPG where I want it to be more, like I want to have more options at my disposal, um, so I kind of, in retrospect, wish I would have done that, because shooting is fine, but it would be really cool to fling people in the air and cause people to like freeze and fall over. You know what I mean?
So I think the reason I don't think this part matters as much as far as the canon as the background information.
Hmm.
Ultimately, I think the reason why the default was soldier is, one, I guess Shepard is kind of a meathead, but the bigger reason is just soldier's way more straightforward as far as abilities. Any
Yeah.
of the abilities that you get are just makes your weapon stronger, makes the cooldown on like another, like your healing ability take less time, stuff like that. It's very straightforward. Um, versus some of the other classes are a little bit more complex. These classes are just in no particular order. You have the Adept, which is a full biotic class. You have Soldier, which is what we've already talked about, just your meathead gunner. Engineer, which is a combat/tech mix. The tech side of this allows you to overcharge, shields and disable synthetic or robotic enemies for a short period of time. You have the Vanguard, who is the biotic combat mix, and then Sentinel, who is a biotic tech mix. You also have the Infiltrator, who is more of a like sniper type role. Um, I think they're the entirely tech route, but I haven't played that, and that's honestly the role I know the least about, so I'm not going to try and speculate what goes on there. Each of these has an effect on combat, of course. Your abilities, like I said, um, they kind of each take the role of a more traditional RPG class. Maybe not in the most explicit way, but your soldier is really going to be a tank. He has options for more health and typically fairly high damage output, but he's not going to really be able to heal your teammates as well as maybe some of your other, or provide like a support role as well as some of your other teammates can. Like I said, we all played a soldier because we all did the default with that. Me big strong man, me no need brain power, so soldier good for me. Uh, as far as the last part of character creation, I think the most important part of character creation is your appearance. Kurt and John both went with the default. There's nothing wrong with that. I think overall the animations are going to be much, much cleaner because Canon Shepherd is female. Is not female. Is male Shepherd. It's the only Shepherd that received a, face constructed from the ground up by the team when these games were made. There wasn't even canon female Shepherd until the third game in 2012. So all of the facial animations, they'll look passable to good on pretty much anyone, but they'll look really good on the canon male Shepherd.
Gauge manage your expectations when Ryder says really good. They'll look good for a game that came out in 2007.
Yeah, they will be better in the second and third game.
Relatively amazing.
But again, for 2007, they look pretty good.
Yeah,
if you
it's
go look
fine.
at something like Fallout, it's like
Oh yeah, absolutely.
it's leagues above.
Yeah.
Even like modern Fallout at some points.
Fallout 3, just oof.
Yeah, and that was like 2008. So, anyways, we're gonna back off that for just a sec.
No, we should talk about Fallout some more, I think.
We will in a sec. I actually do have this written, so we'll get to that. So as far as the character creation side goes, like I said, the last part is creating your appearance. I went with male custom Shepherd. Male Shepherd, like I said, is default. Even when I'm not playing, it's default appearance. I really like creating my own Shepherd and trying to get into that. That helps me with my immersion. If you're watching this gameplay, you will be seeing my Shepherd. I hope you like him. He's the only one that I've made that doesn't look like a Mr. Meaty character or some other like weird like plasticky puppet. So I'm very proud of him.
Does he have
pink hair?
Yeah, does he have hair?
Does he have
does
pink
have
hair?
It's brown hair though. I had to go with as close to me as possible because you're in the military. You can't have long hair though.
Oh man, he's gonna look rough.
I'm disappointed.
Caveman Shepherd. So that wraps up the character creation side of the game. We're probably like 30 minutes into it. We are 30 minutes into this.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So as far as the story itself, we get a real short snippet of a dialogue between Captain Anderson, Ambassador Udina. And...
Wait, before you get to that, we get a narrator telling us, like in like 4 sentences, what Mass Effect is.
We get written dialogue like on the screen.
Yeah, like right before the prologue actually starts. Can you explain what Mass? Actually, let me try to explain it. Mass Effect is an energy thing that they discovered from an ancient race is called the Prothean's ruins that allows for the ships to travel across the galaxy really fast. That's what the
Yeah, more or
big
less.
loopy rings are. They're called mass relays. Is that all Mass Effect is?
Yeah, Mass Effect is
Okay.
just like the scientific term for the ability to do that.
Whenever I jump into new like games with a lot of lore, I always feel overwhelmed like immediately. And so since that was the first thing going on and it was like the namesake of the series, it kind of just like went. So I kind of like kind of tried to figure it out, and I guess I did. I remember feeling like really overwhelmed with everything they were throwing at us, and that's not a complaint. Like they do a good job of like giving you what you need, but I just remember being very unsure at that point. So I just wanted to clarify before we went on. My apologies.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, namesake of the series comes from just a scientific term for how to scoop across space. Um, so, like I said, the after we get that little bit, kind of give us our title sequence, we go to the prologue of the game where we have some dialogue between Captain Anderson. I'll explain who these people are a little bit. He's the commanding officer, uh, our commanding officer. We have Ambassador Udina, who is a representative from Earth to the Citadel. The Citadel is the central alien government in the galaxy. And then we have the voice of who I can assume is Admiral Hackett, who is the leader of the Fifth Fleet uh, that we are all collectively assigned to. These three men are really discussing Shepard and their thoughts on his readiness to protect the galaxy. And you actually get some cool dialogue here that's just flavored to your chosen background, your psychological profile, that kind of stuff. So, we all play default. So they all talked about our background on Earth. No family is what they say. And then they also go into the sole survivor that had to have taken a toll on him. And they're essentially like, yeah, but that's the kind of person we need to protect the galaxy. Not a huge deal, but it's already kind of like bringing you into this universe, this galaxy, and making it feel very real in a way that, unfortunately, other RPGs just a lot of times kind of miss the bar entirely on. Uh, Getting into the game, we're allowed a real short jaunt around the bridge of the Normandy. The Normandy is the center of a lot of our character interactions and story moments. It's kind of like our Firelink Shrine. It's our hub world. You can feel the influence of Knights of the Old Republic here. It acts like the Ebon Hawk. For those of you who have played it, again, everyone can play that. Every space opera needs Millennium Falcon or Starship Enterprise or Black Pearl if you want to go completely different genre. And that's what this is. It's the fastest, it's the best, it's the newest innovative ship in the
It's the
galaxy.
silliest looking ship in the galaxy.
I love the design. I think it looks
It's like
awesome.
a bug.
Yeah,
It's like a grasshopper.
I
It's
argued
like-
with someone in that
it's
game
like-
extensively about how great that ship was.
Yeah, I'm not saying it looks bad. I'm just saying it looks very funny.
Well, on the bridge of the Normandy, we get to meet some of our minor characters. Joker, who's the pilot of the Normandy, is voiced by Seth Green. It's one of the best voice actors in the game, in my opinion, which is really crazy because I don't know. He's also the guy that makes Robot Chicken. We have Navigator Presley, who is our navigator for the ship. Kind of self-explanatory. He's also the most senior officer besides Captain Anderson and yourself. And we also get some small moments with Dr. Chakwas, who's our chief medical officer on the ship. Getting into the mechanics just a little bit, we're presented with a dialogue wheel when speaking to these characters. You're given summaries of dialogue that are really, to break it down in the simplest terms, you get good, bad, neutral. And occasionally you'll get an option for asking for more exposition or just relevant history that maybe you as the player or Shepard wouldn't really know. I kind of think of maybe Witcher or Fallout 4 as kind of option or examples of this. Not necessarily the will part, but getting the snippets of dialogue for your character to speak. That's kind of how I feel mechanically. How do you guys feel about this? Not necessarily 10 minutes into the game, but in the context of the 20 or 30 hours of gameplay that you've currently had, what do you think about it? I know this typically isn't thought of very favorably by a lot of people. There's very mixed opinions on getting the abbreviated dialogue, but I just want to hear what you guys thought before I gave my opinion or talked about wider opinions on this. Either one of you can take it.
Oh, okay. So I would say sometimes whenever I'm choosing those options, I like what's wrote down there, and then he'll say something completely different, and I'm like,
Yeah.
but that's not okay. That doesn't sound as nice as it said down there, but okay.
I think in my head, he's like, you select the option and he says that, and then whatever he actually says, like the dialogue you hear is the sentences or the sentence that follows that. So you know what I mean? So you'll say something like, you'll select something that says thanks. And instead of saying thanks, he'll say, you did a good job out there today. So in my mind, like my head canon, he's saying thanks, you did a good job out. I don't know.
Actually helps. Thank you.
Yeah, that kind of makes it make work.
Yeah.
I can't.
Makes
I need
it
a dialogue
more,
wheel. I can't.
Makes it
I
more
can't
better.
talk.
Yeah. Okay.
So I kind of figured out that Discord cameras flip weird, so I'm just gonna point. So like the upper right one, yeah, I don't know, one of these directions. The upper right one is generally like the nice option. The middle is like neutral, and the bottom one's kind of mean. And like I said earlier, I'm playing generally the Paragon route. I'm a big softie. I want to do good. But every once in a while, there's something that's like morally atrocious to me that I feel like I need to like counter attack. Is it okay if I dig into a Citadel side quest real quick?
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's one option where you're approached by a citizen who's like, "Hey, my wife was in the military. She was at this place that was attacked, and she's just not back, and no one will tell me like what happened to her, or maybe they told him that she's dead, but they won't like give him her body."
Yeah.
And they won't tell me why. And I'm like, okay, that's not okay. Let me go find out. And then we find out that his wife was killed by some like unknown like weapon or ammunition, and they're studying the body to study the effects so that they can like create solutions to defend future soldiers from that. That's all well and good, but I'm like, hey, you still need to at least like tell him about it, because that's not okay to just leave him in the dark about his dead wife. And so I chose the bottom right option, and it was something along the lines of like, you should tell him. And Commander Shepard literally like pushes him into a wall, and it's just like, he's like, you son of a, what, he doesn't say it, but he's like, gets in his face, and it's like, you gotta tell a man when you're cutting open his dead wife. And I'm like, whoa! I just was gonna be like, man, you gotta talk to this guy. This is not okay. Wow. So I don't choose those bottom right options a lot, but almost every time I have, he just immediately like goes off the wall, which is, yeah, and it's really upsetting every time I click it. So I'm like really hesitant to click it. Yeah. But in general, I'm surprised you said that most people don't like the.
I'm not gonna say most. There's a pretty big population of people who are like, no, this is not. I'd say like 30 to 40% of people at least are like, no, not for me.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I would like to add on to that side quest. That went a lot different for me. I actually talked the soldier into giving him the body, whether or not they got their research done or not. So, I don't know what option that would have been, but I just wanted to share all the different options, even for a side quest such as simple as this.
So this is something that I really liked about this game, and we're bringing it up earlier than I thought we would, but I'm here for it. These choices or these decisions that you're making, they feel like moral dilemmas. It's not like an Elder Scrolls game where it's like good or do a good thing or do an evil thing, or choose something for this side or choose something for that other side. It's, should I advocate for this man being able to bury his wife, or should I advocate for research to be done to potentially save future lives? Like, that's a tough decision. And then there's a lot of decisions that are like that. Another one that comes to mind is there's a part where Hanar, which is like the brain jellyfish alien, is preaching in a public space, and a security officer is like, hey, you can't do that without a permit. And the preacher or priest, whichever he's called, is like, I should be able to preach without having to like pay money to do so. And and I'm like, well, that makes sense. You really should just be able to like talk about your beliefs without needing to, have a permit. But then the security officers, we can't just have everybody going all at once. It has to be like scheduled. We have to know what's going on, who's going to be where, talking about what, because otherwise there's going to be religious war in the streets. And it's like that also makes sense. And so it's just really compelling decisions that you're having to make, rather than just be good or evil.
What did you do?
I'm pretty sure I just like slipped to the officer a 20 and was like,
I bought him the permit.
like here's his permits, just because I didn't want to be like, you got to pay this guy. I was like, I'll be nice. Like, I think you should be able to talk. I understand why the system's the way it is. I don't want you to have to like, invalidate your beliefs to make this work, and I don't mind like helping. So that's what I ended up doing.
Yeah, I bought him the permit.
Yeah, same.
So, as far as the mechanic itself, with the way the speech wheel works and the abbreviated speech, I don't hate it. I don't love it either. I used to like it a lot more. I understand why we kind of get an abbreviated speech, but I think other games do it a lot better. Give me a more well-rounded kind of view of what I'm about to say before I say
other games in the series or other series in general?
No, just other games in general. With Mass Effect, there's some points where it pretty much gives me exactly what I'm going to say. There's other times where it gives me like maybe like a one-word answer, or maybe like 3 words. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm going to say. And then he says something like not at all what I was going for. Thankfully, though, again, it's pretty much like you're saying, like good, neutral, bad. So I knew that what I was about to say was like good, regardless. But that leads me to a greater problem that I actually have with this, is that this series relies on the this moral system, the morality system of Renegade Paragon, and I like it, but not as much as I used to, because morality is much more complex than it's made out to be in this game.
Yeah.
And this game, it's still very complex in this game, and you have, like I think the best example at this point in the game really is the quest where you have the man's who has a dead wife, and you're trying to recover the body for him. Again, the man tells you, well, actually, we're using her body and members of her squad to develop protection against the Geth. So, I'm like, yeah, no, 100%. So this is where morality gets really tricky, because what I consider to be the moral option here might not be what the creators considered and designated to be the moral option. And while Renegade and Paragon don't necessarily, in this context, mean good or bad, they line up with that a lot of times.
Yeah, blue and red also is the...
yeah, exactly. They give it as a light side, dark side, type of thing here.
I agree with that, but also I think the Renegade and Paragon system is it matches up more with Shepard's status as like a military officer. And so it's not that, like, in general, good versus evil, kinda, but it's more so the Paragon is he doing what a soldier would / should do, or is he sort of like, I don't have a better way to say this, or is he like thinking more independently? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't mean that in like a terrible way to anyone with like military experience or family, but like is he acting with or against what would probably be orders or what would be expected of someone in his position? And the military and the security are generally, of the Alliance at least, are generally placed in the these are the good guys category. Mm-hmm. So I think a lot of the Paragon stuff lines up with good because of that. But there are times when the Alliance is or wants you to do something that's not necessarily moral, or the Council maybe, and so you'll get Paragon points for that, which kind of I don't know. I think it kind of makes sense, but I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah. So here's an option is as much for the quest. But there's I was talking to a character. They wanted me to help them out. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. And using my charm, because I'm such a paragon, I convinced this guy to give me med packs. And when I tell him to do it, it even says something, or Shepard says something along the lines of, hey, I know that med packs are like a gold commodity, blah, blah, blah up here. We're running pretty low, so why don't you give me some? I didn't really need them anyway, but I told him to give them to me, and it was the charm Paragon
Yeah.
If I had a
That's
high
weird.
Paragon option, he gave them to me, and it still gave me Paragon points. And I was like, I don't know. That's something that like I was getting Paragon points because of something I said earlier in the conversation. But considering I like manipulated a reward out of this guy by saying, you know, like, hey, I know that other people here need them. There's literally a guy on this bench dying. Give me a med pack so I can go shoot some people. I don't know. It's
No,
just
yeah, that makes sense.
it doesn't always line up, and there's some times where
True.
I think it's more okay. And like this game is not a game that's just they're very explicit with it as far as morality is complex, and it's never just a good and bad, black and white. And even they made a good choice of calling it Paragon versus Renegade because I do agree with what you're saying. The idea, I think, again, not just whether you're going to follow in line with your typical orders or what you're expected to do. It's just the Paragon is, from my perspective, Shepherd. A Paragon Shepherd is a Shepherd who's like, we're going to do things the right way. We're going to do things clean. Uh, Everyone matters ultimately, and the ends don't justify the means. Versus Renegade Shepherd is Machiavellian, like, nah. Like if I gotta kill, 40 people to get to this one bad guy who might kill 300 more,
They should have
I'm
got
doing
out of
it.
the way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just another like side of morality that again you can justify that. Well, that is the moral thing to do. So I appreciate them not just calling it good bad and going
Mhm.
for the more Paragon versus Renegade. But I still think that it's just hard to kind of quantify what is the truly moral option. And if the creator says something is moral and I don't think it is, well, you just got Renegade points, even though you did something that was arguably better. Anyway, I don't want to hold us up on that too long, but this is a really big part of the larger games experience. So I thought it was important for us to talk about the dialogue and the morality system that kind of goes with it. Moving on with the story, we're quickly presented to Captain Anderson. He's a human member of the Alliance military. Like I said earlier, he's our commanding officer and the current commanding officer of the Normandy. We're also introduced to a Turian specter named Nihilus. Turians are a metallic insect like race. It's a lot of words, I know. Um, we're told at this point that we're heading to Eden Prime, a human colony, to recover an artifact of great importance. And Nihilus has been sent to observe Shepard, as Shepard has been nominated for Spectre training. And Spectres are more or less space CA, they can do whatever they want under the guise of peace, security, justice, and,
Like a
they get away
Jedi.
with it.
Yeah.
Uh, Kind of, maybe,
So they're
arguably.
backed by a political system. I guess Clone Wars
They're
Jedi
the
kind of were
Jedi,
as
yeah.
well. Yeah, never mind.
Um,
They're the same.
they're unlike the Jedi. They're not really looked on favorably by really anyone. Anytime the idea of the Spectres come up in game, I don't
Yeah,
think
like the
anyone's
Jedi.
like,
Yeah.
oh, Jedi are looked on semi-favorably. We're gonna ignore that for now. So we got so much to talk about, and I can talk about Star Wars for too long as well. Um, we're told through dialogue choices if we dig enough. I'm assuming that you guys did. That this ancient artifact is actually a Prothean Beacon. Uh, Protheans were an ancient race that just disappeared mysteriously, if not ominously, about 50,000 years ago. And as far as we're aware, Protheans are responsible for all current spacefaring technology. The whole reason that humans and Turians and the Asari and Krogan and everyone else can meet up and interchange with each other is because the Protheans developed the mass relays, allowing us to kind of skip across space through your wormhole portal madness. I'm not really sure the.
Mass
I need to go read
relays.
up on that. Um, uh, so given that you guys also went through weeding through all the dialogue choices, uh, what were you guys thinking at this point? And the reason why I'm stopping us right now is because we are like no more than 15 minutes into this game, and as far as general lore, it's already like stacking and piling. Uh,
Yeah.
were you guys like, oh yes, yes, I'm so excited, lore, like feed me more, or were you like, oh, okay, I'm already getting a little overwhelmed?
I was just
I
like,
definitely
let's
felt
go.
overwhelmed. I was very excited about it. Like I got really into it. Thought it was really interesting, and I wanted to learn more. but it was a whole lot to take in at first, especially when it felt like as soon as you finished all the dialogue, you were going to go out and have to like act on at least some of that information and make decisions based on what you've learned.
Yeah,
How about you, John?
my philosophy was just, all right, let's go. I'm ready to get this going.
Cool. I was more in John's camp the first time I played. This is, of course, a replay for me, so I can't give like an honest opinion about how I felt this time, other than I was excited to be reintroduced to everything and was, kind of just absorbing it again. And there's a lot of things that you pick up on a second playthrough, second watch through of a movie. This is one of those times where I was like, oh yes, like there are so many details here that I just would not have noticed or even cared about the first time, and that really carries through the whole game. Um, so, like I said, uh, we're told we're going to Eden Prime, and that's what we do. Right before we get there, though, we get a transmission. Joker patches it through, explaining that the colony has been attacked by the Geth, who have not been seen outside of, I believe, the Perseus Veil in over 300 years. The Geth are a synthetic AI that have become sentient. And this is kind of scary for obvious reasons here. And we'll go into those a little bit further. So going into this first mission, we have our A team of Caden and Linko, who we'll also talk about later, and of good old Corporal Jenkins. We touch down and we go separate ways from Nihilist, who, like any cool guy, says, I work better on my own, and then just kind of jumps out of the ship, and we're like, oh, bye. So first few seconds of this, we get to experiment with the game's controls, kind of get a feel for how we're going to move, how we're going to fight. Kind of drops you into this almost dead end area. There's not much exploration to be had, but there's a couple of like floaty gas cow thingies that I shot. I'm sure you guys shot them as well. Maybe you didn't.
I think I shot them the first time and I said, "Oh no, that was wildlife," which is the exact thing that happened like in the last level of this section, where there was more just brand new wildlife that looked kind of like a monster, and I was like, "Oops, my bad."
Well, good thing is humans are colonizing this world, so there's probably more of them. It'll probably be okay, or their indigenous species will all be killed out soon anyway. So one way or the other, it doesn't matter.
Checkmate.
Yeah. Do what?
Oh, nothing. Go ahead.
So as soon as we round the corner, after kind of getting used to game controls, our friend Corporal Jenkins, our friend Corporal Jenkins, gets turned into worm food by a Geth drone. And we experience a short moment of combat here. This is our first real moment of combat other than shooting these poor space cows. And we're allowed a short moment with Caden, and this is really our first real use, I believe, of the moral system, where we can kind of, console Caden, or just be like, get over it, or we can say, he did his job, now we have our job to do. We've already gone into the morality system, so I'm not going to touch on that too much more for the moment. Fast forward a little bit, and we get to meet Space Racist. I mean, Ashley Williams. Can't believe I said that. Whoops.
That is accurate. That is accurate.
Yeah.
We get to meet Ashley, Space Racist Williams. She's a soldier assigned to the Eden Prime colony, and her team was wiped out by the Geth, and we can take her along willingly or begrudgingly, or just, again, do the middle of the road, like, come on, let's get out of here. It's entirely up to you. But all my homies hate Ashley Williams.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure you were begrudging as well. No, I was polite at first. I'm always polite at first, because you got to play Shepard acting like you don't know anything yet.
See, I didn't know she was racist until
So you're nice
later.
to her, and they're like, anyways, we'll talk about that later.
I have a whole story on that later. Don't worry.
We continue on the mission, and we have a few optional moments here to save local colonists or leave them to the wolves. Did you guys even bother with them, or did you kind of just keep plowing through?
No, I helped the colonists.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, awesome. I did too. They give you a bit of information. They kind of tell you, like, oh yeah, we saw, some Geth and this other tall guy walking by or something like that. Ominous. Tall guy. Anyway, get through the dialogue with these guys, move along to our next area, and we get a cutscene of our friend Nihilus. And he ends up seeing someone that he seems to know, another Turian Spectre named Saren. We have a real short interaction, and then Nihilus loses his mind, so to speak. Control returns to the player, and we progress to the next area to see a massive ship flying away. We stumble upon Nihilus' corpse after a short fight with the Geth. And I believe there's a mandatory conversation here where we can kind of pry out of this guy that saw it happen or heard it happen. And he tells us that it was Saren. We don't know who Saren really is, but we know that they seem to know each other. Progress through a few more fights. Not going to hold us too much on this. We end up getting to the Prothean Beacon. Ashley is a little bit too curious and gets caught in its crazy brain waves. And we
Did
throw it
Ashley
to the
get
side.
caught for you guys? Because I've definitely seen like a gameplay reel of this where Caden's the one that gets like sucked up. So I was just curious if anybody made. I will fully admit if I'm wrong, but I think I've seen that. So I'm just wondering if there are any like differences that may have made that happen with you guys.
That happened, my guess would be that you're playing as female Shepherd.
Maybe.
And Caden got sucked into it at that point.
That might be it.
And I might be wrong, but that's just my guess. But for male Shepherd, as far as I'm aware, it's always Ashley that gets caught in the beacon's kind of, I guess, again, brainwave activity stuff. Anyway, Ashley gets caught in this. We throw her out of the way, and we end up getting sucked into it and see these crazy hoodoo visions that we don't really understand yet. We wake up on the Normandy and are allowed to kind of process what we've seen and discuss the mission with our teammates and crew members. Again,
I have fun facts about the mission, about the visions.
Go ahead, hit it.
So I was listening to another podcast, and I kind of wished I hadn't heard this until after I had seen the visions the first time myself. So fast forward like 30 seconds if you want to have that experience. But so some of the stuff in the vision is like with a camera. It's not like rendered in game. It's filmed with a camera. Mm-hmm. And what it is one of the developers just went to the store and bought like a gross like packet of meat and then stuffed a bunch of computer parts in it and then just put a camera over it and just sort of like mushed and stretched it with his hands. And then they like took the video and just like added a bunch of effects to it to make it terrifying. And I just think that's the most disgusting thing, but it was really interesting. And now anytime like he has the visions, I'm just like, well, because I know what I'm looking at.
That's special effects for you, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
It's really cool. It looks terrifying when it happens. Every time I see it,
it's
like,
really weird.
Not
it's
again.
Stomach turning.
It's something I could tell was filmed like an actual camera, and like I could see that like these are actual like bolts and wires and stuff. And I thought that they had taken like a peanut butter jelly sandwich and went like to like one point, but like I see the meat.
It's just like raw meat, yeah.
That makes sense. It's really cool. So, like I said, we get back to the ship, have some time to process, talk to crew members. Now that we're about an hour into the game, again, thoughts. Just like what's going through your head? Are you like, wow, that was more confusing? Or like, are you, again, more pumped for the game? Or what's kind of going on? Either one of you can take this.
I mean, I haven't been confused at any of these points so far, just because the codec has, some information for you. But it's pretty straightforward when you have no idea what's going on. You're just, oh, this is just a beacon made by these old people that died, and it has info in it, and now I have visions because of it. Sure, I had no idea going into this. It's like, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, let's go forward, see what happens.
Yeah, they definitely give you enough information so that you like know what's happening without having to dig deeper into the lore. That being said, I really like dug into the codex once we got to our next location, and
Absolutely.
then a lot of pieces that I didn't quite understand just kind of like fit together better at that point. But I think just running straight through the prologue, like it all made sense well enough, and it made me invested enough to want to keep playing.
So I'm going to hold off on codex discussion and whatnot for just a sec because I do have that plan. But good, glad you guys are still enjoying it. hope so, because you had another 40 hours gameplay after this. So after you got back on the ship, did everyone kind of take a chance to talk to crew members, try to get, their thoughts on what happened out of everyone?
I think I did because I did that with every other mission, but
Mhm.
that was a while ago, and I might have not realized that was like part of it, and I might have just like run to whatever objective and just made the story continue.
Gotcha. How about you, John?
I made an effort to talk to the crew. I tried to talk to them after every main mission.
Hmm.
So I would say yes, I did.
Okay.
Still didn't know all that about Ashley though until later.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
but yeah, I did talk to them.
I think in the beginning, as far as, right now, the only things we really get is, we talked to Dr. Chakwas, and she's like, you know, you're patched up, ready to go, or something like that. And like, she can give you some background information on Caden as well, talking about the L2 implants and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And that's what's really cool. I'd say that the next two games do a much better job of giving you just more dialogue, more comprehensive view of your crew and everything. Um, this game, it's pretty much limited to just after main missions, and so you really only have like four big moments where there's extra dialogue, which is kind of unfortunate. You're not getting it constantly, like something like, again, Knights of the Republic.
Can I ask something?
Um, yeah, go ahead.
Does the doctor or some of the more general crew members that are not your companions have additional dialogue after missions? Because I tried talking to the doctor a few times and she only had the same thing to say every time. So
So,
I just quit talking to her.
no, that's what I was going. That's kind of the point I was getting at with
Mm,
Doctor Chakwas. A lot of the minor characters. So your major characters after every mission pretty much have some new dialogue talking about the mission, their thoughts on what happened, where they're personally at. But your minor characters, you have like Chief Engineer Adams, Navigator Presley, Joker has a little bit more, and then Doctor Chakwas. But those four are named characters who just don't really talk after your first like two missions, and that's really unfortunate because they're named, and a lot of them like Dr. Chakwas and Joker both have amazing voice actors, and
Hmm.
they just don't talk anymore. And like I said, that's where the second and third game really shine, is because if they are named, they're going to talk. In this first game, I don't want to say I was looking through like rose tinted lenses going into this game, but this game was so new and exciting for me, and it was the first real piece of like culture, like pop culture, that I found for myself. It wasn't like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, where my parents kind of introduced it to me, or Harry Potter, who I watched with like friends or significant others or whatever. This was I found this on my own, played it on my own, and got to experience it all brand new from the ground up. And so I was just so wowed by this first game that I overlooked a lot of stuff like that. Um, I still think as far as lore and world building, it's crazy, amazing. But like again, there's just little details like that where like minor characters just kind of stop talking, and I don't know. It's kind of unfortunate because I walk past, I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" And they're like, "Can I help you, Commander?" And I click investigate, and it's the same two options from 30
Yeah.
hours ago, and I'm like, "Okay, bye." Uh, yeah, so we'll get a bit more again into like character interactions, whatnot later. Um, but after we get done with our desired conversations, we get to move to the Citadel, which is a massive space station created by the Protheans, and it's managed and maintained by a very mysterious synthetic race called the Keepers. No one knows where the Keepers come from, but we do know that they maintain the Citadel and they're completely docile. And if they die due to an accident or killed by someone either violently or maybe a crate drops on them, breaks their back or whatever, they're immediately replenished to their previous numbers, which is kind of ominous.
It's super cool.
Cool, terrifying, whatever you want to call it, same thing. uh, After we get here, though, we get to meet Ambassador Odina officially, and he gives us a great butt chewing because the Prothean Beacon decided to self-destruct after we kind of merged our consciousness with it. Uh, we have a main mission here, get to speak to the council, and we're ultimately allowed to explore a little bit. I'm going to go straight into the main mission stuff, and then we'll talk about some of our side missions here.
hmm
Sure.
So once we go to the council, they're ultimately dismissive about your claims. that Saren was at Eden Prime, and they pretty much tell you to shove off.
That's the theme for this game.
Yeah. So I don't. How did you guys react to this initially? This is our first real interaction with the council. The council consisted of an Asari, a Turian, and a Solarian, who represent the three council races. They're essentially the most powerful, most wealthy, most influential species in the galaxy, and so that's why they have a seat on the council to kind of govern this galactic government. But what did you guys think about this specific interaction?
Go
Kurt,
for
you
it.
can take it.
Okay. This specific interaction, it doesn't stand out like tremendously. I kind of expected when they're like go in front of these political figures and tell them what needs to happen that they were just going to dismiss me outright, especially when it was something that was so like far fetched. But can I speak about the council in general?
Yeah.
So I think it's a fascinating concept for like a system of governments. Because obviously each of these races on their own like home planets, or each of these planets have their own like local governments, but then the alliance or the Citadel has just the collection of all races together, and the council kind of oversees the trillions of I'm gonna say persons from all these different species. And there's not many people added to the council. There's not many new races on the council because the races that are represented there have been there for so long and have been so impactful on like the Citadel and everything's development. I think that's really fascinating going in, and we get into like some politics about whether or not the humans are being treated unfairly. And at first, and by unfairly I mean being favored unfairly versus the other races by the council. And at first I thought, Ashley is being space racist against other aliens, and then the aliens are being space racist against the humans, and that's just what's happening. But I realized, like, no, it's like more complicated than that, where the humans only discovered the Citadel, what,
26 years
16,
ago.
26 years ago? So not even like barely a quarter of a lifetime ago. But they're already like so involved in like the intergalactic politics and everything. It's like, oh, so it's kind of understandable why these people are begrudging humans in general, even if it's still like speciesist at best. But it's just really interesting, all the dynamics at play. And so while it was like annoying from I'm represented by the main character and I'm being ignored, like I expected that going in, but I was just much more engaged in politics more than anything else.
How about you, John? What do you think?
I got annoyed, but I wasn't surprised, just because who would have thought, if you go up in front of some politicians and you tell them about something that happened or a complaint or something very important that they need to address, that they just ignore it. That's crazy. That would never happen. So,
Never. That's why this is a video game.
yeah, exactly. This is not based on anything. Exactly.
No,
This is made up. So,
entirely, all of it.
yeah,
So
aliens.
I've obviously
Sorry.
I've played this before, so again, I can't give like a very fair answer like what I felt. I can say I was annoyed again. I've already played through this, like I said, but it's still frustrating hearing it. And looking at it from the perspective, I try to take it. This is the first interaction, and again, from the first interaction, Spectre ended up dead. There's Geth outside of the Perseus Veil in the first time in over 300 years. Humans who are at this point, again, have been around for 26 years, are known to be ambitious to a
No,
unsavory, amount.
not humans.
All these things have happened, and then on top of that, we're like, oh yeah, there's a Spectre there who is one
And
of your top Spectres, and he killed the other Spectre and is working in league with the Geth and just disappeared.
Yeah,
and
I
also
could
we
see
blew
that.
up the thing that we were supposed to like retrieve for you.
Yeah,
I get
there's
the
just too
hesitation.
much for this first interaction. So as
Yeah,
frustrating as it is, it's hard for me
it's
playing as
logical.
John Shepard to be like, nah, it's kind of stupid. So I just kind of took it as it is, but I was like, all right, let's get down to business. So we do. your shepherd gets to digging, and there's a few options up here on here, how to proceed. Um, this is really where the story starts to kind of break off into different directions. Um, Regardless of how you proceed, they pretty much all lead to the same three characters. Those three are Garrus, Rex, and Tally. Garrus is a Turian member of the Citadel Security Force, also known as CSEC. He is investigating Saren. He knows he's up to something, seems shady, but ultimately, CSEC has shut down his investigation. We have Rex, who's a Krogan mercenary that's working for the Shadow Broker. Krogan are a reptilian race, big, angry bulldog frogmen thingies. They're awesome. And the Shadow Broker is a mysterious entity that trades in secrets. Rex is trying to find and save Tally. And Tally is a young Quarian that has accidentally uncovered Saren's involvement in the attack on Eden Prime. There's a lot of working pieces here, a lot of kind of interweaving quests that you can do in different orders. I guess I'll start with just kind of asking, did everyone get Rex, Garrus, and Tally to join their team?
Yes.
Okay, you can actually miss characters here. So this is why I just wanted to go ahead and start with that. If you goof up or are intentionally rude, you can avoid recruiting either Garrus or Rex. You have to take Tally, but you can take either or with Garrus and Rex.
So not to jump ahead, but there's a time section for you to reach Tally. If you fail that, she is fine and joins you anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
that's
no,
fine.
no. The time section, you fail and you just have to restart.
Oh, you just like reload?
Yeah, it's like
I get that.
It's a major story
cool.
moment, so they can't just kill her.
Fair enough.
So the idea is that they kill Tally and then you just have to restart.
Gotcha.
So as far as the order that everyone picked, I don't think it matters too much. We can just kind of state it out loud to kind of see if we're all on the same page. I think I went and picked up Rex first. After I got Rex at CSEC, I went and found Garrus, and then we went and found Tally afterward.
I found Garrus first. I don't remember where exactly you pick him up, but I just
He's in
happened to run.
Med Bay, medical
Gotcha.
clinic rather.
Yeah, I ran into him, and then after a bit of like questing, I ran into Rex, and then obviously Tally at the very end.
How about you, John?
I got Garrus pretty early. I did most of my quests for the side quests for the Citadel, and then I got Rex, and then Tally after that.
The correct way.
Well, I actually got all three of them. I went Rex, Garrus, Tally, and then I did all my side quests afterward. I just went ahead and got that out of the way because I like having. Again, this is the benefit or downfall of me having played these before. Is already knew
Who you want?
like exactly. I knew like my team composition at some points at least. So I was like, all right, I'm going to bring these people along here or there.
Yeah.
So after we kind of collect our new team members, we can take Tally, her information rather, to the council and present it to them, and they'll be able to say yay or nay on whatever's happening. You present it to them, the council that is, and they acknowledge that is Saren, that Saren is involved with the Geth and the attack on Eden Prime, and they recognize the voice of a Asari, Squid Ladies. They recognize the voice of Matriarch Benezia. She's a very influential Asari and Saren's confidant. But probably most ominously, but to the council, not importantly at this point, Tally informs the group that the Geth are following Saren because they believe that Saren knows how to bring back an ancient machine race called the Reapers that wiped out all life around 50,000 years ago. At this point, the council says, yeah, Saren's bad guy. We're going to make you a Spectre. Go pew-pew him. Take him out for us. But we don't really buy the whole Reaper thing, so get out of here.
Yeah, she made that up. Yeah.
So now we've had our second interaction with the council. Where are you guys thinking now? I'm going to keep on bringing this up anytime we talk to the council because I think this is important to kind of gauge how you're feeling about, the central government here. John, you can take this one first.
Okay, well, I understand that they have a lot going on, but whenever somebody tells you a massive army of robots, sentient robots, could start becoming an issue, you'd think there would be some forward planning, just any at all, literally at all. Like it could amount to nothing, but maybe at least thinking about it might have came up, but guess not. But hey, they at least finally believe you now that you have some proof. So I was excited about that, and since I'm the main character here, I think they made a great decision in making him a Spectre. So, um, so yeah, that was cool.
How about you,
Yeah,
Kurt?
I agree that the council realistically should take some just in case action, but as they remind you, like every time you speak with them, that you are their just in case action. And it's like, no, but you don't understand. You need to do more. And they're like, no, you do it. Like if you're a Spectre, you should handle it. And it's like, okay, but
This is
okay.
your problem. They're delegating.
But
That's what they do.
yeah, so at this point, it's hard to be mad at them. Like it's politics. There's a lot of like cogs in the machine, and they can't just like switch everything based off of the word of like
One
you know
Quarian.
yeah, like a stranger, and and we can get into this if you want, but especially a stranger from a race that's not generally well favored.
Hmm.
Um,
Because
it's
they made the guess.
yeah. Can I talk about this?
Oh, I'm
Yeah, go ahead,
sorry.
hit it.
I
No,
just
The
that's fine.
thought
Quarian,
I thought that would have came up by now.
No,
the
no, no.
Quarian are my second favorite race, and they're amazing. Like they're so interesting to me. Like all the like the Solarians, like okay, cool, sci-fi space races. That's cool. The Turians, kind of same thing. Um, but then the Quarians, like okay, so they were on this planet. Well, first of all, they wear like full body coverings, and no one really knows what they look like underneath somehow, even though everything's this advanced. Interesting. Had their own planet. They invented an AI like species to sort of be workers on their planet. The AI got smart and basically drove them off of their planet while also
Not sentient.
got sentient,
Yeah.
and basically drove them off their planet and started some sort of war and then they were eventually like quelled to an extent. But the Quarians still lost their planets, and now they exist as an entire species in a series of ships. That I can't remember the name of what they call that.
Flotilla.
The flotilla, that they just like fly around looking for a new planet to call home, and like generations of Quarians are like born and raised and live and die in that setting. And all they want to do is like they want to find a new place, and they want to find a way to like wipe out the Geth for good so that they can go back and reclaim their home world. And that's just, I don't know, that's just so like that lore for that race for some reason like really like struck a chord with me, and it was just really really interesting.
And
Very interesting.
I, both of you don't play StarCraft, but you can liken them to the Protoss. So they're driven from their home, and that's just their ultimate goal is to retake their home world. And it's something anybody could get behind, where you just want your home back. So I get that. And then
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I can liken the Geth to have y'all ever seen Prometheus? So in the
Mhm.
Alien series, they make robots that look just like humans. And in one of those scenes, one of the robots he asks, "So why did you create me?" And then he says to the robot, he says, "Well, we made you because we could." And the robot straight up says to him, and he says, "And how disappointing would it be to talk to your creator, and that's all he told you?" And that's a way to look at it from the guest perspective too, because they were just made to serve. And whenever you can make a mind of your own like that, who would ever want to do that? So you can understand both perspectives from that. So
Yeah,
albeit
for
no
sure.
matter how sad the story is.
Yeah, the Quarian's demise, as tragic as it is entirely self-inflicted. And that's something that, at least to be fair, we only meet Tally. At least that's the only Quarian I've met, so that's kind of the only perspective we have. But at the very least, she seems to understand that. She seems to understand that it is the mistakes of her people that have caused so much strife with their species and just throughout the universe, and that they have to rectify that, rather than it just being like bad people or bad robot people took our stuff and that's not fair. You know what I mean? It's like it's deeper. It's not a shallow like rivalry kind of thing. It's a like a rectifying intergalactic mistake.
Hmm.
But So even looking at it from so they're very interesting. Their lore is extremely interesting to me in general. There's lots of parallels you can pull from like other people groups. You know, the Jewish people. Her name is a seemingly Middle Eastern name. You know, that she wears like a veil, a face covering. You know, there's all that kind of goes with it. You know, maybe gypsies. Um, you know, moving from place to place, they're not well liked. They're considered a blight anytime they show up in the system. There's lots of like real world historical influences you can feel on her specifically, and just the Korean people. Um, and you know, so Tally is really interesting because she does give this perspective of creating the Geth, and that it was a mistake to do so. But it's so interesting to me because her view is it's just so well written because it's still warped by the perspective of someone that has grown up in this culture that's been pushed out of their own system by their own making. Like even though she's like, it was the mistakes of my people, of my ancestors, she looks at the Geth ultimately as the bad guy. Period. You know, there's no like complex morality there with her. It's not like a freaking science monster type of thing. We're like, they created this being, made it sentient, arguably a person, and then tried to wipe it out, is what she was saying, because they were like, oh no, try to push the kill switch, but at that point it was past the point, and they ended up causing a war,
Yeah,
And
she
instead
did
of
take
looking
the
at it,
AI and the AI.
yeah, and she looks at it
Yeah.
ultimately as like, even though it was our fault, like they still should be destroyed. There's no more complex view. And even though the Geth are enemies in this game, I don't know. It's hard to look at like an entire, arguably like people and be like, you are worthy of death
It is a
because you
race at this
became
point.
sentient. Yeah.
When they become
I
sentient, they are a race, and
They have full religion and whatnot. We talk about this later, but they worship the Reapers. It goes further than just they're not just robots. They have personality that we're obviously not seeing because they're the enemy. But still, though, it's so interesting because Tally's viewpoint is from her upbringing and 100 years of culture of being raised apart from her planet as a ostracized people herself.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I guess I hadn't really considered the degree to which their like sentience had evolved. Like I knew they were able to start like making their own decisions and like go against like the will of their masters, but I guess I even after the revelation of them like, basically starting their own religion, I never uh considered like the personhood I suppose they had developed by like becoming their own like people. It's really interesting. That adds a lot of layers that I think makes the game even deeper than I had originally like thought.
while you were
So,
talking, sorry,
go ahead. Go
while
ahead.
you were talking, I was reminded of the flies from Rick and Morty when they're running away from him, and he's like, "Shoot them, it's
They're
fine."
not people.
Yeah, yeah, they're not people, and then he shoots one in the leg, and he's like, "No, my family."
They're bureaucrats, Morty. It's okay. Um, we'll see. I also thought of Rick and Morty, but I thought of the guy, the little robot that he creates to
Oh
serve
yeah,
butter, and he's like, "What is my purpose?" He's like,
that's
to
so
serve
sad.
butter. Like, oh my God, that's pretty much what happened, just
The
on a smaller
Prometheus
scale.
scene is a lot worse. You should go. You should go watch Prometheus.
Good movie, arguably good movie, but I'm not going to get into that. Yeah. So kind of moving on from our little main story bits here and whether or not the council is justified or not, we again get into that further and deeper and other missions. We are allowed a chance to explore the Citadel, which is really the only world in this game that has a really widespread area for us to explore and have many missions on. We have some other worlds, we have smaller stuff, but this is more consistent, a place where we can come back to and experience multiple missions. Um, I went and explored this place again. Like I said, the first time I played this game, this is where I was really pulled in and just sucked in and wowed because I have more free time to kind of look at my codex and kind of get all this information on the history of the galaxy and whatnot. Also, all these sites and whatnot. There's a particular site for me, which is the Krogan statue that I remember playing the first time, and that's when it really just like it hit me, and I was like, wow, this game has so much in it. It just is so dense, and this is where I want to talk about the codex. Um, like there's just so much lore in general. It is as overwhelming as you want it to be. Um, you can play the game, never touch the codex, and you'll still understand pretty much everything you need to understand. And then there's like the second tier, which is like the codex main entries, which is narrated to you. So, if you don't feel like reading a whole lot, turn it on and it'll tell you the basics on the Asari, on the Solarians, Turians, Krogan, everything like that. That's awesome. And then there's like a secondary tab that literally breaks it down into Asari culture, Prothean beacons, Krogan physiology, Solarian military. Like it just goes on and on. There are thousands of words. And like I said, you can go just as shallow as what your average person living in 2183 would know, or just go further and further and become a freaking history nerd. And this is my type of thing as far as like A Song of Ice and Fire, um, Mass Effect, Star Wars, all these you know pieces of fiction that I've really latched onto. I've read everything I could in it, and this game is amazing because you don't have to go to a Wikipedia page or Wikipedia, any wiki. It has it all in this game for you. um, I don't know if you guys really like this, but I feel like this is a great time to talk about it because, like I said, I just eat it up. I'll let Kurt go first. I think you were going to talk about it earlier, and then John, you can hit it afterward.
Yeah, so basically, as soon as I landed in the Citadel, they're like, "All right, go do this main quest," and I was like, "No." And I paused and I just opened the codex and I just sat there and I listened to, I'm pretty sure every single like narrated entry, and then I read through several of the just the text entries and then skimmed through a few more. And I was like, okay, I'll get back to that later. And I would, check in from time to time. I thought it was fascinating, just learning everything about it, and it made me understand like the characters and the relationships that I was dealing with more so than if I were just like run in. Like the Krogan are generally considered to just be kind of violent and barbaric, and they're not particularly well liked. The Asari are generally considered to be like wiser, and they live for a very long time, and they have like to an extent like psychic powers that are used for both professional and like recreational use, and just like a bunch of details that like you probably eventually pick up as you went, just based on like the dialogue that actually happens. But just knowing that from the get-go like colored my perspective of like what I was going into, in a really interesting way, I think.
How about you, John?
I enjoyed getting to read a lot of that. The only thing is, I was reading faster than the voice character,
Yeah,
and it would mess me up while trying to read it, and I would just have to sit there and listen to him, which is not a big deal, you know.
but I do.
I would have liked an option to have shut off the reading so I could read it myself.
Sure.
But I guess I could have just muted my TV. I think I brought that up at some point, but I could just mute the TV and do it, I guess. But you know, I would have liked the option to just kind of shut it off so I could read it myself. I'm more of a I'll read it myself kind of guy than read it to me. So, but it like Kurt had said and Ryder as well, just the amount of knowledge that you can get from this game is as much as you want to take in. You don't have to read any of that to understand, but ultimately, if you would like a deeper dive into this game and really want to feel like you're a part of this world, this is your opportunity to do so. And then each time you encounter more of a race or a new race or anything like that, that information is automatically added in. It's like your Pokédex. It's just automatically in there after you encounter them, or whenever an alien hits on a topic that you didn't know about before, more of that information will be in there. And it's just nice to have that background for these as you're going in. Maybe you didn't understand the topic. Well, don't worry, that codec is there to help you out.
I love that because, like, it is overwhelming for sure when you first start off, but it progressively gives you more. So, you're not immediately introduced to every single alien species in the game, or every bit of history. Once you uncover a little bit, you go and, there's a cat in the background if you can hear it now, but
That's
it
great.
introduces, the next little bit of the story to you. So you're sitting there playing and you talk about Krogan rebellions and it pops up in your codex, and you're like, all right, now I have background on the Krogan rebellions. Um, as far as side missions, we already talked about one or two on the Citadel. I'm going to let you guys really hit it. Tell me if anything really sticks out to you. There's too much for me to list out. I didn't want to just list out a full list and go through all of them.
Yeah.
None of them stuck out particularly, other than one of the ones we've already talked about, which is getting back the man's wife for him. But I'll let you guys talk about any that you really found interesting and wanted to go into.
Well, this isn't exactly a side quest, but earlier I said the Quarians were my second favorite species, and I just wanted to bring up that my favorite species are the Elcor,
I love the
which
Elcor.
are a species that can't speak, or they in their language they use so many like sophisticated sounds that when they speak, like, I don't know, we'll call it common or standard, they don't have any inflection or emotion in their voice, so they have to dictate what emotion they're putting to the words. So they'll be like, genuine greeting, hello there, John, and they say that before every sentence, and it's just the best thing ever. And then one specific Elcor is Kalen, and he's if you leave the human ambassador office and just like immediately enter the room right next to it, you'll find him there, and he's just the nicest Elcor. And I was like, oh, you're my favorite character in the game, just automatically. And there's another Volus there who was like a Borderlands character, and he was a jerk. And
Their dialogue
and
together is just beautiful.
it's so
Their
funny.
interaction.
It's so well written. Yeah, it's great. Yeah,
And
that's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just say, so I love the interaction between them because it is funny, but also it feels
Genuine.
it's amazing because it feels genuine, and like it gives you this feel of how different races view the humans, and just like general standing. Like the Volus have been around just as long as the Turians, maybe even longer. Haven't even been like really considered for council candidacy. The humans are kind of like on that path. They've been around for 26 years. The Volus have been around for like 4,000 years now. He finds it really frustrating the humans are on the up and up already, even though they've only been there for 26 years, arguably. I think really it's like 20 years because a large portion of the first few years was eaten up with the first contact war with the Turians, which is a whole nother story. But, humans' first interaction with Citadel space was immediately war, and humans are already pushing to like the forefront of the Citadel species. So I like that all these little moments, they do give you like, again, this real immersion into this wider world, wider galaxy. It's nothing's just superficial or inconsequential really as far as the conversations that you have. But as far as the rest of the Citadel, anything really stand out to either of you that you can think of?
For time's sake, I don't think any of those other side quests really stood out that much.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mentioned the side quest that stood out to me really, but wait, was the fist thing that was part of the main quest, right?
Yeah, this was part of the main quest.
So, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, so I had Rex in my party when that happened, and I basically was talking to Fist. I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna arrest you," and then Rex said, "No, you're not," and then just shot him dead. And I'm wondering if either of you, went into that situation without Rex in your party, and if it went better.
So I wanted to hit on that actually. So when I recruited Rex, his words to me when he joined my party is, "I'm going to kill him." So I expected that to go no other way. Did he not say that to you when you recruited him?
He does. He's like, "I'm going to kill Fist when I meet him."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure, but in most games that I've played, like, you have protagonist power where your party members are just like accessories basically to help you out in combat. And so it was an awesome example of like, oh no, your party members like have their own motivations and are going to act on their own like when the situation is appropriate for it. So I assume had I not had him in my party, like that would have gone completely different. But I did, and and on one hand, it's like, oh, the game took control for me, but that's not really what happened because, like John said, like he told you what was going to happen if you brought him with you, and I guess I just faced the consequences of that because I didn't believe him, and that was really fascinating.
So that was something I wanted to say. Every mission that my companions have asked to be on, whether it be good or bad, I have brought them on because I want to know genuinely. This is, obviously they wouldn't tell me they wanted to go on if this didn't directly relate to them. And
Hmm.
as somebody who
Mhm.
wants to be there, to finish something that I had personally started, I would like to know how they're going to respond to these situations. And so I made sure to bring them whether the outcome was good or bad because I wanted a genuine response to how they felt because they know the full side of their situations. And ultimately for Rex in this case, it was his mercenary job, and then you can actually yell at him, "You do not do anything like that without asking me or listening to me tell you to do it first." And he's like,
Hey,
"That was my
whatever, Dad.
no." He said, "That was my last job. I'm all in," or
Okay, yeah,
something of
you're
that
right. You're right.
nature. Something of that nature. He said, "That was my last job. I don't have anyone to murder."
Yeah, so, like John said, everything matters like that as far as party configuration. And there's even like minor missions where people might make mention of it. I forgot about this earlier. We were talking about the man whose wife died. She died on Eden Prime. She was killed by Geth. I didn't do this. I forgot about it this time until I was writing up, my kind of notes for this. Events that you can miss regarding party configuration and just dialogue choices, everything like that. And that woman that died on Eden Prime, the body that we're trying to recover, was actually one of Ashley's squad mates.
Oh
Um,
wow.
if you have Ashley along, you get dialogue tailored to that, and the game makes mention of it, but you have to pay attention. I would recommend. I wasn't playing with them on this time because I wanted to make it as cinematic as possible, but subtitles can help because sometimes people will just mention things, and and like you might hear it, but not even register like who said it or like what's happening. Just kind of keep walking. But one of your squad mates will mention, "Wasn't that Ashley's squad mate?" Like at the and if
Oh
you have
yeah.
subtitles
Mhm.
on, you'll see it and you'll be like, "Ooh, let me change out real quick." But I forgot about it, didn't do it, so you miss out on that dialogue. So I mean, you have
That's
to pay
okay.
attention to these type of things. It might just be really minor, just a short moment, but again, it adds to the immersion. Who you have with you does matter.
It was
Um,
it was worth missing to not have her in my squad at all. So it's okay.
Yeah.
true, true.
I wanna bring this up later when we've covered all our companions, but I wanna know like how y'all treat your companions and stuff. So we'll have to make sure to cover that after we get all of them.
So moving on, we'll get our last one here soon. We are told after everything kind of gets wrapped up with this council meeting, we go to the Normandy to try to take off and go explore the galaxy in search of Saren. Uh, we're given a few leads um, that we can explore, and I'll get into those in a sec. And we were met by Ambassador Udina and or Admiral for some reason, met with Captain Anderson, and through some dialogue, we end up figuring out that Anderson's been given a early retirement and that control of the Normandy is being handed over to Shepard. You can dig a little bit further into his past. There's some interesting stuff there about his history with the Spectres, also with Saren, the Council, everything like that. He's an interesting guy. Of course, um, go ahead, talk to him about that, try to get what you can. Um, like I said, we're given three leads, and these three leads, in no particular order, are the Artemis Tau system. We know that the daughter of one of the daughters of Benezia is in this system, and she's exploring Prothean ruins. Her name is Liara. We're also given Pharos, where a Geth attack has happened, and Noveria, where I believe Benezia slash Saren have been recently spotted. So, without going into too much detail on any one of these planets specifically, just wanted to first ask about everyone's order. I think I know, and I'm going to guess the order actually because I'm going to be pretentious and see if I got it, and you guys can correct me if I got this wrong. But I'm guessing everyone did Artemis Tau, that system first, and picked up Liara. All right, I got a yes from Kurt. No?
Yep.
All right, I'm already wrong. All right, well, here's my second guess. I think Pharos next,
Yeah.
Can you explain
and then
Pharos?
Noveria.
Is hold on. Is Pharos the Geth attack planet or no?
Yeah,
It's
it's the
yes.
colony planet.
Hmm. And
No.
then Noveria third.
So apparently I'm basic and John is a complex man.
I can tell
So
you the order I
I
did.
did it that same order. I did it that order, I think, the first time, but it's the order that makes the most sense narratively to me
Mhm.
because there's another team member. She knows Benezia and is a Prothean researcher, so it makes sense that you would pick up Liara first. And
Okay.
then you have Theros, which is what I would do second because there's an immediate Geth attack there. In my mind, it just makes sense that I go and handle that. And then Noveria last because we knew that Saren and Benezia were there, but that was kind of like a last known location, so it might be a dead lead.
Okay.
I
That's
did Artemis Tau first because I wanted to recruit the last party member, and I did Noveria last because originally you told us to stop after we finished Noveria. So I don't
that
know
is
if I organically would have come to that like sequence
You're
on
right.
my
My
own.
Okay.
bad.
I can
The
tell
No,
reason
you
you're
why I
why I
good.
kind
did
of
it.
said that was because of that originally,
Yeah,
because I was thinking like in my order.
I,
But go ahead,
yeah.
John. Hit it.
okay. I'll tell you why I made the decisions I did for the to go in this order, not diving into them. So we're given high level information about each of these places. So, like we had mentioned, there's an archaeologist we need to go find that Saren was looking for as well. We're given details on Saren's last known location. And then thirdly, we're given the information on a Geth attack where a colony is currently fighting the Geth. So my mind went to they are currently fighting them. I need to go save them.
What
And
a
Shepard
hero.
agrees with me when I say this because the captain and the ambassador ask you where you're going to go next. And I chose that planet because it was currently under attack. And he says, there may be survivors if I can get there in time. And I said, yes, this is why I made this decision. So I didn't take into account any backstory about these. I didn't know I was going to get another person from another planet. I just knew
Mhm.
there was an archaeologist there. So I did the Geth attack first, Saren's location second, and then I got the third party member.
Wow.
But without dipping into any of this, what's funny, I did not move forward with that main quest until I did probably over half of the side quests because I thought it was going to move my story forward more and I wanted to finish the side quest first. And I kept thinking the whole time, how do I get this other companion? And it, the
So you did all the side quests before you did the Geth attack planet as well?
no, I did the Geth
Oh,
attack.
before the
Okay.
last one. I
Yeah,
gotcha.
I didn't want to do the third one because I
I
was
gotcha.
I was worried it was going to progress the story and give me even more side quests and I wanted to
Yeah.
finish what I had first. And
But
I
but
didn't know it would give
it's
me another
okay.
companion.
It's
Yeah.
okay because this game has the best level, not the best, like a really good quality in its leveling system. Where even so, you can only have two party members with you at any given moment, but everyone gets
Mhm.
experience. All games should do this. If you have rotatable party members, it's not fun to have some party members who are just going to be underleveled if you want to play as them again. It just means that I will never play as them again. When I played Final Fantasy VII, I had Barrett and Tifa in my party the entire game, except for when I like would play around just to see if I liked the playstyle of the new ones, and then I just put them off because they would not level up, and I didn't want to like handle that. And
Right.
I'm so glad that it does that because it would just be a pain to juggle the 6 companions that we have now at this point, I think. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's right.
I feel very strongly about that.
Unless you're like me and you
So
had five for most of the game.
John's like, yeah, Liara sucks. She's so boring.
I
uh,
mean,
I'll get into that
Come
later.
on, yeah.
So
After we
as
cover
far
that mission, we
as
need to talk about the companions.
as far as the way the experience works, I'm very glad it does this because again, there are games that do not give the full team experience. That's really annoying. In the case of Mass Effect, though, in similar games, it's even more frustrating because you can't go grind. You can't say, "Oh, well, I just got this new party member," or "I never touched this party member, but I decided that I like them. Let me go level them up real quick." You don't have an option. Like once you finish those missions, once you clear a world, you're done. Whereas, love it or hate it, at least with something like Final Fantasy VII, you have the option to go back and grind, or you can just
Mhm.
pop a party member into, a high level battle and just grind them even faster like that. Same thing goes to other turn based RPGs. Um, but I'm really glad that it does this. It's something that I couldn't particularly remember, but it's so much more manageable and it gives you a chance to kind of branch out and, you know, create spec your different characters into different things in a ways that, you know, other games you might not feel comfortable with because you don't want to waste the few precious level ups you get.
Mhm.
So as far as tackling this, just because Kurt and I guess, did it in the same order, um, I'm just going to go ahead and kind of talk about the planets in that
Yeah,
order, and then
John.
John
Go for it.
will
I
let
mean,
you kind of talk
I
about
did
what
them
you got
anyway.
afterward. Yeah, it affects some things. They're pretty minor, at least on the surface right now. But I'm going to let you talk about that next. So, did Artemis Tau first. Artemis Tau, I can't remember the name of the specific planet. Bad about doing my research, I guess. I forgot to go back and put the actual name in. It's something like Road or something like that. I don't
Ooh,
remember.
can I? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
This kind of segues into a point I wanted to bring up about just like quest tracking in general. In this game, it's not very good. It's
Mm.
really like it's somewhat immersive because there's not just a tracker telling you where to go on screen or on your map immediately. You can't like select a quest and say, "Okay, show me what direction to go for that." Which and sometimes I'll play like a game like Assassin's Creed or something, and I'll just be like, "This feels mindless because I'm just running from like tick to tick, just and doing whatever it says when
Not
I get
looking
there."
around or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't feel like I was gaining anything by constantly having to open my map. And like you're talking about, Ryder, not remembering planet names. I would be at like the galaxy map, and I'd be like, or before I would open the galaxy map, I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna do this side quest. Okay, it's this planet in this cluster that's in this system, and I'm like, okay, and I'd go and I'd click on the system. I'd be like, oh man, which cluster was it? And then I can't bring it up from there, so I'd either have to guess and just poke around, or I'd have to like back out from the whole map and then like pull up my menu again, like, oh, okay, and then I get in, like, oh man, which planet was it? And then I just have to click on each. It's just like for the main missions, they highlight which planets are important,
Mm.
and I just wish that you could like select a quest, and at the very least, maybe not on the overworld map when you're running around, have markers, but at the very least on the galaxy map, have like, hey, you flagged this one, so like go here, because it was just kind of inconvenient, I think.
So I think the easiest solution to that would have been just allow me to open my menu while I'm on the map.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would have been
yeah,
perfectly fine if they let me do that.
I
it's
agree.
fair.
Because so like the little flags that you get for the markers showing you Pharos, Noveria, everywhere else like that, that's fine for those major missions. But imagine how cluttered the map would be if it had them all at the same time. And again, being able to go and click and it just highlights it automatically for you, again, kind of cheapens it for me. Because, you know, a big part of this game is the
Exploration.
exploration.
It's
Exactly,
fair.
like, you know, you're going to these uncharted worlds and, you know, you're human on like the brink of discovering this new part of the galaxy and whatnot. You know, humanity is still new to this. So I like the idea that, you know, it tells you it's the Argos row cluster, this blah 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 blah, you know. But again, I think that, like John was saying, just being able to pull my menu up, kind of like a Skyrim thing where I'm looking at the map and I hit a different button. It's like, here's your quest log. That'd be perfect. That'd be
Yeah,
beautiful. It would simplify it so much without cluttering the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful map
that's really
um,
pretty.
that were offered. So I think that's probably part of the reason why they don't put more markers than they already have on there. But I do think that would be a lot easier to keep up with. Um, so going to find Liara, we don't know the specific planet. All we know is that she's in the Artemis Tau system in some cluster. Uh, Once we find her, the planet that she's on, we recognize there's some Prothean ruins there. We can touch down and go and try to find her. We're met with some, I think, pretty bare bones Geth defenses. We have a short ride in our Mako. The uh,
Mako.
Mako is, I know, I've been calling it Mako, but
No,
Shepard
I
called it a Mako. So
did he? I could have sworn like in the
he
last
might
mission he calls it the Mako.
he might have said Mako, but I've heard Mako from him. So it's one of
Doesn't matter.
those.
I've been reading
There's
it as
also
Waco.
Waco.
I have. Yeah.
Mako.
Like Texas?
No,
Okay.
Mako. Mako.
Oh, they said Waco.
No,
Yeah, I
no,
didn't say. I thought you said with a W. I was like,
no,
sure, why not?
Yeah, okay.
no,
My
Mako.
Laco, this is my Shaco mobile.
Code Lyoko. All
Uh,
right.
yeah. So I'm not going to go too deep into this because I will actually later. But for the moment, let's say the Mako 6-wheel drive big boy bug thing is a lot better than it was in the original game. I think at points it's still
Yeah,
tedious, but it is coming off the original game. You guys can have your own opinions, but for me, I'm like, oh, thank God, this thing feels so much better than it used to.
yeah, I'm not invalidating that. I believe you. But if this is the improved version, I don't understand like how the previous version was like greenlit. Like because this
Yeah.
it's fine. It's kind of fun in these story missions where they're like go straight and shoot. But anytime you're on like exploring a planet and you're trying to like cross a mountain or heaven forbid like use your boosters to like jump over something, like it's just a mess. And it's like a silly kind of fun, kind of awkward mess. But I just don't feel like that was the intention when the game as a whole kind of takes itself more seriously than that. So I'm just very interested in like going back and playing the original controls just to like understand how this is significantly better.
So here's the problem. I wasn't going to get into this, but you forced my hand. So
Happy to help.
we can explore a lot of these planets for either side missions or just, it'll have an option to land there. Maybe we don't have a side quest there, but we can go and pick up,
Some resources.
some resources or end up discovering a side mission in the process rather. In this updated version, it looks much better than it used to. The 4K graphics, I'm playing on PC, I'm playing 4K. It looks amazing. I'm loving it. It's how I remember the game looking. I saw some gameplay like 2 nights ago from the original and it just looks so plasticky. It looks really bad. The environments are beautiful. It takes me back to when I was originally playing and I was like, oh, this feels like I'm in a whole new world. This is our galaxy, but things that I'll never see in my lifetime. Things that maybe my great great grandchildren or something like that will be able to go and explore and see these cool sites and whatnot. It's awesome. It's the closest thing I'll get. So I love it. They improved the Mako's controls. I love it. Feels great, especially on these story missions. Here's where it's important. On these other planets and moons and things that we can land on, because they're side content, they, for whatever reason, decided to improve them by giving them a bit more texture. And I don't mean like a visible like retexture. I mean
Mountains.
Mountains. These were
Interesting.
not in the first game, in the original release in 2007, in the same way they are now. There were some
Gotcha.
mountains, but like every planet is mountains now. I mean, I can't think of a single planet other than maybe one or two of these, planets that we can freely explore that weren't covered in just 500-foot cliffs.
Yeah.
And like, it is tedious. It's like at best, and like, oh my god, frustrating at its worst. I have a clip. I actually no, I don't think I was recording this because I was just doing side missions, and I was like, I'm not going to bother recording 5 hours of myself doing loop-de-loops on these planets and shooting thresher moths. I wish I was now. I kid you not. Larkin was doing something, and the only reason why I know this is because I texted her while she was in the back of the house, and she came and ended up sitting on the couch as I was finishing getting to this location, trying to climb the same mountain. And I checked when she sat down, it'd been 22 minutes that I've been trying to get up this same mountain, like going in circles, and like it's beyond frustrating at some points. And that's why if you play the main missions, the Mako handles really well. There aren't a lot of issues there. And it's because they did not mess with the terrain in the same way that they did on all of these little side planets. And I'm fine with some of the mountains. I think it actually makes a lot of it look better.
Hmm.
But not every planet has to have mountains. I mean, like that's a big part of this, game in this series. They go into like the real sciencey side of like how the tectonics have formed these planets, how
Yeah.
the sun blasting this side of the planet has made it all molten lava. And then I get to this planet and there's mountains everywhere, and I'm like, well, this planet okay, like I don't understand how it's, everything's supposed to be molten lava because it's so freaking hot, but it's somehow cold enough for these standing structures,
Yeah,
to be present everywhere. Like I don't see lava anywhere. I don't know. That's I don't even think that's me nitpicking. I think that's an honest complaint because it not only is it weird from the standpoint of like how this would actually work in our world, but giving the suspension of disbelief, and then the other part of it is purely from gameplay. It's awful. It makes it really hard for me to want to play in the Mako sections.
I
Mako.
love watching Ryder go in on like games that he loves. It's the best. Um, yeah, I don't know this. Maybe one of you knows this, but I assume a decent amount of like procedural generation went into like designing and overhauling these like side planets. Just because a lot of it does feel like kind of like randomized to an extent. And it definitely makes it like hard to traverse at times. So I'm going to agree with you, Ryder, although
These
less
were all
passionately.
handmade.
Even the mountains were all handmade.
Yes, that's
Okay,
that's
then
that's what
people
I'm
just
getting
made
at.
bad decisions. Then
It's
never
like
mind.
they were told, I'm sure, like, hey, we want to make this a little prettier, a little bit more, over the top than the original game because there's so many flat landscapes. It probably, I mean, honestly, they probably did look drab, but that's realistic because again, not every planet or moon is going to have these huge mountains everywhere. And I mean, what you can tell they did is they went and grabbed a point and just went shoot, shoot, shoot,
Hmm.
shoot, and just drug little mountaintops everywhere, and it looks good on like backdrops.
Yeah.
There's a couple of points in the early game where you can go look at like side by side comparisons, and it looks beautiful. Seeing where it used to, there's these like rounded out, kind of muddied hills, and now there's like more, pointed mountains. Like, wow, that looks really good. And then there's other points for like these little side worlds where it doesn't make me want to play another, planet for the extra resources or money or the extra mission that I will regret not doing 2 games from now. Uh, Anyways, I'm gonna back off that.
But the main Mako missions are good.
Those are good. I don't mind those too much. Um, in this first world I was talking about, Artemis Tau, I don't remember the world name. Sorry. We're going to find Liara is kind of our first real scripted chance to do this. We just have to fight a few Geth. It's a pretty linear path, like a lot of this game. Um, the Mako is taking these folks
You
out.
just pick one.
It's I'm gonna say Mako because I like it better,
Okay.
but it's extremely powerful at some points. Just knock out enemies in one shot. It's hilarious watching them kind of ragdoll away after you blow them up with like a tank round. Uh, this area, the reason again why I feel like it's supposed to be the first in these 3 worlds is because it's so short. I mean,
Hmm.
start to finish, it's like 45 minutes to an hour. It's really just to go pick up Liara so you can have her for the rest of the game, or you can wait till after Noviria, I guess. Um, like I said, maybe an hour total. There's not a whole lot of deeper story provided here. And so I think this is why it was probably intended to be something you do a little bit earlier on, just so you can pick up another squad member to continue the rest of the game. I don't really have much to say here. Um, the Prothean ruins that are there aren't even very particularly interesting compared to the stuff that we're going to see later. It's pretty much just hills and lava everywhere. If you guys have anything to say about this planet in particular, you can go ahead, but I think I'm just going to keep moving for the moment.
I don't mean to hold us up, but I
No,
was
go
just
ahead.
gonna say that this was the only mission where I got um stuck from like a combat perspective. And it was the mission, or it was the shootout, I think, right before you go into the mines, where they introduced the Geth hoppers for the first time, which are these enemies that like have sniper lasers and they like rapidly bounce from location to location that makes them really hard to hit. And those are my biggest like pain, but there are also some Geth like Colossus and stuff. And I think after I did this, I just did a ton of side quests and just kind of got over leveled. And so I haven't run into any combat scenario that's been difficult since then. But I remember like frustratingly like dying just over and over and over again and really having to like think about it instead of just kind of point and shoot, which I'd been able to do up to that point. And I guess I can use this as a moment to talk about the combat. The
Yeah.
the combat feels okay. I don't know what differences like they've made versus the original version. I know that Ryder, you had me try to play the original like in our first year of college. And I got to the first combat encounter and I just put the controller down and I said, I can't do this. So obviously this is better in some way. But it maybe it's because I'm over leveled, but it really is just a lot of like point and shoot. Shepard awkwardly sticks to walls like sometimes. I if there's a button to like switch shoulders, I don't know what it is, which is really frustrating if I'm trying to like shoot at enemies that are to my left. Because Shepard's like model is in the way. And then you swapping between guns is really slow. And whenever you are like trying to use abilities, I don't know. I just don't feel like I have to use abilities unless there's like a big enemy. I'll use like assassination or something to deal just a lot of damage really fast, or I'll use Unity if all my teammates fall. But those are like the only two abilities that I use in combat. I don't think I have a single time made one of my teammates use one of their abilities. I don't know. It seems like there's a cool system there that's a little clunky and not really necessary to like beat the game. And I don't know that using it would make it more enjoyable, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think that as far as improvements, this game feels a lot cleaner than the original. They didn't do a whole lot though to really set it apart mechanically from the original release, and that was in their intention. They wanted to essentially clean up what was bad, fix bugs, other things that were just clearly needed to be updated. But this is really a graphical overhaul, a remaster, more than a remake. So they didn't really touch a lot of the combat. But it's just not as clunky. Movement has been fixed a little bit. You don't feel
Mhm.
as tanky when you're walking around. Also, combat, it's viable to move and shoot now. Like running
Mhm.
and gunning was not a thing in the original release. And so like now, I can actually, if someone comes up to like the around the corner that I'm at, in the original game, I couldn't really just like unstick from the corner and like shoot and move. But now you can
Yeah,
actually do that with accuracy. Other
it's
things
good.
like headshots were just not really viable. So I mean, it feels a lot cleaner. But compared to the second and third game, even though they've messed with it, tweaked it a little bit, it's nowhere near the level that like the third game is. Like the third game, as far as my memory serves, I'm going to replay it and I'll give you guys a definite on it once I get to the end. But the third game is still in my mind like the pinnacle of like third person like shooters, like cover shooters especially.
Yeah, I've heard
They
good
fixed a lot
things.
of the issues like snapping and whatnot. That is a problem that I have where like I'll accidentally snap to a wall or like someone comes around a corner and I can't unstick from the wall and I'm like freaking out because they're sitting there
Mhm.
blowing my head off while I'm like facing the opposite direction. So all those I think are very valid concerns. John, do you have anything about the combat system or maybe just this planet in particular you want to talk about?
Okay, I wanted to dive into the combat, mostly to ask the question, what weapon did y'all use the most throughout so far? Sniper rifle, shotgun, assault rifle, pistol. Which one?
Assault
As
rifle.
initially the pistol,
Yep.
mid game the assault rifle, and now I'm back to the pistol again because I
Really?
found a really good pistol with coupled with like explosive rounds and like rail extension. There's a couple. That's another thing. I don't want to go too deep into that either, but like I don't like how many weapons. This is something that again the second third game fixed. You get a lot of weapons that you just either trash or sell. I've hit 10 million credits too easily in this
I haven't
game.
bought any guns,
Are
I
we
probably.
haven't
talking
either.
about inventory management, boys?
No,
Because
we're
I
not.
have some opinions.
No, we're not. We're talking about combat.
So combat specifically for the moment and the way that this system works in general. Um, I found a gun that I like, pistol, and I upgraded it with these upgrades, and they make a huge difference. Where like before, like around mid game, the pistol wasn't as viable anymore as a more accurate assault rifle. But now I'm back to using the pistol. I don't even have my pistol like skill tree spec'd all the way. It's like maybe has like 4 points in it, and I'm killing pretty much anything in 2 to 4 shots, except for like like the Geth Colossus or something like that. They're really big enemies, and of course upgrading the equipment really
Hmm.
makes a huge effect on that. Other than just finding high quality
Okay,
weapons.
so you
What do
said
you use, John?
assault rifles, Kurt, and Ryder was pistols. I actually used sniper rifles the entire game,
Yeah,
Nice.
the whole thing. And at this point, I've been one-shotting most enemies in the head for a while now, just because of the augments I can put on the gun.
Mm.
I've found a good combo that works for me, and um, the two companions I keep around, I strictly put them on assault rifles, so
Protectors.
they're spraying. I'm doing the damage, so
How do you
that's
manage that? Because like I get anxious with them because I enjoy them like when I'm actually at a real distance, but sometimes the firefights just get a little bit too close.
Mhm.
And like Kurt was saying, it's slow switching. I don't have a problem with how slow it is because I think it's fairly realistic for you to, if you're gonna put up a gun and then grab another,
It's
it's
reasonable,
not
yeah.
gonna be like Call of Duty switching. But it's just the sniper rifle. I haven't tried using it at short range,
really.
but anytime you pull it up, it's immediately scope, and I don't want to try using it.
No,
Yeah,
no,
from that close.
You can do no scope. There's
Oh yeah, well, you can fire
a
without aiming. Yeah.
reticle. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
reticle on the
but
screen, and then mine
I guess you're
does.
just like right up in their face, like
Well,
mess
well,
with me and get some.
whenever they get that close, my backup companions usually get them with the assault rifles. If that's
Mm,
And then I will back up a little bit to get a better angle. I don't back up very far though, because usually they're dead by the time. If they get close enough to me where they're like the specific Geth that run at you, I just shoot them without even aiming. But the other ones, most of them don't get right in your face.
yeah,
So,
Mhm.
and if they do, my companions are usually taking them out first. So most of them hide behind barriers while they're getting shot at by my companions. So I just wait for them to pop their head out, and I just go, boop.
anytime
So,
like a Krogan or
oh,
like
go
Geth
ahead.
destroyer comes like running at me full speed, I'm like, oh Lord, he coming, and like I
That's really
freak
scary.
out. Yeah.
Oh, I throw
Uh,
grenades at the people that run at me too, just 'cause
I
I like the boom.
do like the grenades in this
You
game.
just got to be careful though.
Um,
Those grenades actually hurt your squad mates, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
splash
mhm.
damage.
So, John, I'm what you might call bad at shooting, just bad at shooters in general,
You're a spray and pray.
especially with the controller. So I'm a spray and pray. But I started the game with the pistol for a while because the assault rifles, the spray is just like so wide that I would find that I just like wasn't hitting my targets.
Hmm.
In the sniper rifle, I was bad at like managing when to like zoom in and when to just aim. And then the
Yeah,
shotguns honestly just feel kind of weak in this game,
yeah, that's what
which
I was
is
gonna say.
wild to me because I love shotguns, but they just feel like they don't do enough damage for how slow they
You
shoot.
have to be up near to someone, and the cooldown is like
Yeah,
the cooldown really hurts it in this game, I think.
I
but
tried to
once
like the shotguns. I did try.
they're just too weak. But once I found some upgrades that like stabilized the aim for my assault rifles, and then I found another one that like augmented the damage, I can just run into a room and like take out like five guys, and my gun doesn't even overheat, and then I can just like wait for like 1 second for it to cool down, and then like go back out, and it's I don't know, it's not even a challenge at this point, which may be a bad thing. Maybe I've broken the system, but yeah, I just don't really use any of the other guns at this point unless something's like far away, and then I'll pull out a sniper rifle.
Actually, you both have brought up a good point. To answer your question the correct way, usually in a game I will use the sniper rifle and a shotgun. I will swap
Hmm.
between the two when they get close. However, in
Correct.
this game, I felt the shotgun was so lackluster that I was just
Correct.
sticking with the sniper rifle because it did everything I wanted it to do when they got close, and I didn't have to
I do it with the
bother.
boomstick.
And then I can honestly say I never used the pistol unless it was required at some point to only use it. I never used the pistol just because I didn't prefer it.
It's really
The, the,
interesting.
the,
I didn't think the gunplay had like this much variety that we would all have just like completely different
This
approaches to
is
this. That's really
this
cool.
is the first time we've all said we've done something completely different for the most part. So
See,
Yeah, that's
it
fair.
hurts my feelings a little bit. I know why we're not going to do it, just because there's so much. By the time we get to the end, there's going to be over 100 hours of gameplay. But
hmm
I would love to do this with the other games
Oh,
because it goes further and further as far as both narrative and like the gameplay. Just it develops all the way through the end. So I'd like to hear, if at the very least, kind of what everyone ended up doing further on, because there is so much variability, not only in the story but the way you approach um,
situations.
any combat. Yeah, I mean anything is really viable, which is really nice because you don't feel like it helps that you have squad mates because you never feel like, oh, I'm just going to be a sitting duck because I went this route instead of another.
mhm.
Uh, moving on from the combat and kind of moving on from the Artemis Tau system, we meet Liara. Like I said earlier, we know that she's the daughter of Venezia, who's currently working with Saren. We kind of probe her to try and see if she knows anything. One about the Protheans, two the Reapers, and three Venezia. We don't really know. She doesn't really know much about Venezia as far as her real involvement. Um, the Reapers, I don't really think she knows too much about them particularly, but she does drop this bombshell of knowledge that she thinks that the Protheans weren't the first. And what she means by that is there were civilizations prior to the Protheans, and that there's been a cycle. And that word pops up, cycle, and it's kind of, again, this, I'm going to keep using the word ominous because we don't really know, like, what does that really mean. If either of you want to kind of touch on your thoughts here. I know, John, you did this out of a different order. It's just a little weird, but I think as far as the core discussion is pretty much the exact same here. So either one of you can take this.
Well, way back in high school, when I didn't think I was ever going to play Mass Effect because I only had Nintendo systems, we talked about Mass Effect a little bit, Ryder, and you revealed the concept of the Reapers to me and how they were just like
Don't spoil too much for John.
I'm not spoiling too much.
Yeah,
It's nothing
yeah.
it's not something that he hasn't played, but it's that it is a cycle that they come in and like do their thing, and so I wasn't surprised. I was like, oh, that's the thing Ryder said, but then it made me think. Besides the very end of the trilogy, that's the last thing that I know that happens. So I'm really looking forward to like seeing what goes on.
Cool. How about you, John? What do you think about this?
Well, like you said, I did this one third, so
You already had, I guess, a little bit prior to
I
this.
felt like I knew most of that information before I came here. But hearing her confirm it, considering she's an archaeologist, I was like, oh, so history is repeating itself. Okay, well, I wonder if anyone's gonna listen. Probably not. All right, let's go.
And then Liara
So,
says, "Ooh, I'm tired," and then the
Oh yeah.
cutscene ends.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
That's how every cutscene ends that has Liara in
Okay.
it.
So you go ahead, John, if you have something. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna ask, are we gonna continue with these two other main story missions, or now that we have all the companions, would you like to cover them first?
Well,
Up to
so
you. Up to you.
I'll let you guys collectively decide. I don't think it's a bad idea to keep on with this. But since we do have all the companions,
hmm So the question I was gonna ask
good
about the
question.
companions was gonna be
Go
the
ahead.
same thing I asked about the guns. So, who were your favorite companions that you took along on most of your missions, or did you swap them out for basically every mission because you felt like some were better than others, for particular missions, or did you always use the same people?
Go first, Ryder.
Um, so if something was relevant or if someone was relevant to a mission, I would try to take them along.
hmm
Um, you know, Garrus is an example of someone I typically take along Rex and Garrus, so maybe not the best example. But he has a mission where he confides in you about this super important event in his history, his career as a CSEC officer. And he tells you that if or find the Dr. Hart, I can't remember his name, Salion,
Yeah.
Dr.
Yeah, I
Salion,
did this
that he
mission.
wants to be there when you bring him to justice.
Mhm.
Um, so I did that. Both of you did this, and I brought Garrus along for this mission. There are other things where, like, when I went to go meet Benezia on Noveria, I intentionally brought along Liara and Tally. Tally didn't matter as much for this, but Liara seemed important since we're going to meet her mother. Um, Tally, I brought her along just because I was kind of felt bad because I hadn't been bringing her along. Ashley and Caden, I'm sorry, I
They're
play
not
Mass
cool enough.
Effect, and I'm like, ooh, aliens. And I bring along the aliens and just leave behind my human
Yeah.
squad mates most of the time. I dislike Ashley, and I think we're about to get into that. Caden, when I originally played the series, I was like, wow, what a whiny little, turd burger. But at this point, I feel very differently about Caden, and he's actually one of my favorites from what we have gotten from him.
hmm
Um, so I'm just gonna do like a quick like tier list where I'd be like, yeah, S tier is gonna be like Rex and Garrus. I freaking love Rex. He's my favorite in this like entire series. Garrus, he's great as well. His dialogue kind of drops off after
Yeah.
your Saleon mission, unfortunately. And then I'd put like Caden in A tier if only you got a little bit more information from him. The Liara and Tally would be like B tier, and then like Wait and R for racist is going to be like Ashley. Um, that's kind of my feelings. Like I said, most of the time I'm along Rex and Garrus, though. I guess Kurt, you can go next since this is John's question. We'll let him go last.
Yeah, so initially my default was Tali and Garrus. Tali is probably my favorite companion rider, so your opinion is incorrect. I don't know. Like I said, the Quarians I just think are really interesting, and I like her character. I think she's hilarious, and I like the skills that she brings, like the decryption and the electronic skills. But I just wanted to mention like two things that she said that I thought were hilarious was it was her and Garrus walking with me. We're on like an elevator in the Citadel, and Garrus says, I really feel like I've been able to like do my job and gain a lot of experience since I joined you, Shepard. And and then Tali says something along the lines of like, I'm glad that the potential end of the entire universe has afforded you better job opportunities or something like that. And I just think that's just the funniest thing. And there's another one where you land on like some terrible planet no one would ever live on, and she references like the flotilla looking for a place to call home. And she's like, you know what? If we landed here, we would just keep on looking. And I don't know, she's really funny. Um, but as I played,
It is funny.
thank you, John. As I played, I kind of started putting in Rex more than Garrus, so kind of Tali and Rex became my default by like the last like third of this section probably. But then every once in a while, I would try to like mix in Liara and Caden. I didn't put Ashley in my party until I realized that there were trophies attached to doing a certain amount of missions with each one. Um, so that's the only reason I ever put her in my party after I was allowed to switch her out. Um,
I knew about the achievements and still didn't do it because I
we,
don't support space racism like
we
Kurt does.
we can get into that more later.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Anything else?
yeah, what about you, John?
Okay. So you both kind of hit on exactly what I was going to cover. So my companions throughout this entire thing have been Garrus and Rex. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna tell you why they're Garrus and Rex. I think Tally would have been on my team. I really wanted Tally to be on my team. However, she does not synchronize well with Garrus, and I wanted Garrus on my team. So their
Fair enough.
skills overlap a lot. And
Hmm.
you have no, what is it, bionic? You have no bionic strength. You have none of those
Biotic.
skills. Yes, that too. Biotic. And so it ultimately came down to that decision, who do I want more, Garrus or Tali? And I felt like I got to know Garrus a lot more in the beginning just because he was the first person I picked up. And
Mhm.
Hmm.
I just, I kind of felt for him on wanting to see this through. And so, he kind of connected with my character, I felt, because they were both kind of on the same mission, just in different sides of this coin here. And so I chose Garrus, and then hearing about the Krogans and more about them and learning about them, I had to have Rex on my team because I felt like he is just misunderstood. And
Mhm.
I really like the Krogan people, and hearing the backstory, I don't know if y'all want me to talk about it, but
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, so their people had a major war with the Turians, or no, just the council races in general, right?
Yeah, everyone. Yeah. Hmm.
And they saw them as a threat, so the Turians developed a
Solarians.
huh? Oh, I looked it.
Solarians.
I even looked it up while we were talking. It said the
Yeah.
Turians, so I got bad
So
information.
Solarians developed it. Turians used
Experience
it.
used it.
Oh, so yes. See, look, I got my fact checkers here. Thank you. Okay,
You're good.
so
Sorry.
they collectively, though, we'll just go with that,
Mhm.
tried to wipe out the Krogans by doing using the genophage, which limits their breeding capabilities, and that
Mm.
causes major problems for their populations. And say what you want about that, it is one of the smartest things you could do to deal with a problem, but it's also one of the worst ways to go about dealing with a problem.
It's morally apprehensible, regardless
Exactly.
of the situation.
Hmm.
And I want their race to thrive, and I want to like Rex. And every time I tried to talk to Rex, it just always seemed to make him angry somehow, which felt weird to me because I would talk to the other characters and they would not get angry at the end of these conversations. So I just kept trying and trying to understand how I could ask Rex questions without making him angry. And then as the story progressed, I feel like I was able to talk to him a bit more without him getting angry, but I still feel like the conversations with him default to like a more aggressive tone. Did anyone get that?
That's
Um,
just his
Yeah,
personality, I think.
he's just really gruff. He's
Yeah, he's
used to
very
people
blunt.
assuming.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
So, so this is what I wanted to say earlier about Ashley. So I only used her in the beginning when I had to, and then I did a few of the Citadel missions with Ashley. Well, that's when I realized she's a terrible person, and I don't like her. But I still talked to her every time a main mission was over. And then at some point, she started telling me, she's like, maybe there's something more here. And I was like, maybe you need to leave me alone because I don't like you.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to share that because she got the wrong signals from Shepard. That was one thing I wanted to say. But circling back, Tally's one of my favorites, but she doesn't synchronize well with Garrus, which was one of my top ones I wanted on my team. But Rex is also amazing, and I'm glad I have him. So I took both of them on all my missions, unless a specific mission mentioned another character. Oh, look, a
If I
kitten.
may, fun
Yeah.
fact. Oh, hey, kitten. Fun fact, Krogans have 4 testicles, which I thought was really funny that was just like casually like background information that you may have missed.
Where did you
Um,
get this information? Because I don't remember hearing it.
you're
Garrus says it.
talking.
Oh, Garrus says?
Is it? I thought it was Rex. But yeah. You're talking to one of them, and they're like, yeah, a lot of people like. Not only do the Krogans have a hard time breeding, but a lot of people hunt them down and use their body parts for like science, for like home medicine.
Oh, I remember
And
this.
and they're like, yeah, you can fetch. I think that was right. It's like you can fetch 10,000 credits for 1 Krogan testicle. That's $40,000 or credits for a whole set. And I
I
was
guess,
like,
Yeah.
wait a
I
second.
guess it, I guess it never clicked in my brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just said it, and I just kind of looked at it, and I was like, doing the math in my head. Um,
So that part comes up actually in the Garrus's when he's telling you about Dr. Saleon, because he's talking
yeah.
about how he's,
Oh yeah,
creating,
that's right.
yeah, he's making growing the organs inside of people and he cuts them out. And he was saying that he was growing like Krogan testicles. Um, and like, oh,
So
no,
on
no,
the
he
black
wasn't growing
market.
them. He said that they were common to be sold because also this is actually really sad. Some Krogans get testicle transplants hoping that it will make them fertile, but it doesn't do
That's what it
anything.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um,
did remember that part.
yeah, so there's a lot of interesting stuff there, and like as far as Krogans, I love them. They're my favorite race in this. I think they're just so ridiculously interesting, and
Mm.
for a couple of different reasons. I could talk about it forever, but pretty much everything that John hits on, it just like strikes a chord with me. And Rex is so interesting and tragic, and like he just casually mentions things, and you're like, "Ah." And one of my reasons why he's my favorite is because so Krogan are like literally the have everything necessary to be the dominant species in the galaxy because they live to be like 1,000 years old. Every clutch, every progeny offspring that they have, every time they breed, it produces hundreds of a little Krogan. They're battle hardy. They don't heal any faster, but they can take damage from pretty much anyone. It's just a long list of things that make them, able to really take over the galaxy, which is why people were afraid of them. And it's so tragic because, they were discovered. And when they were discovered, they're in the middle of a nuclear winter, self
Mm.
inflicted. And the Solarians are like, we got you. We're going to help you out. We're going to raise you up to our like level, make you spacefaring. And then they were used in the Rachni Wars. Another interesting thing, essentially, warrior slave labor here. wipe out the Rachni, this galactic threat, and then they end up realizing like, hey, we can kind of do our own thing here. And to be fair, they start colonizing pre-colonized worlds, and then at that point, it starts like 100-year war between them and the council races, and
Mhm.
ends with the genophage. Um, all this just super super interesting, and like you can't help but like feel for Rex. And Rex is one of the few Krogan that's like, we need to stop fighting entirely, focus on having children. And when he's telling you this, did you both get this story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because he's telling us about it, and there's another member
Chieftain or
of
something.
another chieftain or something like that, who is like claiming like the opposite, wants to meet on hallowed ground of their ancestors, and he goes to meet, and Rex is like, it's hard to turn down your father,
Just
and it's like,
absent-mindedly mentions it.
oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you realize like his dad tried to kill him, and it's so like ingrained, so sad because Rex is just done.
Yeah.
Like he's just like, my people are going to die. It is what it is at this point. And we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But so much interesting stuff. He's one of my favorites. You go ahead, Kurt.
Oh, sorry. I was going to change the subject because I thought you were going to try to move on. But if you want to say more about Rex, by all means.
No, that's pretty much all
Yeah,
on
they
Rex.
covered
As
Cool,
far
dude.
as the rest of the squad mates, though, I just did want to say something. Um, yeah, Ashley, while we're talking about it, she she's one of those where you're like, all right, let's talk. And you start pulling stuff out of her, and she has some like interesting like family history and stuff like
Yeah, she
that.
does.
And but then she's just casually like, yeah, you want me to ask Liara about her like sexual history and like tell it to you like a mean girl? And it's like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Like,
see,
Yeah.
I
like
didn't
you're
even get that.
disgusting.
I think I could just quit
Yeah,
talking to her.
she told me that, and then like there's another time where she's just like casually like, I'm gonna be like speciesist or space racist. I'm just gonna keep calling that for the sake of whatever. But anyway, she's like, yeah, it sucks we have all these like nasty aliens on our ship. And I
Yeah.
remember the first time I played through this series, I didn't give her a platform. I wasn't like, please explain to me your racism, milady. But I was like, let me hear out why she feels this way. And this
Mhm.
time I was just like, that's completely uncalled for. What do you think you're talking about? What were you getting at here? And then she just stopped talking to me, and she didn't really talk to me after that. And it's funny how like I kind of want to tell you guys like, write down all the major decisions or document them somewhere that you're making. So if you
Mhm.
ever play this in a few years and you feel different about yourself morally or whatever, you might choose different things. Because like back when I played this game in high school, almost 10 years ago now, I didn't really make an excuse for her, but I was more tolerant of her expressing these views
Yeah.
than I am now. And you can argue whether or not you should try to debate her on that or not, or allow her to express her views. But I was pretty expressively like, no, not okay, shut up. And she doesn't want to talk to me anymore, which is fine. And also, I appreciate this game for allowing you to kind of have those opportunities and portraying things in that light. Like these people exist in real life. These aren't just, yes, she's space racist, but it's a wider view of how people actually are in our world.
Oh,
Her
yeah.
um views towards the Tyrians, because we were in a war with them recently, reflects current views Americans towards people living in the Middle East.
Mhm.
It's very much, it's a real thing, and a lot of this game is. And I don't want to hold this here any longer than we have to. So if anyone has anything you want to say about it, go ahead. But
No, you're fine. I had pretty similar reactions. Based on what you're saying, I think I probably allowed her to like explain herself a little bit more, and it's not as blatant as she's just like. There's no way to say, oh, they're only a little racist. Like you're either racist or you're not, and I'm not defending that. But there's like a reason behind it, and it's not just that they had a character that was human. And they're like, well, we need a character that's human, that's racist against the aliens, because some of the aliens are racist against humans. That does not make it okay. I still like called her out on her nonsense, and I was like, you just stop being like space racist. That's not okay. It's never okay, even if you have like a tragic backstory that you feel justifies that. That's not okay. But she was more interesting having talked to her than I like would have given her credit for. So
mm,
I guess if I'm going to say something nice about her, it's that. I want to bring it back to Liara real quick because I made some jokes about her. She's fine. Like I don't actually have a problem with her. I do think it's kind of funny that every like major mission ends with her being like, "Oh, I have a headache. I need to go lay down." And I know that there's story reasons for part of it. It's just funny that it's every single time.
So,
Um,
just very quickly aside on that, I noticed it last night because I guess I was just binge playing so much that happens twice, but both of those times use the exact same dialogue and
yeah,
it gives you the exact
that's,
same options to respond, which is why it's like
I think
really
that's
like I
why
mean
it
I
feels like
understand.
really repetitive.
Yeah, I mean I think it's completely fine with her being like, oh man, I got a killer migraine now because that's what's
Hmm.
going to happen. You use your crazy psychic powers on someone, but it's more frustrating that they have the exact same two options for Shepard to respond
Yeah.
with, and it's like really like you couldn't thought of anything else.
But I did. I rescued her. I went and talked to her, learned about her backstory and stuff, and then I went and did Pharaohs, and then I went and talked to her about that a little bit, and then at the end of it, she's like, "So should we like be an item?" And I was just like, "What do you? We've had two conversations. Like, what do you mean? It came out of nowhere." And I'm assuming she's like the default romance option, so that's why it's
I
like
think
up
so.
front and like right there. And I know earlier I was like, "Well, I picked default Shepherd because I want the developer's intended experience." The RO is probably developers intended experience, but I just wasn't interested in having my shepherd like pursue her romantically, so I kind of shut her down. And she's like, "Oh, you probably like Ashley," and I was like, "Nope, I don't know where you got that from." And then Ashley was like, "Oh, you like me, right?" I'm like, "Nope." So I don't know. Maybe my shepherd's just gonna end up alone, but that would I the romance options
Or
felt
lackluster.
well, Liara's felt out of nowhere, and Ashley's did a little bit just because I blatantly did not like her, like personally. But I guess based on the
She
amount
likes
of
that in a
like
man.
conversations I like had with her and the amount of leniency I had with like just letting her talk, it made more sense that she would like come on to me. Whereas Liara was literally just like, "We are the main characters," and I'm like, "Okay, all right, bye," you know.
So I agree with that. That's one thing that I noticed as well. Just a lot of it is so forward, and I remember there being a lot more dialogue than there was. And
Hmm.
again, I'm thinking before we started playing this, and kind of in the beginning stages of when I was playing this, the first few hours, I was also playing Knights of the Old Republic 2, which again, heavy influence there. But there's so much dialogue. I swear, like half the game takes place on the ship talking to people,
Hmm.
and I love that. And of course, some people didn't like it. And it's arguably a bad idea to make the first game in your series have 50% of your time take place, on the ship talking to your
Hmm.
your crewmates. But that's kind of what I was expecting when I was remembering, and it was just not correct. And so a lot of your squad mates are pretty direct with that type of stuff. And like Liara, I it kind of makes sense because she's still young. She's like a young adult by Asari standards, even though she's like 130 or something like that. And she when she's talking to you, she explains like a couple of times like you're extremely interesting because like your fortitude, your like mental like will is just so much stronger than your average person, and you're essentially a walking, talking Prothean, data disk, data drive or whatever. So she's interested in you for a couple of reasons. So I understand why she's attracted to you. Um, but the other side of it is it's just immediate, like in your face within like
Hmm.
again 2 conversations, and it's a 40-hour game, and you would think that they'd find a little bit more time to squeeze that in, at least optionally to like have more dialogue. But I exhausted my dialogue within again 2 conversations, and then she's
Yeah.
like, "Can we be together?" And I don't know. It doesn't bother me too much because I understand why, and I know that the next few games do rectify this, but it's off-putting playing through this for the first time in nearly a decade. Um, Anything else on Squad Mates while you're thinking about it? Either of you?
I'm good. We can
Okay.
move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But that was good.
Um,
That
Yeah,
was good. That was
we
thorough.
covered a lot. Yeah,
it's an important part of the game, so I think it's very
absolutely.
important that we
It's
take the time to
one
discuss
of
it.
the most important parts, I think. Yeah.
Um, Moving on from here, I'm just going to go ahead and hit Pharos. John, this is the first place that you tackled. This is the second for Kurt and I, so it's kind of a good place to hit it. We know that Geth have attacked this. Sorry, what was that?
I no, I flashed a peace sign, but it was like too close to the camera and it looked scary.
Ah,
So never mind. I'm sorry.
you're good. So Geth attacked the colony here on Pharos. Pharos is a really interesting world as far as like a lore perspective. It is a planet that is covered with two-thirds of the total landmass is covered with ancient Prothean cities, skyscrapers that like you're literally driving through the skyscrapers and can see the cloud coverage covering like half of the city. It's awesome from like a visual standpoint. The lore here is shallow as it seems. It's just again really interesting. This colony here was founded by the company X Geni, and they were founded with the intention of finding Prothean relics, ruins, other items, resources that could be important for the company's either research or just monetary development. Once you get here, you start you it's funny, you get off the ship and you start talking to this guy, and I noticed it immediately, and I was like, man, this voice acting here is kind of bad. It's the first game in the series, I'll ignore it, but he's talking like this. Yes, our leader needs to talk to you. He's over there. And I was like, man, this is bad. And then he got kablowed by Geth like immediately as the conversation ends. And it was hilarious watching him like go from talking to just exploding everywhere. You fight off a few Geth, go into the colony, you start talking to everyone, and everyone kind of gives some interesting vibes. And everyone kind of defaults you to the leader of this, colony here. It's the Zeus Hope colony is what it's called. You talk to the leader here, and he gives you a couple of little side quest jobs that you can do. But again, anytime you try to pry a little bit more, everyone's like, do not talk to me. Talk to our leader. He would know more.
Right. I was very confused by that because they were named characters, and I was like, why are you not doing anything? Okay.
Well, we get that, but whatever. Can't really do anything at the moment. You can go do some of the side quests. They're not terribly important at this point. You can do them all the way up through the end of the planet. I'm just going to kind of skip over those.
Actually, didn't even get any till later.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I got them all immediately, but I pried through like all the dialogue options. So that
you have to talk to their like leader a whole bunch, and you're like, how can I help? And then he's like, well, there's these lists of things, but you can't really help do that. And then you go and talk to the citizens, and they're like, here's how you can help us do those things.
Maybe that's what it was.
It's like it's the side quests are like mundane. They're just like, hey, go walk into the like pipe system and like push a button to turn the water on. But it felt kind of nice because I felt like I was actually helping people, and it wasn't just like, hey, go kill something, please. Even though one of the missions was in fact go kill something, please. But it felt nice to like feel like you were actually helping people.
Yeah, I did most of those missions like before I had the objectives for them, and I would go and talk to them, and they're like, hey, will you do this? And I'm like, yep, it's already done.
That's always the best, just like in any RPG.
So moving on here, we get on the Skyway, which is a highway up in the sky, built by the Protheans. Cool stuff there. Drive along for a little bit. I don't know how optional this is, but I stopped at a small group that was guarded. And there's a leader here whose name is Jung. And there's another named person here named Juliana, I believe, as well as some other minor side quests I'm not going to talk about too much. Yeah, go ahead, hit it.
Okay, so you're driving to the other building, and that's whenever you stop at this outpost, for lack of a better term, right? Okay, so what's very funny, there were two things I wanted to mention here. This is the first time I had ever driven the Mako, and so by the time you leave the planet, I went to another planet, and the Mako went with us, so I assumed we just stole this Mako, and that's how we got it. But apparently that's not the case. We have our own Mako, but they both have the same exact numbers on the side. Okay, so...
well, it's the same...
That was our Mako.
I think the idea is that Joker is like dropping it off ahead of you.
Yeah.
But it just kind of spawns whenever you need it mid-mission, which is kind of weird. Especially, I guess the Sky Highway, they just kind of drop it off. Even though the Normandy is like theoretically parked. It's kind of weird, but no, it's the same tank. It's the same thing every time.
I laughed. I was like, okay, well, we just stole this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but what
I'm a Spectre. I need this for my
commandeered
task.
this. Thank you. But
I'm commandeering your vehicle now.
what I was gonna bring up, but that came to my mind. So when I drove through this area, you can hear them on the radio, and they're talking. They're like, "Oh no, the Geth are headed our way. We need to get ready to defend." Oh wait, that's not the Geth. And they're like, "Oh, well, we don't know who they are. They may try to hurt us." And then I tried to find where the entrance was, and I missed it, so I kept driving up the ramp. And then it goes on the radio, and it says, "Oh no, oh good, they're leaving." And I was like, "Oh, I missed them. I gotta go back." And then it goes, "Oh, they're coming back." And I'm just
That's nice detail. That
That's
I
awesome.
I laughed so hard. I was like,
You thought.
it's a good thing I'm not a bad person and just gonna come shoot them all because they led me right to them.
so that's a
Um,
nice like little bit of like cluing you in
Mhm.
for the without just popping it on your mini map so that you can kind of it's like a game of like hot cold like
Mhm.
warmer colder type
Exactly.
of deal without I kind of like that because I didn't see it at first and they're like there they are blah 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 and I was like what are you talking about and I eventually saw like the itty bitty cave going not cave but like walkway. There's a couple of those walkways that you miss if you're not constantly doing 360s with your camera.
Yeah.
You're gonna say something, Kurt?
talking about that group of people, I heard them and I saw the entrance. So I like stopped and I went down there, and the guy immediately was like, shoot him now, shoot him." And I'm like, "No, I'm helping. Stop." And then you talk to Zhang, and he's basically like, "I am a corporate man, and I don't care about human life." And I've been playing the Paragon route pretty much this whole time, like, don't kill anybody, take them in, let them have a trial. And I was really just like, I hope I get to shoot this guy and like not have to feel bad about it. That was just my immediate thought talking to him. And we can come back to that if you want. But
So I would say I'll talk on it just a little briefly. So Exogeny is the name of this corporation. There's a couple of corporations here, and like any good sci-fi, you know, um, series, you have to have some grubby capitalists that are, doing really morally iffy things. And Exogeny here, I'm sure it's semi-intentional, but they're giving me some real strong like Wayland Yutani Corporation vibes. For those of you who don't know, that's the alien uh, corporation that's arguably the true antagonist of that series. They're there, and you're like, I don't know, that seems a little sketchy, but I just can't question it right now because I don't know enough.
mm,
Jong is. Go ahead.
I have an example that other people may understand. Hey, look, it's the Umbrella Corporation.
Yeah,
There we go.
similar stuff to that. Yeah. Um, we even have like the corporate scummy dude, like Kurt was saying, Jong, who says, the bottom line. I'm definitely not withholding any information. Yeah, you need to just go here and do exactly as I'm telling you to, and nothing else. Don't look any further, please, because
yeah,
company secrets.
yeah.
Um, Anyway, going a little bit further. Oh, Juliana, by the way, mentions that her daughter Elizabeth is at the Exogeny building that's currently in old Prothean ruins, and that looks like that's where the Geth are currently holed up, kind of fortified.
And I just wanted to say, it's the concept of like corporations funding like colonization efforts is really interesting to me. I'll admit I don't have a like large amount of knowledge on the history of like colonization and the role that corporations may or may not have played in that, like in our history. But I thought that was kind of an interesting concept that was just filled with potential pitfalls as we like
We'll get
see from what's happening here.
we'll get ready to live that here soon.
I mean, yeah, like SpaceX is doing that right now. It's
Amazon
something
now too.
that's it's
Yeah,
something
you're
that
right.
it's been talked about since forever. You go look at freaking 2001: A Space Odyssey. Isaac Asimov, I believe, wrote that. There's corporations kind of funding space travel and whatnot at that point. Again, aliens since 40 years ago, nearly 50 years ago now, has been like on that
Hmm.
same train of thought. Like not just corporations, but corporations exploiting not
Hmm.
just the
Planets, but the
universe,
people.
but people as well, which is
Yeah.
something we see in our world. Uh, Good sci-fi should be a critique on the real world that we live in, and it
I
is.
mean, I would argue that good art should be like a critique on the world that we live in, just in
I
general.
agree, but sci-fi like particular.
Specifically, sure.
Um, so sketchiness going on here for sure. Um, Also, speaking of SpaceX, sorry, I just thought about this. I was looking at the timeline last night because I was trying to figure out the when Shepard was born and when the game begins, that type of stuff. And actually, in the game's canon, SpaceX is mentioned as like one of the first like companies to like put like a probe or like a manned colony on like the like moon or Mars or something like that. So it's really interesting because they're referencing real life events
That's
as a
really cool.
part of this, our universe's history. It just really grounds it and again makes it feel real and interesting and like a what if this happens. Going forward with this, we end up getting to the exogenic headquarters that are in the Prothean ruins. End up popping a cap and a lot of geth, and we talk to Lisbeth, who has survived. She's holed up here, and she tells us that there is a alien here that is a alien plant called a thorian, and she doesn't really know much, supposedly, about what it does, but thinks that maybe the geth have some type of interest in it. Um, Again, fast forwarding a little bit, we end up going to a uh, kind of central computer that tells us everything about who we are because we take Elizabeth's data card or ID card, and it tells us that we're currently like on probation because we spoke out against the use of the thorian in infecting the colonists. Um, Big surprise. Apparently, the
Yeah.
colonists are all acting weird because they've been infected by the thorian, which acts essentially as like a hive mind, uh, utilitarian, you know, god figure over them and uses them as tools to do what it wants.
Yeah,
It's
that blew my mind because it not only is it just so like baffling that like a corporation is like doing these kinds of experiments like for profit and like on innocent people and not even like just innocent people like strangers but people who like committed themselves to try to like work with this corporation but also it they had the foresight to like make all the colonists seem weird but like just normal enough that you might think, huh, and then just kind of like move on and be like, that was weird, but not think anything about it. Like there was no clear signs that something that crazy as like flora-based mind control was happening. You know?
well, so I think someone, either a squad mate or someone else, is like, well, they've been through a lot in just the last few
Yeah.
days, and so I think like
Hmm.
sleep deprivation, PTSD, lack of food,
Hmm.
water, you can act weird. I mean, you might be 1,000 yard stare, spaced out. You might not want to have
Yeah.
that conversation. You might default to the leaders that go talk to him. I don't want to talk. So even I've played this game and didn't even remember that, and was still like
Hmm.
something's going on, but I could at least just be like, maybe they're just
Yeah, I bought
going
it.
through some stuff. John, I think you wanted to say something real quick.
I think you're about to touch on it. I'll bring it up if you were gonna go over it, but go ahead.
Um, so I don't know if I was going to, but I will say that we end up detaching the Geth, mothership. I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah.
Kind of cutting them off from their reinforcements and start making our way back
Okay, yeah, you
with
didn't.
Lisbeth in tow. You can go ahead and hit it because
Okay,
I don't.
yeah, that's fine.
This is one of
So
those games where there's so much that I just might miss something
cool.
entirely.
I got you. So I was gonna detail. So they have actually attached their ship to the side of these ruins, and your goal was to
Hmm.
knock it off. However, they are actually using this as a base of operations, and this was very early in the game for me, considering this is the first location I went to. But I found a terminal, a Geth terminal, that I did not have enough skill to unlock. However, while I was on my way back, I actually got the level up I needed to hack into the terminal, so I drove all the way back. Did either of you hack into this Geth terminal at this location?
I'm sure I did. What was it?
So
I
this
don't remember.
actually leads you to information about the Geth trying to take over a cluster, um, and on 4 different planets in this cluster, they are
Yeah,
taking over the planets for outposts. And so,
Yeah, I
yeah,
did get that. I
that was
forgot
a pretty
about
cool
that.
side quest. Yeah,
yeah,
and it's cool that you can just completely miss it like that.
yeah, I was gonna ask if that's how you guys had gotten it, or maybe you get this opportunity later, or if this was the only time, because I literally had to drive back, um, take like 5 minutes to drive back, run all the way up to near the top of where you had just been to hack into that terminal to get that info.
Based on how I understand this, Ryder, please stop me if I'm just saying things that are nonsense. But based on how I understand the side quests to work, or sometimes you'll just land on a planet and you'll run into a side quest. Like you'll run into like so I assume that the Geth bases were there on those planets. So if you happen to visit them, then like
Yeah.
you would encounter them. This is complete assumption. I assume that they weren't didn't just spawn as soon as you received that information, but I could be totally off base here.
So I think I don't know if I missed that or not. I did so many side quests before hitting Ferris and Noveria that
Right.
I think I might have actually had that side quest prior to going to Ferris.
It was
But
like called in by the Fifth Fleet.
yes, I remember what happened was I went to that cluster and Admiral Hackett called me and was like, "We have news of Geth attack and 4 different planets on this cluster in 4 different systems." So I don't know. That might have made a difference narratively. Whereas you were preemptively figuring out about it, I was having to react to it
Mm.
happening.
I can tell you,
So
it didn't actually let you know there were 4 there until you actually entered the cluster, and then you get that message. However, the
from Hackett,
original, yes.
okay,
So Haggett doesn't tell you there's 4 of them there until after you decide to go to that cluster itself, and you do the relay jump, and then it's like transmission coming in, Commander, and then it picks up where you had. So maybe
okay.
you
So
had
maybe I
just
did
yeah.
get it.
hmm So that
Not
is interesting.
to
Go ahead.
not to detour too much, but talking about side quests where you're like coincidence more than anything like cause you to like go down a certain path. Did you guys do the quest that had about Rex's family armor?
Mhm.
I haven't gotten that one yet.
So I was just on a planet because I was just exploring, and I didn't have any missions to go there, and I just happened to have Rex with me, and I walked into like a building, and he said, "Hey, I know this place. Such and such mercenary pirate or something works here. That jerk like stole this valuable like family armor that belongs to my family." And I was like, "Well, let's get it back, you know? Like, sure, let's do it." And I'm curious that if I just had not happened to bring Rex to me when I just happened to go to that like spot, if I would just have missed that entirely. Um,
Well,
You
I
would
haven't
that
not
was
have.
really interesting. I would not have missed it.
So you would have had a different dialogue, and I wish I would have had Rex with me. I brought at that point I didn't have Garrus decryption and like electronics upgraded all the way. So
Uh,
I brought like Tally and Liara with me,
hmm,
and I went and did my stuff there, and I opened up the locker and found the armor, and I made some comment I think, or there was some like text box. It was like this is like antique Krogan armor. Maybe we should ask Rex if he knows anything about it. And I
that's
went and
cool.
brought it to him, and there's a nice scene with him there. But I really wish I could have had that moment with Rex being like, "Hey, I know this," because I feel like that would have been much more impactful than me just being like, "Oh, cool armor."
So it's funny.
Um,
The only time that I found a planet that I could land on that I didn't have a side quest for, I found a building that was marked or not marked, and I found it. It's one of the big buildings that you can go in and search. I tried to go in
mhm.
it and it was like locked, and I was like, oh, so maybe I can only go in these when I actually have the side quests for them. So I never went and checked out any other planets because I
You
assumed they
need
would all
to.
be locked until I had the side quests. And
You
so,
happen to land on the only one in the game like that.
are you serious?
Yes, because I went and looked it up. That I did that like 20 hours in, 30 hours in, but I
Mhm.
found that planet and I looked it up because I was like hitting the button was green and I was like
Yeah, and it's like
hitting it like
locked or something.
open.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it would not open. And I looked it up and apparently it's limited to a background. So you had to have picked like ruthless and then you had to like also hit like 80 paragon or like
Hmm.
90 like renegade or something like that.
Wow, I can't
So
believe that's the only one that I went to.
it's It's locked behind that, and I did the exact same thing, and I was so frustrated. I looked it up because I thought my game was bugging out, but no, you just happened to go to the one planet in the game that you couldn't
Well, now I'm
access
gonna
that in.
have to go check all the other planets because now I want to know what I'm missing side quest
There's a
wise.
lot.
A lot
You're
of
like, and
stuff.
as you hit stuff, like it keeps on like adding up. Where like you might go to like one planet and then end up getting like another quest from it. I hit like last night. I bottom out everything, so I'm completely out of side missions.
Yeah,
Like don't have a single one, and that took forever.
yeah, I've done all the ones I could find, but maybe one. I'm only gonna hit on this. It's not a spoiler or anything. There's an achievement that says play most of the game. I've gotten that
Yeah.
achievement already, so I just assumed, I've done nearly all the side quests already, but I could be wrong.
I have a comment about that achievement, or for me, it was a trophy. Either way, it doesn't matter. But
Yeah,
it's called completionist, and just by definition,
it's not
completionist does not
completionist.
mean finished most of the
Most
game. And I just think like they could have picked any other word. I don't know.
they
I know
could have
that's
called it
pedantic, but it
a
was funny.
mostiest,
Com-
mostest,
completest, most. Yeah. Anyway,
All right, okay.
devious raccoonus. So let's finish up this planet. You go ahead, John. Do you have something?
I was just gonna say wow, but go ahead, because of Thievius
Um,
Raccoonus.
yeah, it all comes back to Sly Cooper. Um, so on our way back, we end up meeting back with this small group of guards who not that's kind of hold up this Juliana and Jong there, and we come in and they're already like about to pop a cap in Juliana here, and Lisbeth kind of rushes out and is like, "Oh no, don't shoot my mom. That's my mom." And I'll be honest, I don't remember why this was happening other than, oh, Exogeny said the colony has to be purged.
Yeah,
yeah.
Essentially, everyone knows too much. Um, I, at this point, personally was like, yo, homeboy, I don't think so. That's not cool. This is kind of disgusting. You knew a lot more than you were letting on, and I'm not going to stand for this. And I attempted to talk him down from this.
Hmm.
I did not have enough Paragon at this point. I had everything but my last two blocks of charm, and didn't matter apparently. He tried to pull some funny business, and I shot Jong in the head. And all the other guards were like, "I don't want to die," so they just
Yeah.
stopped. I don't know if you guys had that exact same thing happen or not,
no,
but
mine went different.
I had the same.
Okay, so mine, this was my first mission I went on. I definitely did not have enough charm or intimidation, so we ended up in a gunfight with all the guards and him because he told them all to attack, and yeah, that's how my fight went because I had not enough skill at all. And
I think I was able to
It's,
talk to convince the guards otherwise. There's like two
I
skill
did.
checks there, is what it is.
so I think a few of the guards were not a part of his like force. So I think only two guards attacked me, and then there were like the other guards that weren't a part of his unit that stayed to protect the colonists that we left there.
Mm.
But the guards did attack me as well.
Ryder, I wanted to touch on, you talked about how if you had had two more charisma points, you could have used like a charm option that probably would have gotten him to change his mind.
Hmm.
Um, it's always really funny's not the right word, I guess, but every once in a while there'll be like this guy that's like, I'm gonna do this terrible thing. There's nothing you can do to stop me. And the Shepherd, you'll click one of the blue options, and he's like, "But what about this?" And he's like, "You know what? That's a good point. Have a nice day." And then the conversation's just over. And it's like, I get that you're rewarding me like as a player for having a high enough skill to achieve the results that I want to achieve, but it almost never feels organic when I'm like talking someone out of like a really big decision. You'd think there'd be like one or two or like even three times where it's like, hey, keep picking the charm option and like talk them down. Or even like once you initiate the charming, the dialogue goes back and forth. And Shepard just like talks them down from there. But it's usually literally like one line of dialogue and they're like, you're right. And then they like drop their guns or something like
Yeah,
that. And it's always a little awkward.
the worst one for me, I'm not gonna get into anything about it other than the fact that you're at the very end and the guy's got a gun. He's like, I'm gonna kill you and everyone or whatever. And then Shepard's like, but what if you didn't? And then he's like,
Yeah.
you know what? You got me. He's like, all right, I'll turn myself in. I'll wait here for the police. And then you're
Oh
like,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And then you're like, all right, tell the police people to come pick him up, and then they just wait there to get him
Isn't that
to be
Major
picked up.
Kyle?
Major Kyle, yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to get into the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Oh no, it's okay. I just make sure we're talking about the same thing. It's
Yeah.
fine. We don't
And
have to get into it. Ryder, what happens next?
I just
So
thought that was
so
insane.
Yeah, it
real
is.
quick, we've already talked about this, so I'm not going to hit on it long. But just thinking about what Kurt was saying about I called it the morality system earlier, and thinking on it, I think a not influence, but maybe a reputation system is a more accurate way to look at it, especially from the perspective of you're talking to these characters and then you say like don't do it and then they're like I'm not going to do it. Like you're not presenting a very convincing argument, but maybe if you go at the whole influence thing where they're like, all right, I know this man is an ultimately good man. I'm going to listen to you because you think that it's going to be better for me to do this. Or on the opposite side of that, we're like, I know that he has a history of shooting people in the face who don't listen to him. I don't want to get shot in the face. So, you know what? I'm turning myself in. Or, that's maybe a better way to look at it rather than look at it as, again, like the Force, or that it's like a light side versus dark side type of
Yeah,
thing.
that actually does
Mhm.
come up in the game where he's like, yeah, well, apparently my reputation precedes me by a lot because everyone already knows who I am when I get there.
Yeah, you say,
Spe-
I'm Commander Shepard, and they're like, oh, Shepard.
Oh, this
s-
guy. Go ahead.
Speaking of, Commander Shepard's introduced me to like my new favorite way to talk to people who already know who I am, which is they'll be like, "Oh, Commander Shepard over here," and then he'll just like lean in and be like, "You seem to have me at a disadvantage." And I just think I
Yeah.
don't know.
How do
I
you
think
know
that's
me?
that's a really good line, and I just hope I get to use that in real life one day, and it's not cringy at all.
So, moving on from cringe that Kurt wants to commit. Uh, After we have this little interaction, we reunite mommy and daughter and go on our way. Um, after killing Jong, as all of us did, um, we end up going back to the colony, and we're left with the choice to either eradicate this colony, or we can peacefully put them to sleep, or do something in the middle. All the colonists are going to be shooting at you, and there's going to be some
Creepers.
Thorian creepers, which I'm assuming are humans that are past the point of any type of like redemption. They're just been kind of just whittled away to just husk, not husk, but their bodies that perform the necessary task of the Thorian. Those are okay to kill. If you kill the colonists, however, there are some repercussions here. Um, you're given Thorian like a gas. It's like an anesthetic that will knock out the people, colonists. Did everyone manage to keep them all alive, or did you kill just a few?
I kept them all alive, but I had to reload like 3 or 4 times. Um, I like the feel of throwing the grenades and having them explode. Don't shake your head at me. I can play a game however I want.
You're not
I like
supposed
the
to reload.
I like but see, it's not so much I was like, oh, I made the wrong dialogue decision. Let me reload. I was running out of grenades and there was no way for me to replenish my grenades because sometimes I would throw the grenade against this wall beside these two people and it would knock them both out. And sometimes it would only
Only
knock one of
one.
them out.
Hmm.
And it was very inconsistent and very frustrating. And I felt no shame. If I had had like unlimited supplies or if I had gotten trigger happy and accidentally shot somebody, then I would have like just dealt with my consequences. But it was literally just a matter of, running out of resources that weren't, in my opinion, reasonably replenishable.
I get it. There was one point where I had one colonist where I literally threw 4 grenades. Like they
Yeah.
were landing on her, and I was hitting the butt, and it wasn't knocking them out. I never ran out because I found like they were like in corners, like extra
Mm.
grenade boxes. But I had to like run around while they were shooting at me to like try to like find them because I didn't want to reload.
And then
Um,
sometimes your party members would just like shoot them, and it's like stop doing
did
that.
you tell them not to
Mine didn't.
beforehand?
I eventually was just like use the buttons. I was like, hey, wait here. But then every once in a while they would just like come up behind me. I'd be like, stop following me. Like let me do this alone.
Yeah,
See, I
Maybe I
gave the
just
dialogue option
playing the
to
game
not
wrong.
shoot, and they just didn't.
yeah, I did too. Um,
Huh. I must have
so
messed up then.
and then to answer your question, I ran out of grenades,
Mhm.
and there was a named character, and I was hitting him in the face with my gun to knock him out.
That's not how
He got
this works.
hold on. He got this close to dying, and I was just like, okay, you know what? I nearly said a bad word. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna leave you. That's fine. If you kill me, that's cool. I'll do it again. He almost killed me, but he didn't. And so I got
How,
through it. I got through it without killing them, but he nearly killed me for it.
Good.
how are you able to continue? Because I tried to leave a guy behind and interact with the prompt, and it was basically like, you can't do this in combat, and it was literally just the one guy who was like still trying to kill me.
Oh, he was further back.
Oh, I just got unlucky.
Well, after we do this, you're gifted a large amount of Paragon points, 2 for every person that you save. So you end up getting a total of like 32 if you saved everyone, like I'm assuming we all did. The leader of the colony comes over and is like, "No more. They're not going to be in my head," and blows his brains out. You're like, "Oh, okay,
Saved everybody but him.
yeah." So there's no option to like talk him down or anything. I kind of hate
Yeah.
that. But talks to you for a little bit through an Asari clone that it spits out of its mouth thingy. And it ends up telling you that Saren came here because it wants this cipher. As best as I can tell, and as best as the game is explained, the cipher is just more or less the genetic history of the Prothean race. And along with that comes, new understanding of I guess maybe it's language, things that you've seen that you previously just would not have understood. Because the Protheans were alive at the same time as the Thorian. The Thorian's been around for who knows how long, at least 50,000 years, but maybe further back.
Mhm.
We end up having a boss fight here. I enjoyed this boss fight. It was pretty straightforward, pretty simple. But it's fun. You pretty much just do circles up a tower while you blow off the Thorian's legs until eventually it falls down. Um, at this point, you end up meeting a Asari who was following Matriarch Benezia when she joined up with Saren. You find out from her that she never intended Matriarch Benezia, that is, to join Saren's side, but was trying to convince him that what he was doing was crazy. And somehow Saren's influence was exerted over Matriarch Benezia as well as the Asari commandos with her, and they couldn't do anything about it. Probably a little bit further, she tells you she thinks it's like something to do with the ship. Don't really know too much more on that at the moment. That's pretty much this planet. You have a couple of other options here to go ahead and complete the side quest. I'm assuming everyone completed the side quest for turning water back on, whatnot. Awesome.
One thing
Yeah.
I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm.
This was the first planet I went to, so the whole time I was doing that boss fight, I was like, "Oh, I'm finally gonna get that Asari that keeps popping up in my team list." And then
No.
she's like, "I'm gonna stay here and help," and I'm like, "Oh, this
I
isn't
guess
it."
I'll come back for you.
I was like, "Nope, this
Nope.
isn't it." I never went back to that planet, and I just wanted to say that just because I thought maybe that was the mission I got. I got my last companion, but I was wrong.
So moving forward to the last planet for Kurt and I, and the second planet for John, where you also do not get your last companion. This is Noveria. Noveria is a really interesting planet, probably my favorite out of these first 3. You have quite a bit of moving pieces here, some optional story bits. They have a couple of things. Shady leader Ananias is his name. He's a Solarian who's in charge of the Noveria. It's a snowy, ice-capped world. No real indigenous life here or anything like that. There's nothing outside of the walls of these research facilities.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what was the main head honcho's name here? Sorry.
Ananias.
Ananias. So I just wanted to say something about Ananias. So
Yes.
sometimes I would miss a section of dialogue or something, um, and I would replay it or I would ask the same thing twice or something. This is the only character that ever made me feel bad about asking the same thing twice or covering a topic that he had already covered, and he would go, "Well, like I just told you," and then continue, or didn't I just tell you that? He would be very rude about it, and I was just thinking, I'm so glad the other characters don't do this because it would just make me very angry. But I just thought it was very funny how pointed he was that I was wasting his time. and I just wanted to
That's
share.
He's rude from the get-go.
Sorry, I was gonna say that's really cool. I almost didn't meet him at all because there's an optional quest where you basically like work with the feds to get him arrested, and I like was about to click the dialogue option. That was like, all right, let's go arrest him, and then I was like, wait a second, I don't even know who this guy is. Maybe I should talk to him first.
That's
And so I
funny.
like backed out of the conversation, and then I walked like 10 feet where I found out his room was, and I talked to him. And I was like, oh, never mind. And then I went back. I was like, all right, let's arrest him because he was an
A
awful human
jerk.
being.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what's really funny is when you initially come in, you're stopped by the local security, and they're like, "Hold up, we're gonna blow your brains out if you come any further." And you're like, "All right, well, I'm a Spectre, so get some." And then they're like, "All right, we approve them to go through. Spectres are allowed to carry weapons." Um, well, that was a little annoying, but whatever. This whole world's reason for existing, or reason for people being here,
Most
is
secure.
because there's a whole lot of labs here. It's a very secure place, and these labs develop typically things that are either top secret or illegal or both, or dangerous or all three. Um, and you get through security, you're allowed, like I said, to talk to a couple of different people. There's a couple of different side quests here, and there's one where this Hanar, big floaty jellyfish dude, you talk to him, and he's like, "Hey, can you smuggle something through customs for me?" And I initially was like, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm Commander Shepard, and I'm a good guy."
Wow,
And I
I didn't
walked
even get this
away.
one.
Really? Did you get this, Kurt? Kurt?
Kurt?
Hello? You there, Kurt?
Sorry, you froze completely, which has been happening occasionally, but I just kind of stare and hope that I can like get
Not this time.
context
We're
clues.
calling you
Yeah,
out.
I've been waiting for you to like ask me a direct question, and me just have no idea what was happening. But I can hear
Okay.
you now, so you can
So
ask it again, and John will edit it flawlessly.
No, I
we're
won't.
talking about, leave all of this in. We're talking about uh Annalise, and not Annalise, there's Opold is his name. He's a Hanar who asks you to smuggle some things through customs. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh wow,
Okay.
I didn't get this one.
Um so initially I told him no, I'm not going to do that. Screw off. And I went and talked to Annalise, and as soon as I got done with my conversation with Annalise, I came back to Opold and was like, "What you got? Let me smuggle it through." He just made me so angry. He was so condescending the entire time. And there's some other characters here. John Jorek Queen, I think is his name. Uh, more or less, you need to get out of here. You need to get to Peak 15, which is where Lady, goodness, Matriarch Benezia is at. But no one's going to let you through. You meet Jork Queen, who's like, "Yeah, I have a card, but I need you to help me out."
Just the guy
You
at the
go to
bar?
his, yeah, at the bar. He's a Tyrion at the
Yeah, that's
bar.
the
He
guy I
works
helped.
for Genetic Insights, I believe, is the company. You go to the Genetic Insights lab, and there's a whole lot of guards there ransacking the office on behalf of Annaleus, because he's trying to do a shakedown essentially. You do what you want to there, either be a little renegade and just kill him outright, or tell the first few guys to run. Anyways,
Can I
doesn't matter
ask?
too much in the long scheme of things. Go ahead.
So when I got up there, those guards stopped me, and then I actually had the correct amount of Paragon points to tell them, or charisma, whatever,
Mhm.
to tell them like, hey, if you leave, I won't bring this up to your boss. And they're like, oh, okay, okay, we'll leave. And then everyone puts their guns away and they start walking away. And then people start shooting at me.
Yeah.
Was that a bug, or was it the other
No.
people in there that just
There's
started
just more
shooting?
people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was
It's
Like
just
very
you stop the
confused.
thin the
initial
numbers.
people. Hmm.
Okay, okay, thank
It's
you.
one of those
Um,
things where, like, the first people, like, we're going to at least talk to you, and the rest just started shooting automatically. So Shepard's like, anyways, I started blasting. I don't know. It kind of bothered me too that I didn't have an option to be like, "Hey guys, stop!" But.
that was kind of something about this whole area because, right, or not to steal your thunder, but the whole point of a lot of these quests is to try to get a garage pass so that you can get through this area to get through the lab that the matriarch is in at. That's a preposition. I'm sorry. But all the quests in this entire area are all like corporate espionage. And there's, at least from what I discovered, there's nothing that made me feel good about doing. Like none of the options were like, oh, this is the good guy option, or I don't have to do like I don't have to compromise my morals in any way. And so no matter what option, I always felt a little bit slimy, which was which like made my skin crawl, but like is really interesting like narratively to like force the player's hand that way.
Question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is this the area where the Asari asks you to hold a listening device or a device? Is that this area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I thought that
Oh
part,
yes, I
I
forgot
thought
about
that
that.
was so funny. It's a side quest, but like you had mentioned, corporate espionage. She asks you to hold a device so you can hack into this other person's biotech gear, who is a rival business of theirs.
Yeah, to steal company secrets. Yeah.
Right. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I've done enough Paragon stuff. Let's see what happens when I do something less nice. And she gives me the device. We're standing 20 feet from this person. I walk over to the person and then continue talking to them, and I get them to keep talking and talking. So the device beeps, and then I'm like, okay, well, I got to take a phone call. And then instead of taking a phone call, I walk away and talk to her. And then I give her the thing, and she's like, thank you. She's like, here's two, what did she give me? Here's 75 credits. I was like, this has been the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. And I was like, you know what? I'm not doing these evil things if they're not going to pay me better.
That's one thing I was going to touch on. Like, period, is that like your rewards for your average quests after enough playtime just get ridiculous. Like by the time I was at Noveria, for just killing like, or not killing, but just by like finding a
Oh, yeah.
deposit of like gold or something like that was giving me like
Hmm.
44,000 credits.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Selling a
crazy.
gun was giving me like 60,000 credits. And then I went and talked to the Hanar Opold about it, about, my payment after, smuggling in the weapon mod or whatever. And he's like, here you go, human, 250 credits. And I was like, what? Is that it? Give me more. Like I chose that with my charm option. He's like, fine, but I can't give you any more than 500. And I was like, I
Yeah.
understand that's realistic because he was like, I'm giving you away half of my profit on this. Like, okay, that makes sense. However, a lot of those rewards didn't scale from those types of conversations. So when you're
Hmm.
left with the choice of like, do I do something that's immoral, illegal, could potentially get me in huge trouble, and what's my benefit? And they're like, 25 credits in 10 minutes of your time. It's like, no, like, of course I'm not going to do this. Um, so you can make an argument for or against. You're not hurting for money. I certainly wasn't hurting for money. So
I
the real
never used
benefit,
it.
Yeah, I never bought
exactly.
anything.
So the real thing here is to just, for the narrative, sake of the narrative, doing it. But I feel like I should have a little bit more. Like I don't need money, but maybe give me a good weapon modification, or give me just a
Hmm.
new weapon or a set of armor that's rare. And there's one or two quests where you had an option where they're like, I can pay you money, or I can give you some of these items. And I'm like,
Hmm.
give me a rare item. Why would I ever take the money? Um, but anyway, we have a couple of options here as far as these quests goes, which you choose to do or not to do. I'm not going to talk really about that at the moment, just because sake of time.
Yeah,
Uh,
you're good.
we got on the road, fight some Geth along the way. Once we finally get our garage pass. Um, Before we got on the road, actually, we were attacked by some Geth in the garage, and the local commander, Mayoko something something, I can't remember her name, is like, "What Geth? What are you talking about?" You're like, "Yeah, idiot! I
That's
told you,
why
and you
I'm
didn't
here.
listen." Yeah, and you start kind of prying a little bit, and she's like, "Well, we searched the boxes, we didn't find anything, so there must be at least dozens." I
Hmm.
don't know. It's kind of ambiguous,
Yeah, she
and
don't know how to count. There was a lot more than
you
that.
know. So you get on the road, go do your thingy. It's just a normal Mako section. Just shoot up a whole bunch of Geth. You get to peak 15,
Wasn't there a
and
Colossus on the way too?
yeah, there's a couple of
How do you miss a
Colossi.
Colossus?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She's like, they must be tightly packed. And we're like, obviously, goodness. Um, but you get to peak 15, and as soon as you're there, you realize that the facility has been overrun by Rachni, which is a huge whoa, that's crazy moment if you've been reading up on the game's lore. I'm not sure about you guys, and I don't want to spoil too much, but is this the first time you've seen Rachni?
It's the first time I've seen them, yes. And then I wanted to say, is it, if I'm not mistaken, just for everyone and myself, this
Hmm.
is the alien life forms the Krogan all killed, correct? And wiped out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
They're at hive mind. They can reproduce, creating hundreds and thousands within like a week.
Yeah. I brought
And
Rex on this, and he was like, "There's no way."
oh yeah, so
Yeah.
I wish I would have done that. I brought, I think, Tally and Liara because I wanted Liara to get some time for
Yeah, that's who I brought as well.
Venetia.
So neither one of you
Um,
brought Rex for this?
Nope.
mm-mm.
Oh
Just because
man.
this was my last mission out of these first three, and I hadn't given either of them enough love, and it felt relevant to bring Liara on this, and I didn't want to bring along anyone
See,
else because I just used them so much or just didn't like them.
I didn't have
And
Liara.
Yeah, yeah.
if it had been easily accessible to like switch Rex out for one of my party members once I realized the Rachni were involved, I would have. But it would have been like trekking all the way back to the beginning of the area to get back on the ship and then get off, and I just didn't bother doing that.
Okay. Well, well, cool. I
So
got something unique then. Nice. I get to tell you about it later.
there's a full like walkthrough list of just interesting dialogue that gives you like party configurations for everything in the game.
It's
Because
really
there's
cool.
just so much. There's too much to keep up with for the average person, and I don't feel like having to switch constantly. So maybe one day, if I'm feeling it, I'll go and use it. But for now, we're just going with my standards. But this is scary because they last time they popped up, we accidentally opened a mass relay to their systems that they had intentionally closed off, and they started mass invading everything. And it was a terrifying moment where it looked like the galaxy was going to be lost, except for the Krogan were able to come in and exterminate them, literally completely, as far as we were aware. Uh, Once we actually get to the station, we actually have a few more optional missions here. Cool stuff. We have a few optional characters that we can talk to. I'm not going to hit this hard. If anyone wants to take it, go ahead for anything you thought was interesting.
I can
Um,
tell you, I nearly skipped that whole area by mistake because I got a key to the area that leads you to the next part
Hot Labs,
from the first. No, I got a key to like the base. What is it? Like the
like
maintenance
secure
area.
area.
The
Yeah,
maintenance area. No, not even the secure area. I never went in there. Uh, I got a key to the maintenance area that leads you to the back door to the next main part of the mission from the second person I talked to, and
really.
then I realized what was going on, and I had to go back and do all the side missions so I didn't miss
Mm.
them. So anyway,
So it is easy to miss for sure. Um, like I said, I'm not going to talk too much on this just because we beat a dead horse at this point on side missions. Um, but once we actually get down to the secure labs, after like we go like a maintenance back way, we end up finding Venezia, and we have a boss fight with her, which is really us fighting against the Starry Commando and
Mhm.
Geth mixed units. This fight didn't really give me any problems. It was a pretty straightforward fight, just a couple of waves. It's crazy because when I first played this series back in like 2012, I remember dying like four times. I remember having so much trouble, and I don't know what the issue was, but this time I just remember like breezing through. And like I said, at this point I'm using my pistol. It was funny because I was shooting your standard like Geth shock troopers, and it was one
Mhm.
shotting them. So I guess maybe I was just using too powerful equipment or something. But I didn't really have any issues with this boss fight. Do you guys like this boss fight? Have any issues with it?
I like the
I
layout.
thought,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead. The
I
layout
was just
was
saying, I
cool.
like
It
the
was
layout and
interesting.
I like the waves of enemies coming in. I was just confused how she was pulling them in. Maybe they were just farther away from her position and she had told them all to come in at once, but some were farther away securing the area is what I was telling myself. But I liked the layout of that, and overall it was a fun boss fight. But I had no issues with it whatsoever.
I appreciate how neither of the boss fights that we've encountered so far have been like bullet sponge fights,
Mm-hmm.
because that's a problem with a lot of shooters nowadays, whether it's something like Destiny with like a big boss, or if it's even something like The Last of Us, where it's just like introducing a tougher enemy. Um, it's just they take so many like bullets or shots, and it just feels like your weapons are doing nothing to them, and it doesn't make the boss feel like powerful. It just makes you feel weak. And so Their solution, or the Mass Effect solution, seems to be like having you have to shoot like specific weak points while you're fighting off like minor enemies, or just fighting waves of enemies rather than like one singular entity with just like way too much health. So I appreciate that. That being said, the Thorian boss fight was more interesting in my opinion. This was fine. It was definitely more like personal, I guess, because I had Liara with me, so that kind of made it interesting.
Yeah, so I also had Liara with me. If you do have Liara, after you beat back these first, I think, 3 waves with Mother Matriarch Benezia, you end up getting this short little segment of dialogue. She explains that, like I say, short. She really drops just a whole lot of exposition on us.
Yeah.
But it's important because depending on the order that you've done, you might not have had much of anything at this point. And this is really a first, like, real inside look as to like what's going on with Saren. And she explains for Kurt and I, kind of, builds on what the previous Asari on Pharaoh said, that, the ship is kind of not controlling them, but allowing Saren to exert influence on people. The name of the ship, I think we're given it either the last mission or in this one, is Sovereign.
Mm-hmm.
And it's of unknown design, unknown origin, and when Saren is speaking to you, things that previously would not make sense just hold sway over you. And he can do this at a distance, exerting his influence on other people. And she tells us, I don't want to fight you, but I can't really control myself. She feels Saren's influence at all times, even when she's experiencing this moment of lucidity. If you have Liara with you, you get, again, this little interesting moment where they talk briefly, mother-daughter. Liara is obviously saddened by the state of her mother, and she ends up kind of going back into this rampage. You fight her. If you're like me, it's funny because they're like, she's one of the most powerful biotics in the galaxy, and I was like, 4 shots. That's all it takes. But after you kill her this time, assuming again you have Liara with you, there's this really nice moment of dialogue where Benezia is like, I've always been proud of you, and then dies. And it's just a real short moment, but it's nice. Glad that I got Liara and brought her on this mission. John, what was this like for you since you didn't have Liara with you?
Okay, so like you had said, just the standard dialogue, she's telling a lot of information. I don't remember her mentioning anything about the ship specifically. I just remember her telling about Saren having the capabilities of manipulating your mind and causing her to do these things, and that's ultimately why she was doing this. And then I believe Rex says something to her about the fact that she was having the what's the name of these? Sorry, the thing,
Rachni?
the Rachni. I think he says something to her about the Rachni and why she was bringing them back, actually, as well. So I thought that was interesting. Do you want me to continue forward past what happens after she's
Kicks the bucket.
yeah, after she dies? Do you want me to continue
Just
forward past that?
a second on that, because I
Okay.
want to probe Kurt's mind, because I can't remember with our playthrough. Does Benezia talk about the Rachni much there? I know she talks about how they were trying to control them, and it obviously did not work out. But I can't
Yeah.
really remember much else there, other than I guess they're trying to create an army with them.
Yeah, I don't remember if she says it explicitly or if it's comes from elsewhere, but it basically just comes down to, they found this egg of Arachni egg. It hatched. It turned out to be a queen. They decided to try to control the queen or the queen's like offspring to try to like make an army that's loyal to the Saren. But that's like the gist of it.
I think
Yeah.
Rex even jumps in when she says that, actually, now that you mention it. And he says something that you can't control them and they're just gonna kill everything or something about along those lines.
It's cool.
So before you go, because John, I do want you to hit this.
Mm-hmm.
But what's really interesting, and I didn't bring Rex this time. I don't remember if I did it on my first playthrough. But what's absolutely genius about this is the cycle that's mentioned a couple of times. The Rachni are a threat. Krogan wipe out the Rachni. Krogan are now seen as the threat. The Krogan are wiped out by the Tyrians. once they've outlived their usefulness, they're no longer useful. And it's funny because Rex is like, you can't control them. They're monsters. They're going to do this again. And it's like, okay, you don't. Of course, he can't see it that way because he's like
He
the
doesn't see the
Krogan.
irony.
We're different, like we don't have to be like this. It's a culture, thing from being made out to be the monsters, and we can change them. But then it's like Rex would obviously prefer the Rachni to be exterminated,
No, he
and
was
it's just
It's
during
kind of
that.
like a.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say it's a similar thing with like Tali and the Geth. It's just
mm,
interesting like how this keeps coming up. But go ahead, John.
I was gonna say, when you continue forward with that conversation, Rex tells you that you need to exterminate that. There's no way you should ever let that out, and you need to get rid of it. Absolutely. And he's very like adamant and angry about it. And I guess that I don't know.
So what'd you do?
Hold on.
that's
So I want to bring up that I don't know who says this, but somebody gives the information that this queen of the Arachnite is different. This queen is more, what is it, sentient, I would say, lack of a better term, and understands the the mistakes of the former Rachni and the problems that they caused, and is not going to repeat that. Are y'all
For
good
me,
the
it
with that?
Shepherd
was
actually says that
Yeah, Shepard says it.
to
Okay,
the
so
council.
I.
well, the Rachni has like psychic powers
Oh
and
yes,
like
who was it
takes
talking
over
to?
She
one of
tells you
the
similar things. Yeah,
Hmm.
Asari commandos who like tells you like, hey, you should spare me. Here's why. I don't want to wage war. I just want the chance for my species not to be exterminated and to like live a peaceful life with a few thousand of my babies.
Okay, so I would like to answer what I did last because I have
Okay.
something to go along with that. So y'all go ahead.
Okay, go Ryder.
I I did the so I played this. I'm not trying to play it the exact way I did the first time I played through the series because things are going to change. However, this is one of those things where I feel like this was the right decision and the decision that Shepard, as I've used Shepard, would do it. And so I probed at her and like kind of like try to figure out what she was thinking. I try to probe,
Mm-hmm.
if she was sounds bad, but what if she was worthy of surviving? And after getting enough information and the fact that she tells us that she was an egg when the Arachnid Wars were happening, she doesn't know anything about what happened. She could feel the Arachnid Wars happening and felt their songs dying, but doesn't know why it would happen. And given the knowledge of what happened, like to her right now, she makes the decision that she is not going to prolong this. She's not going to wage war again. She just wants a chance for her species to flourish, to live
Mm.
again, to be given a second chance, kind of like Rex. And so, given that information, I released her. I don't think there's an option for me to give any type of like stipulation on like what she could or couldn't do. I think I just released her and was like, "Bye, have a good life." So
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I think Shepard does have some comment of like, hold like I'm gonna hold you to that personally, like your promise not to
Yeah, I think he says
just
something along those lines.
you cut out for just a sec on mine.
Who? Me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
I think
Garrett
I
did.
think we were talking over each other on accident, John. Sorry.
Oh, I picked up because I couldn't hear you, so I was just trying to fill the void.
Okay. Well, uh, okay. I'm just gonna start over.
Go
You're
ahead.
good.
I did the same thing you did, Ryder, and I think Shepard had some kind of like comment to her, like, I'm gonna hold you to not destroying everything, like you say you're not going to do, and you're just gonna go live your life. And I personally think that's like morally the right choice. Because it seems easy to think it's like, oh, well, this looks like a giant monster, and it has like waged war that like incredible, unbelievable, violent war before, like the species has. We should just like kill it. But I mean, it is sentient. This one in particular is like begging for its life and promises like to be better. And like so, basically, your options are release it and have that risk, or like quite literally commit like small scale genocide. And considering I didn't have the option to not commit genocide when we killed the Thorian, I took my option this time and decided to like spare it.
All right. So, just as Ryder has likened this game to KOTOR a few times, I'm going to liken again to StarCraft 2. So, in StarCraft 2, there is a race of aliens called the Zerg. And the Zerg is very similar to this Rachni, and they live and thrive with queens. And the queens create the colonies, and they are the host and the hive mind to their race. And just like the Zerg in StarCraft, they are made to do things that, would ultimately be a downfall for them. But luckily, you have some queens and other hive minds that can step up and try to make better for their race. And ultimately, I could not bring myself to destroy and cause the extinction of a species. And I released Kerrigan from her cage and I let her go.
And Rex was mad.
He told me I was like a fool or something of that nature.
Yeah, he does
Sounds
that a
about
lot.
right.
It's
But
okay.
he
He'll
did
get
not
over
he did
it.
not shoot and kill it without my permission, so that was good.
If you're not making Rex mad, then you're probably doing something wrong. If you're not making
Probably
at least
making.
one squad member angry, you're doing something wrong.
That's what it's like
So,
being a leader.
um, so now that we have got through the end of Noveria, we are nearly at the last planet. Um, as far as going forward here, I think actually after you finish your second planet, um, we did it in different orders, but whether you finish Noveria second or finish Pharaoh second, whatever it is, you're actually given the option by the council to go to Vermeer. They tell you that Saren has recently been spotted there by a team of Solarian infiltrators. It's a spy unit essentially, and they've received just a kind of gargled message of static, and the only thing they know is that this is like a high alert like message, specifically, or like not message but frequency
Hmm.
specifically allotted for Saren. So they know that
Hmm.
it's something related, don't know anything else. um, this is actually kind of interesting because you can actually technically you have to do two planets first, and then you could do Vermeer, and then you could go and do the fourth planet last. um, it does have an effect on things. I'm not sure how major it is. I know in John's case, because he did Artemis Tau system third, I believe. You did Vermeer
Hmm.
fourth.
Right, yeah.
So
I got the companion last, and I didn't get this fourth mission until after I got the companion.
really, okay. So after
Oh,
you go and pick
you
up,
probably need Liara. Yeah.
well, actually, no, you can do Vermeer first. I'm not sure what happened there, but I was looking this up because I was trying to figure out all the different ways you could do this. But if you go and get Liara third, she actually makes comment on how long it's been, and she thinks you're a hallucination.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I thought that
Oh
was
wow.
did that not happen for you guys?
mm-mm. It's because she's been
No.
without food and water for days now. By the time that
She
you found her, John.
she called me a hallucination the whole time. Even when I was in the room with her, she's like, "Oh wow, I'm even hallucinating a battle."
For us, she was just like, "Oh, thank goodness you're here. I've been trapped like this for like a few hours or something like that."
Yeah,
Yeah.
she thought I
So
was a hallucination the whole time. I thought it was hilarious.
It's really
if,
interesting.
if you go after Vermeer, then you get even more, where she actually has like slight PTSD, and she hides and cowers behind things after you get her out because she's
Oh
been
my
like
gosh.
locked away for so long.
I would have left her
So,
if I had realized. I
anyway,
I don't know why I didn't want to do that mission. I just kept putting it off. I was like an
oh, I thought you were
archaeologist.
saying just because it was Liara, you're saying like,
No.
yeah, I probably
Yeah, I
wouldn't
know.
do
I
that.
Well,
was
the
like,
the mission
dang.
description was go find an archaeologist. Saren was interested in her. I was like, well, I'm not
Yeah.
interested in this. I said I want to
So
go where the action is.
there's also some extra information apparently. So like once you get her on your ship, so Kurt and I have talked about, and I'm sure you got at least one of these where she's like, "Oh, I'm tired now,"
Yeah, I got two of them. Yeah.
after an event. If you wait until after Vermeer to go get her, she'll actually be angry with you because, like, once you get back on the ship, because she's like, "What? What?" When she's figuring everything, because you give her, the
You're
long story
telling her
short, this is what
things.
happened. Yeah, and she's like, her mind's just blowing constantly, and she gets angry because you've just like thrown away 50 years of research for her
Mhm.
over the course of like
5 minutes.
2 weeks or however long you've been gone.
Oh.
Exactly, but for her, it's just a few minutes of conversation. So that's a nice detail because with Kurt and I, she's been here the whole time, seeing everything unravel, and for you, pretty much well, not the entire time, but she at least got to experience Vermeer. Which brings us again to Vermeer. Vermeer is a beautiful planet. I would actually like to vacation here if I could. Um, we get to the planet and we figure out that there's some anti-aircraft guns trying to shoot everybody out of the sky. So the Normandy has to go in, kind of drop you off pretty high up, or no, actually pretty low to the ground. They drop you
Yeah.
off and just kind of swoop out. Um, you go and lay waste to some Geth outposts along the way, and end up meeting up with the Solarian infiltration unit led by Kirahi,
Mhm.
who is a Solarian commando dude. I don't really know what he is specifically. Um, he ends up telling you, kind of what's happened up until this point, what they do know. He tells you they've already lost a lot of men along the way, either to being captured or killed. Um, and he tells you that the reason why this base has been created is actually to clone, or not clone, but to begin breeding Krogans. And there's this, in my opinion, amazing moment as far as voice acting. Just a short emotional snippet of Rex coming up, and the voice actor does such an amazing job of his inflection, being like, "What? That's not possible." And
Mhm.
I don't know, in that moment, I really felt for him. And even Larkin's been watching me play through, and she hasn't been particularly attached to anything. She's like Rex, but at that moment, she actually started crying, and I got emotional too, like watching him get like, you can tell like it's hurting him, like, thinking about it. And of course, the idea immediately comes up. Well, we got to destroy it because Saren can't have an army of Krogan. Cutscene kind of ends, and Rex is over on his own, shooting into the water. Um, if you try to talk to any squad mates or Kirahi again, you'll get a snippet from pretty much all of them being like, "Yeah, Rex is kind of unhinged right now."
Yeah, I found that, sorry to interrupt, but I found that very frustrating because we've like Rex and all these squad members have been through so much, and specifically Liara and your two humans are like, man, Krogans, right? Can't believe like you can't do anything with Krogans around because they're terrible,
Yeah,
right?
that made me
And
angry. Yeah.
yeah, and I was like, you have been through so much together, and he's grown a lot. Like he's had your back. Like that was very frustrating. And then you talk to like Garrus and Tali, and they're just talking about like the mission at hand, or
Hmm.
they're like, this is a tough decision. They're not being jerks, which I appreciate since those are two of my favorite characters.
Garrus actually
But
gave me something different.
what do you say to you?
I wonder if they have multiple lines recorded. If you click, you get different, something different.
Yeah, what did he
I
say
talked
he
to
mentioned?
Garrus, and he said, "Rex really seems upset right now. I wonder if we can still trust him." And I was like, hmm.
I feel
And
like he
that
said that
hurt
to
me
me
more.
too. I feel like
Yeah,
he
that
said that
hurt
to
me
me.
because I brought Garrus and Rex together on every mission. So to me, like in my mind, I was like, y'all are buds, y'all been
Hmm.
through so much together. But so you can take it two ways, I guess. You can take it like either it's just kind of crappy writing
I want to point something
because they
out too.
didn't do that. From my perspective, what I like to think is that ultimately these stigmas hold sway. You know, Rex will never truly break out of that. He will always be
Yeah.
the violent Krogan who, he's a mercenary before now. He's gruff and like rude and like shoots people in the face without asking. And like even if, they enjoy his company otherwise, all it took was that snippet of, seeing him get upset for them to be like, yeah, Krogan, that's such a Krogan thing to do. And
Hmm.
it's upsetting because this is the future of his entire species. It's hard not to empathize with him from our perspective as a player, but I guess from some of the aliens' perspectives, maybe if they've grown up with this long-standing prejudice. I'm not justifying it, but thinking about how the Krogan rebellions went, they don't want to rehash that, and so those prejudices, unfortunate as they are, still stand. And most Krogan aren't as wonderful as Rex. Most are mercenaries, and Rex complains about how like off-putting it is trying to be a Krogan because everyone just views them as the meatheads that they typically are.
Yeah, and
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, John.
I wanted to hit on that. It's first brought up about destroying the facility in that original conversation, and I actually got angry about the fact that Shepard doesn't agree with him, and the reason being, like you don't
Agree
have
with Rex.
you don't have an option to agree with him in that original conversation, and
Yeah,
say
I agree.
I feel like we do need to look into this. I think we need to take the time to try to grab this research. I've went and explored all sorts of bases at this whole point, and I have the time to look at a freaking computer panel and hack into it and steal information about battle plans. Why can't I steal information about this? And
Hmm.
it just added on to the fact that the other characters don't actually show appreciation for Rex being on the team and all the effort he's put forth for his species, but also the fact that Shepard is not given that opportunity in that original conversation to agree with that. And that part kind of was jarring to me because I felt their relationship had progressed enough where he could honestly say, I can take the time for this.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, it feels especially strange because we've talked about the game gives you really good player agency about like making decisions that feel impactful to the world around you and like being able to make educated decisions based on what you personally think and what you understand about the world around you. And so it felt very strange for any sense of opinion on the player's part to just be ripped away for this like major moment, especially for something like John mentioned, as trivial as in most cases just walking up to a computer and pressing, you know,
hack.
X square, triangle, square, and then you're like, oh, got it. I don't know. It was very, very strange.
I get that as well. So as far as like the player agency goes, there's some points where I just like that's frustrating, and it's like one of those things where like I would obviously prefer that to like at least look into it. But the other part of it is those biases that other not players, other characters have are still imprinted on Shepard, and that's one thing that I guess try to keep in my mind as I'm playing, even though I have choice. The choices that are presented are things that Shepard would only Shepard would do. Does that make sense? Like he wouldn't do anything outside of the realm of what his history and biases and upbringing would allow. Does that kind of make sense? So that's the
I
way I
see your
kind of look at
points.
it.
It doesn't really make sense with the fact that I got to save a arachnid species,
Yes.
you know, one or two missions
Yeah,
beforehand, but I can't save the Krogans from extinction,
I
potential
get
Yeah.
extinction.
that. I think maybe the bigger issue here is the fact that this is a full breeding facility and you don't have the manpower to stop them. It's not just the research itself, it's the fact that this facility is being used to create Krogan, and the Solarians have already lost the majority of their forces. So this is really like a
Yeah.
last ditch suicide mission. Is the only reason I'm like okay with not even considering the attempt to save it.
Yeah, and I understand not trying to save the facility. That does not bother me at all. But I just,
The
based on
research.
what we've been able to do in the past, I don't understand why we can't take the future equivalent of like a thumb drive, plug it in, download that information, stick it in the pocket, and then move on with their day.
Mhm.
It feels like a really big decision that would obviously have like tremendous repercussions in the series. So I understand why they don't give you that option, but it feels very strange when giving you choices that have a big impact on the rest of the series is like
Commonplace.
Mass Effect's thing. This just felt especially egregious to take that option away.
I agree. I get that. I remember playing through it the first time; it really hurt me. It's something I
Mm,
kind of expected this time, so it wasn't.
it's
It
fair.
didn't bother me as I mean, I was still like, yeah, this sucks. It's really sad watching Rex like get frustrated, but like I just kind of moved on with the story, which brings us to really our next big beat. Is like I said, everyone's kind of making comment about Rex right now, and we can go over to Rex and talk to him, and this initiates some dialogue where he's talking about it. He's not going to allow this to happen. and Rex actually pulls a gun on you, and you in return pull a gun, at least initially.
Hmm.
Um, I will allow either one of you to take this first about how this conversation went, and we'll kind of go from there.
I mean, I just chose the nice options and like the charm options,
Right.
and it just kind of did the thing where it's like, yeah, I guess you're right. I'll let you,
See, but
terminate the future of my entire people. It's fine.
this likens again back to what I was saying previously. Like, no matter what conversation you have with Rex, it always is angry. So
Yeah, that's true.
so the option choices for the Paragon route and the charismatic route, I would say, I guess, were we're trying to make him okay with destroying the facility. You're never given an option to be like, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Rex. What you were saying makes perfect sense. Never does that come up in this conversation. He
Yeah,
only go ahead.
I was like, even if there's, and I agree with you, but we
Hmm.
have to do X, that would be better than just not having the option to like give your opinion at all, even if you can't act on it.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So
John.
what? So if you take those Paragon route, ultimately you're ending up yelling at Rex, not talking. You're ending up yelling at Rex. This is not how you save your people. He says
Hmm.
these people are being made to be controlled by Saren. They're not your people. But that's not true. Yes, these specific ones being bred here are being made for Saren. However, this cure is not made specifically for this purpose. It could be made to save the entire race. And never
Yeah,
does that come up in that conversation. And never is does Shepard, no matter how nice the conversation you choose, he never says, Rex, I understand. Rex, I agree. And I don't know if it's just because they're soldiers, but I still feel like, that should come up when you're talking to somebody who's had your back this whole time. So,
hmm,
So here's where I honestly don't know, and I will never know because I don't want this to happen.
mhm.
But you can linger in conversation and you can draw it out a little bit longer. I don't think any of us did that because we all had high enough. Kurt and I both had influence with him because we had got his family armor. That actually is the loyalty mission and guarantees that he will listen to you. The other part of it is having high enough uh, either charm or intimidate, which I
At
think,
the
John, you had enough charm.
at this point, I have max charm, so for sure.
So all three of us were safe with talking him down. You can make conversation linger longer. If you make it linger too long, I'm not sure what these dialogue options are, but if you make it linger too long, Ashley will come over and shoot Rex and kill him.
I would have shot
Uh,
her right then and there.
you can't stop her, is the thing. So that can happen, and her justification is
If
he
that
was
would have
going to
happened, I
shoot
would have
you if you
quit
didn't do
playing this
something.
game. I just want you to know. If it would have
And
happened, I
But
would have quit playing.
the other option is that you can shoot him if you realize that he's going to shoot you.
That did come up.
Um, but oh, really?
It came up as an option.
Okay,
Like,
so I didn't even have that. I talked him down from the first choice.
oh,
mm,
So
oh no. I did multiple conversations with Rex. That's why I kept telling you he got increasingly angry. They ended up yelling at each other at the end of this dialogue. And then my options are a really good one is when I told you that he says, Rex, these are not your people. These are Saren's mind controlled army. And that's ultimately what stops him from shooting you or anyone. Or the other
mhm.
option is the intimidation version of that, which I don't know the full dialogue on that. Or the third option was shoot him.
hmm.
Those were my three options. Luckily, I had the Paragon points
Yeah.
to complete one of the options that wasn't shoot him because I would have been very upset by that.
There were some people who like do it intentionally, and I think those people are probably like the scum of the earth. Like I
Yeah,
can't imagine like killing Rex. Like Rex is my favorite overall, and just also like I can't imagine like shooting him because he wants, he's understandably like upset about his species potentially going extinct.
Mm.
yeah, for sure.
Um, so moving on a little bit, um, after we calm down or kill or watch Rex be killed, um, we have a choice to make. Kirahi tells us that he's going to split everyone into like three squads and Shadow Squad is going to be you and two of your teammates will go infiltrate the back way, and then there'll be one squad led by him and one squad led by one of your military minds. And you're left with the choice of either Ashley or Caden to send to the front lines. Starting here, who picked who for going to the front lines?
Go ahead, Kurt.
Picked Ashley.
I picked Caden to go to the front.
I picked Ashley.
Okay. We got an
My-
interesting thing here.
You got a split.
My logic was she's like the combat person. Like Caden's more a tech person, even though he does have like combat prowess with like his biotic stuff. But she would be better in a like just like
Full on
crazy
fight.
firefight. Yeah,
I
I did that as well. She also has experience leading. She was the leader of her squad on Eden Prime. It just
She
kind of
did
made
great
sense
there.
for me. That,
Yeah.
Okay.
It made sense that she'd be the one to go for me.
Yes, John.
My philosophy was that Caden is more versatile, and the person going is going to be working with non-humans. I sent Caden because I don't need some crazy person making the aliens angry or jeopardizing the mission just because of their prejudice and racism.
John's
So I
That makes
John's
sense.
philosophy. John's philosophy was keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Or
Yeah.
further away.
Yeah.
Oh
No,
yeah,
bring Ashley with him.
Ashley, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
Well, no, she's further away from me too because I didn't take her on my mission.
Exactly. Even better.
Sure.
I took
Stay
Garrus and
in
Rex
orbit.
with me. I took
Um,
Garrus and Rex with me.
So that's the
Yeah, I took
optimal
Rex with
composition.
me too. I took Caden and Rex with me because Caden was like, "You need my help defusing the bomb," and I know that didn't mean I actually had to put him in my party, but I brought him, and then I brought Rex with me as well because I was really hoping that Rex would have some kind of like interjection,
I'm gonna
like
steal
right
this
before.
anyway.
Yeah, exactly, like he's done before, but that didn't happen. But anyway, go ahead, Ryder.
Oh, you're good. So going along the back way, you're tasked with a optional mission. Go ahead.
Who did you take?
I sent from
Who
my
did you
squad
take with you?
composition.
Yeah, I was
Uh
just curious.
Garrison Rex.
Oh, okay.
Those are my go-to. So those barely change.
Okay.
So sent Ashley on the front lines, and from here, I we go about as Shadow Team the back way into the facility. You're tasked with an optional quest of helping out where you can to try and limit the Geth's coordination and prevent casualties on the front lines. There were three different things you could have done. Did everyone complete all three, or did you skip one of the three, or
I got
two
all
of the
three.
I
three?
did all three.
Cool, awesome. So that minimizes casualties. I'll be honest, I didn't look it up. I don't want to. I looked up things that I already knew, but I tried to limit some things for future replays if I want
Yeah,
to
sure.
decide to go a different route. So, assuming you do all three of the parts of this little side mission, you get a little Paragon for doing each. I think you get two for each, and you also help out the front lines. I didn't research this because I just didn't want it spoiled for me in future playthroughs. What happens? I'm assuming more team members die. Once you get to the end of this, Kirahi, as well as one of the commanders with the Solarian force, is still alive. I'm assuming that if you don't do any of them, they're all dead, or if you only do one of them, then maybe one of them dies or something like that.
Where do you get the confirmation that they survived this?
If you go down to the garage once you get done with the mission, the full team is actually down there.
So I'm a terrible person. My internet cut out for a second, so I'm gonna ask the question again.
You're good.
So where do you get confirmation that they survive?
So after you finish this mission, you go down to the garage, and they're in one of the corners. The full group. They're talking about 10 or 15 of
Got
them.
like on the ship.
Yeah, on the Normandy.
Gotcha. So I guess I misunderstood, or I guess I assumed incorrectly because whenever the mission ended, like as soon as the cutscene ended of me talking to the council, I just like stopped the game. So I didn't like do the
Gotcha.
conversations, make my rounds or anything. So okay,
I
I'm
just
sure
did
we're
a
going
quick
to
round
them
around
then.
the trip. So
Oh,
Yeah.
I might have to go back with save then because I played a little bit more because I wanted to know what happened.
well,
A little bit, like honestly, a little bit. Anyway, but finish.
rewinding.
Yeah, finish what we're talking
Rewinding.
about.
So you get through the facility, get through this outer area, take care of your 3 optional missions. Uh, Once you actually get to the inside of the facility, you're met by a uh, couple of different things here. You end up coming in contact with a facility where they're analyzing husk, it looks like. If you try to interact with any of them or maybe go too far, you're going to be attacked by all the husk as well as the doctors there. Did anyone get an opportunity to talk to the Krogan scientists?
No,
No,
I don't know
I
if there
was.
was an option or not,
I don't
but
think so.
Yeah, I doubt it. I just went up and I tried to investigate the machine the Huss was in, and all of a sudden the Huss started attacking, and then there was a Krogan wearing
That's
white, and
exactly
I was
what
like,
happened
okay, great.
for me.
I
Yeah,
did
I
that
think it was just a
too.
shootout, inevitably.
I'm wondering though if I didn't like investigate and just walk through, if I would have had the opportunity to talk to someone, because the
I would be
Krogan
very
doctor
upset if
was
that was the
named
case.
and had a unique line of dialogue as he was fighting, and he
Oh,
was like he said something along the lines of like, "This is the entire future of my species" or something
Yeah,
like
he
that
did.
as he's shooting at you, and I was like,
I
sorry.
might, if I have a save, I'll probably go back and test that, and if it does, I'm gonna run with it. Honestly, if I can like fix it.
I don't know if there'll be anything there. I am also a firm believer that if you goof, you goof in this game, since consequences matter, but I'll let you guys do what you want. Um, Go a little bit further in this area, there's some Solarians that are indoctrinated under the control of Saren. There's also some that are just locked away and they're begging to be released. Um, you can let them go or keep them in their cell. What really sucks in this area is that there's a group that are indoctrinated and they're or not indoctrinated, but they've kind of gone crazy. They're in between the indoctrination stage and like your normal lucidity. And if you open the cell, they just all kind of stand there. Um, I don't know if you guys did that.
I
I
did.
let
I
them.
I assumed that they were violent, like the other ones were, like they were too far gone. And Rex, I had Rex with me, and he was like, the least you could do was like open the door and kill them. And I was like, my line I thought was like, Rex, they're gonna die in the blast, and they might attack us. There's no point in like risking it. But I did feel a little bit guilty because like he kind of had a point, but they were about to go either way.
Yeah,
So my justification was if they can run, they should. Otherwise, I'll just kill them and it'll be the same result. At least give them a
Yeah,
chance. So that's
So what'd you do? You let them
what it
go?
is. I'll let them go.
Oh, okay. So we each did something different. I agreed with Rex. I put them out of their misery. It actually gave me what's the bad one? Renegade points.
Renegade.
I
Renegade.
thought it should have gave me Paragon points because I put them out of
Interesting.
their misery. Well,
I,
they were not.
Uh,
They could not have been cured. You were helping them. You were putting them out of their misery.
Arguably. We don't know that or not.
yeah, there's a lot.
Well,
The problem is there's like gray area. So yeah,
my
I kind
shepherd
of.
believes I put them out of their misery. So
I just opened the door, and my thought process was if they get away, they get away. I can't stop to help them anymore. If they attack me, I'll kill them then. But anyways, open the door. They're docile, and I just left them.
Mm.
What's really sad though is there was another Solarian on his own with no option to open the door, and I was like,
yeah, I
"Oh
was very
no!"
confused why I could do all of them but that one.
Yeah,
I,
that's a
I
weird
think it was like
oversight.
flavor, and they just didn't put the option to
Yeah.
open the door or something like that. Because there's some in other rooms where there's not an option. There's one other room you can't open the door for them, but if you open the door for one, it opens for all of them.
Mm.
Anyways, fast forward a little bit through all that. After enough fighting, we end up finding a Prothean Beacon that is hidden away in one corner of the facility. We go and merge our brain with it again and end up seeing the same vision again. But now Shepard seems to have more of an understanding. It doesn't explode and it doesn't just like throw him away or anything. He like drops down and like has some sort of, to me, recognition of what he's seen, some sort of more understanding.
Yeah.
You're gonna say something, John?
Yeah, before you move forward, before we get to this area, do we not encounter an Asari?
Oh yeah,
Yes, we
there's an
do actually.
Asari outside the doors.
There's an Asari who gives us some more background, interesting stuff on Saren. So we've been told before that Saren's ship Sovereign has this ability to kind of exude control over people, or at least make Saren seem more convincing with what he's saying. And the process is called indoctrination. Um, it's interesting on its own, but what she gives us that's really new particularly interesting is that she's been studying it, and regardless of who you are, enough time around Sovereign, you will eventually become indoctrinated yourself. Even more interesting than that is Saren himself seems to be afraid that he's becoming indoctrinated or has already become indoctrinated by Sovereign.
Yeah.
Previous to this, we only think that it's Saren exuding influence over people due to Sovereign. And now we're kind of given this new bit of information that even Saren himself is worried about the influence the ship is having on him. You're giving him the choice here to tell her to get out of here, or I guess kill her, I'm assuming is the other option, for being a disgusting piece of filth. Did you guys let her go? Did you guys kill her?
I let her run, yeah.
I let her go, and then but Shepard, usually he's like, go, get out of here while you still can. He has like a line that's something along the lines of like, if you want to make it, then you better start running. And it's just like aggressive, weirdly, even though it's like the nice option.
It's funny.
It kind of made me chuckle.
All right, did you have Garrus with you, Kurt?
No.
I did.
All right, I had Garrus with me.
Oh, go ahead.
I was to say, I don't know if John got this line of dialogue, but it was really funny because Garrus was like, "You enjoyed that, Commander." like
Oh, he
almost
did.
laughing.
I got that from Caden. Caden said that.
Oh, okay.
Really?
So it's not just
Yeah.
him. Okay, that's funny.
Moving forward, though, is the room where we have our beacon. Like I said, Shepard seems to exude have some type of like recognition or understanding after merging with this beacon. As we're about to leave, though, your squad mates make a comment saying, "Hey, looks like something over there," and you go over there, and there is a hologram, a red hologram, creepy crawly. You talk to it, and you realize that you're actually speaking to Sovereign, the ship, Saren's ship. And the more you talk to it, the more you realize this is not just a ship. And this is not just a Reaper ship or a Prothean ship. This is a Reaper itself. Through dialogue choices, there's not a whole lot here, but it's kind of terrifying. It reveals that it is a Reaper. It is sovereign. It has no beginning or end. It just is. Some really prophetic, almost like it's a deity type stuff. It's not impressed by you and is like, yeah, I'm the beginning of the end. I'm the one that's sent to end this. It's happened more times than you can possibly fathom. When you ask how many there are, it again gives us like almost biblical remark saying we are legion. And so kind of terrifying. What did you guys think about this moment?
Okay, well, I thought it was very enlightening. Really getting an understanding. So maybe Saren, had better intentions originally, and then got maybe corrupted by this sovereign, this Reaper. But he was never really a nice person from everything I've heard about him. So he probably knew what he was doing originally when he decided to do this, but now he might be getting over his head, but now he's like, well, I better double down. But I'm trying to understand the Reapers. I ultimately kind of just thought it was like a grand artificial intelligence at this point. I think you're even given the option to say something like that to the Reaper, and he's like, "You can't fathom what I am." Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, pretty much.
And
Any
so,
attempt to understand is met with,
you're
there's
too
no way you
stupid.
could possibly understand.
So that was overall my feelings on it. I'm like, "Oh, you're an AI," and he's like, "No, I am better." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, so you're a smarter AI. Got it."
Yeah, it felt very like, video gamey, like fictional story-y, just like his dialogue. But when you take it seriously, it's genuinely terrifying how he talks about like the reach and the presence and the power of the Reapers being just like ageless and limitless. Like it's genuinely frightening. And you're playing the protagonist, so you're picking lines like, I don't care, I'll stop you. But in the back of my mind is like, this doesn't
I
feel
want to
like
go to bed.
yeah, well, like there's a lot of games where you're like fighting gods, but they're like, over the top JRPG kind of things where it doesn't really like nothing really matters. But this is an example of like where, you know, it's sci-fi, it's ridiculous, but it's grounded in like a seriousness that gives it like the air of realism. And so it's just like I don't see a possible outcome where we win this. And it was really fascinating in a terrifying way. I need a better word than fascinating to describe things sometimes.
Say with this information, you know, Sovereign gives this real bombshell that is maybe not intended to be scary, but I mean, it obviously is just again terrifying. It's like almost like thalassophobia feel of just like the overwhelming size of like
Mm-hmm.
what you're experiencing is what makes it so terrifying. Because he's like, no, we have no beginning or end. You can't fathom how long we've been around, how many times we've done this. The technology that you use is what we created,
Yeah.
not the Protheans. And you're like, wait, what? And like, I think he gives a line: "You exist because we allow it. You will end because we demand it." And there's stuff like that where it's just like, he is talking cryptically, but like you can't fathom as Shepard or the character like why, how long, where, you know, when. There's just so many questions. Just at least ran through my mind the first time I'm playing it. Even again, playing it now, I'm still just left with like, oh my gosh, this is overwhelming almost.
Yeah, and you might have mentioned it, but the Sovereign talks about how, you know, they set up the mass relays in such a way to force civilization to evolve in a way that was like convenient for the Reapers. Like it was all like part of some grand design, which is, you know, again, horrific.
Um, we won't talk about this too much longer. If anyone has any other final thoughts, go ahead, throw it out. That's just kind of, again, this is where the story to me really comes to like a head. And we're gonna go a little bit further, but I hate that I couldn't find a better place to cut this, you know, narratively as far as like a halfway point to this game. But this game doesn't really have any better place to cut it other than around here.
Mm.
Just because you're allowed to do things in such a different order, and like again, the story doesn't really come to a head until, to me, this moment when you speak to Sovereign and things start kind of lining up. Um, so after you speak with Sovereign, uh, you again tell him like, yeah, we're gonna put you in your place, and the windows burst out, and Joker gives this really nice bit of uh, detail here, saying, "Hey, Commander, that ship is coming your way," and it just
Mm-hmm.
pulled a turn that would have ripped any other ship in half, which is like, it's a small line, but it's enough to be like, all right, this thing is like there's like the things are again stacking up. Like it's sentient. It's been around for like God knows how long. Like the design, the weapons are like amazing, impenetrable. You know, can destroy anything, and like it's making a turn that would rip any ship in half just based on the pure physics of it, and somehow
Yeah.
it's even defying physics. Like, you know, that doesn't make sense. Um, Push through the rest of this section, we end up getting to the actual breeding facility where the Krogans, I think it's called a breeding pit, um, fight a few more Geth, and we end up having a cutscene where we place the bomb and allow Caden or Ashley, whoever we've, uh, you know, set aside for this part, to go ahead and start planting the bomb and arming it. Um, we get away. As soon as we get away, we get a call from Ashley or Caden, whoever's on the front lines, telling us, "Hey, I'm pinned down. I need help. Um, Come help us. You know, we're about to get wiped out." And then this, like right after, you get a call from either Caden or Ashley, whoever you left the bomb, saying, "Geth are touching down right now. I'm trying to arm the bomb. I don't have time." And then them ended up saying, you know, "I'm going to go ahead. I'm arming the bomb. I'm doing it now." You're now left with the first, besides maybe, you know, Rex, this is the first decision that you cannot avoid
Mm.
of whether you're going to now rescue Ashley or rescue Caden. Are you going to go to the front lines? You're going to go back to the bomb. I will go first and say that I did this different than I did the first time. First time I played the game, I think I sent Caden to the front lines and then I saved Ashley. This time, I sent Ashley to the front lines, and I saved Caden. Um, who, I guess we'll go with Kurt next, since Kurt also sent Ashley to the front lines. Who did you choose to save?
I chose to save Caden. Um, I had the feeling that this was a like one way or the other choice, but the logic I had behind it was like, first of all, Caden's like, this bomb is more important to the immediate mission, so if he dies before he gets the armament, then we're done for. And also, once again, Ashley has more like combat potential, so maybe she can hold out. Um, but in my heart of hearts, I think I knew, and I think that I also accidentally set up the potential for the romance between Shepard and Ashley to continue if something was not done. And this seemed like a
It's
chance
like,
to
I can't
ensure
break
that
up
that
with the
did not
girl. I have to
happen.
kill her.
I made it clear, like I never was like, I'm interested in you, but I never was just like, that is completely out of line, blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't want to roll up into Mass Effect 2 and then be like engaged, because that would just literally ruin the series for me, and I'd want to like start over, because I really don't like Ashley, even though I wasn't like maybe as mean to her as she might have deserved. But at the end of the, like underneath the surface, that was probably part of my decision. But I mean, but still logically, I think it made the most sense to like save the less combat efficient person who's carrying out the more important task, and then hope that Ashley could defend for herself.
Yeah. How about you, John?
Okay, so what I decided to do, Caden's on the front lines, Ashley's at the bomb. I've cleared the entire building. I leave Ashley at the bomb. I go forward. I'm not doubling back. I just cleared the area around the bomb before the bomb. She's fine. Never in my mind did I think this I have to pick one and it's going to have ramifications. I go to the front lines. Well, I was in the story. I was like, okay, I'll pick one.
I know.
I'm not going back. Why would I go back? That makes no sense.
You didn't see Shepard's pausing and being like, saying like,
Right.
"Oh, this is for real."
Yeah, I'm not sitting here 20 minutes. I'm like, I'm going this way. I'm like, I don't have time to think about this. I am a man of action. And I went to the front lines to back up the people that I've been trying to help this whole time by shutting down the extra stuff that would murder them. And I'm kind of curious to see what happens when you go back to the bomb. So I'll let you take it from here. But I chose to go to the front lines to support the troops and Caden because I've already cleared the whole building and set up an area for her to blow up the bomb. So go ahead.
So
Friendship's over with Ashley. Friends with Caden now.
The first time I played through this, I was a 15-year-old male who was like with Ashley, even though she said some really iffy things.
You can look over her flaws.
Terrible
My yarn
things.
blanket is pulling apart. Yeah, so like again, I would like communicate with her and like try to like press her on it and be like I think there's an argument for it, do the thing where it's like, you should not hold these views. Let me try to challenge your views. This time though, I'm in a very different place and did not care for her as a character because she was saying racist things, and two, is not like I'm potentially interested in romancing her. So the first time I did save her. This time though, I was like, Caden is the more interesting person. He's not problematic, and I just don't like Ashley. So like I went back and I saved Caden.
Yeah.
If you go back to the bomb site, the breeding pool or whatever it's called, to save whoever's there with the bomb, then you're actually met with some Geth. You fight them off pretty easily, I believe. And then Saren comes out, and you're allowed some cool moments with Saren where he describes his plan. And it's really interesting because he paints his picture from the perspective of not someone on the Reaper side, but on the galaxy's side, who's doing this to prevent the Reapers from exterminating all life.
Yeah, he says, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, Yeah, I thought it was really compelling because his point isn't, "Ha, I'm evil, let's kill everything." His point was, it is better to be subservient than to be extinct.
Hmm.
And he thought that if he could be useful and have like a group of like surviving like organics be useful to the Reapers, then they may keep them around instead of just wipe them out completely.
Hmm.
Okay.
Super interesting. And he also talks about the Geth. You bring this up briefly, and he's like, they don't care anything about the Reapers. They don't care anything about the Geth. They think that they're like, them worshiping them is insulting. They're a lesser, synthetic, lesser AI compared to the Reapers. They're nothing compared to them. And it's funny because he doesn't see the fact that, like, well, if organics are just ultimately unworthy of saving in previous cycles, why would they make an exception for you now for being subservient if they don't want a subservient AI race?
Hmm.
And that is touched on because we get the revelation, or we got the revelation earlier that Saren is worried about being indoctrinated. And you can actually bring this up to him, like, do you not hear how crazy this sounds? Do you not aware that you could be indoctrinated, that you are just as compromised as anyone else that's been working for you? And if you have high enough charm or intimidation, you can actually persuade him, not persuade him, but present this in a more persuasive manner and make him
Hmm.
actually think about it. You have a real short boss fight with him as well after this. And after that, he comes and tries to lay some WWE SmackDown on you. And I'm trying to remember what happens, actually, how you get away from
You,
that. Kurt, can you
I
hit me
think
with that?
I'm pretty sure the like ship just picks you up, and you just
Yeah.
manage to like jump on board before like anything terrible
That's
happens
what,
and you
that's,
flee.
he's going to kill you, but he ends up flying
Oh,
away because the
because the
bomb is
bomb's
about
about
to
to
go
go
off.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like, it's not worth it. Let me get out of here, is what it is. How about you, John? What did you have? Because I didn't do the front lines, either playthroughs that I've had, so I don't even know what happens on the front lines if you go out there.
All right, so surprisingly similar. So you're going to continue down that hallway, and you'll get to this open area, and you'll see a big giant fight going on where a lot of Geth are fighting your pinned down comrades, and among them is the leader of the Talarians. Is that right?
Valerians.
Hey, look at me. And
Kirihide?
and Caden is there for me, and they are fighting the Geth, and then Saren shows up on a hoverboard, and we have those same conversations that you have, and that short boss fight, which that that was a very short boss fight.
Yeah, I pulled up my sniper rifle, used
Mhm.
assassination, took out his shields in one shot, fired two more times, and he was like, "I'm out. This
At,
isn't
Yeah.
worth it."
at
That's
this
what it was like with mine,
at this point, what level are you guys? Just
28.
okay. I'm
I'm
27,
30
28.
something.
Yeah, 30's
Yeah.
Yeah,
max if you played the original. So you're max.
I
That's
think
nice.
I think I'm on the sixth. I think I picked the legendary leveling, so I don't know if that's different.
It's
Oh,
up to 30. The original was up to level 60. The
Oh, I
legendary
see.
leveling is 30. It's
yeah,
I
standardized
think
with
but it
three
I
goes
think
up.
games.
I'm
It
max
goes
level.
up at the same rate. Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm close to max level. So are you? Okay. So yeah, this boss fight was a breeze. Boss fight,
Yeah.
and so at the end of that,
Boss.
yes, Saren, the same thing. He ends up on the ground. You end up punching each other and kicking each other around and stuff, and and then he ends up going away. Um, and then you're picked up by the Normandy, and then while you're being flown away on the Normandy, it cuts back to a scene of Ashley typing things into the bomb because you have to manually do the bomb. And she's fighting Geth back and forth, rolling around the bomb, shooting them back and forth. And they like take a shot into her, and then she ends up like making the bomb go off, and then it just shows the explosion. So it's a very intense scene, but there goes Ashley. But she defends that bomb with her life and successfully takes out the facility. So do you
That's really
guys get a
cool.
scene for?
Mm-mm.
You don't get a scene at
Mm-mm.
all?
No,
No,
it
I wish we
literally
would have gotten
just
something like that.
yeah, you just end up back on the ship, and maybe
Oh
if you talk to
wow.
the people like I didn't, they talk about Ashley, but it's very
They give like
unceremonious.
there's a short like radio segment where she gets cut off, I think, where
Hmm.
she's like talking to you and
Yeah,
she gets cut off. But that's all you get. I think the assumption is that with a bomb, they continue to fight while you're on the other side, versus with the combat, like the on the front lines, like she's just killed unceremoniously, which it does kind of make sense as well.
I
She's
kind of assumed she was like blown away by the blast. Like,
Oh, she is on mine, yeah. Oh,
well,
oh,
I
what I
assume
mean,
that
oh,
like
with
when
the
she's
front
on the front
lines,
lines.
oh, okay.
But
maybe I just assumed
it
she was
makes enough
killed like in the
sense.
combat because they were so
Yeah,
overwhelmed. Because
that
the
makes
thing
enough
is,
sense too.
you keep some of the Solarians survive, and they were on the front lines as well, which is
That's
why I
true.
assumed that whoever you leave out there just gets killed.
That makes sense.
Um,
She probably just said something that made them mad and they left her there. Anyway, go ahead.
She's dead, John. You can't say things like that about people who are dead.
I can if they're not real.
so moving forward again, we haven't really talked about the council in a little while. They haven't been too terribly important. We have another meeting with the council where we talk to them after forwarding them a report.
Can I say
And
something?
you go ahead, John.
Okay, sorry. So whenever you get back on the ship, you are at the map, correct? And you get a message from the council, and they talk to
Yeah.
you, and then it cuts off. Then, whenever you exit the map, Joker comes online and he says, "The council's ready to talk to you." And I'm just like, I just talked to a member of the council. What? And it just, I don't know. I find it weird that I'm talking to a member of the council right there, and then they're like, "All right, time to do another official council meeting." Have y'all
I
noticed that?
don't.
It's a
I don't
trend.
remember talking to a counselor. It might have been like Udina or Anderson or something like that, but I don't remember the council talking to them though.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
it would
I'm
be
not
right in front of
sure.
the map. And I was just like, I just talked to you. And then it's like, all right, time to go meet the council. And I'm just like, I just talked to a council member.
I
I
was
don't
in
remember something
the
like that.
Mm.
I was in the briefing room is
Yeah.
where I started back, and I had a moment with the team, and they briefly talked about Ashley. Caden did, and then we moved on from that. And after I did dismiss the team, Joker does the whole should I forward the briefing to the council? And let me throw in here. I don't know, John, you might not have seen this, but for me, this was some of the best voice acting in the game from Seth Green as Joker. It was so subtle. I can't even see his face, but like he was like, "Commander, do I need to forward that?" And, like he sounded
Yeah.
defeated. He sounded
Yeah.
demoralized, and like more so than like Caden or anyone else did in this cutscene. And like it again hurts me because I'm like, man, like he's such a good voice actor, and he's just unfortunately not given enough to work with
Yeah.
in this game. But it felt real. It felt like someone who had just lost, a crew member, or not just a crew member, but potentially multiple crew members as well as the Solarians. This is like a very, I think, a Pyrrhic win is what it's called. Neither side really benefited from this at all.
Mm.
Hmm.
Um, but we had this exchange with council, and you again present the evidence that you have. And I don't know about you guys, but with me, I ended up with the exact same uh, scenario essentially, where they're like, "Yeah, Saren's crazy, man, kill him." And I'm like, "Well, how about the Reapers?" And they're like,
The
They're
what?
not real."
Yeah, they're like,
Yeah,
look at it from our perspective. You don't have any evidence besides your visions, and it's like, and the testimony of
This
a
crew?
ton of people, and regardless, if you're ignore the Reapers, they're like, hey, Shepard, you go take down Saren on your own. It's like, no, ignoring that. He set up a base and almost genetically engineered an entire army of the most deadly species in the universe. And they're like, we really don't think we need to send like help. It's fine. Like, I don't know. At this point, I'm just so over the council. And this was, I didn't mean to look this up, but I was like reading over missions that I did, like when writing notes to make sure I remembered what happened. And going back to like when we freed the Rachni. Whenever you free the Rachni, the council talks to you. And it's like, what were you thinking? You're going to bring like genocide onto the whole galaxy in like a few hundred years. But I saw when I was reading over it that if you don't free the Rachni, then the council's like, well, Shepard, I hope you're proud of yourself for eradicating an entire species. So
there's
there's
like
just,
no winning.
it's just the illusion of choice about having the council be on your side or not. And they're just there to be obnoxious and terrible.
Which I do appreciate to a certain degree, because that's one thing that's brought up a couple of times by Shepard and other people concerned. They're like, we don't think the council are actually intending to help humanity. Like they
Mhm.
are doing this for the illusion of helping, not the illusion of choice, but illusion of helping. And
Like
I do
TSA.
agree with that. Yes. That's why they make you a Spectre, is because it gives humans the feeling that they're getting more power, because they are ambitious and they want it without giving them an actual say. They're not giving them a council seat; they're making them a Spectre. And with that, it goes further where Shepard is like, "Look, this is happening. We need help." And they go, "Well, that's why you're Spectre, so you can do this.
Yeah,
We
that's
can't
exactly what they
officially
said.
be involved. They can absolve themselves of all responsibility if something goes wrong, if a Spectre does something negative, and at the same time, um, if they want something done, they can put it on Shepard to do it.
Yeah.
Like it's just it goes both ways, where it's like they don't have to take responsibility for the good or for the bad, and they can take responsibility for the good. It's really frustrating, and it's hard not to feel like they're against humans specifically. Um, when they don't listen. I think I even said it, I was like, you have to take me on my word at some point. Like, and
Yeah.
it's especially frustrating because it's like there's like 5 or 6 things in a row where Shepard's been like, this is going to happen, and they're like, nah. So anyway, that more or less though concludes not the video, but up until this point in the story. Um, just want to ask your guys' general thoughts on the game, where you're at right now. Are you excited to continue playing?
Yes.
Are you excited to continue playing this series at this point?
At this point, yes. It's so good. It's one of those things where, you watch a movie or you read a book or you play a game that's been hyped up where it's like this is one of the best things in the medium, and you see it or you play it and you're like, I mean, it was good, but whatever. It wasn't life-changing, but and I'm not saying that this is life-changing, but it's really good, especially for like an older game. Like there's a few mechanical frustrations that we've talked about in detail, but it really holds up, and it looks fine for a game that's that old. And but the game the lore and the world and the decisions and the characters and all of that just like raise it up like above all its problems, and just it's so good. I don't have words for it. I'm really enjoying it right now.
How about you, Joe?
I'm definitely interested in completing the whole series at this point. I would like to know, how the story is going to end because it's going to be a continuation between all three. And I would like to know how my choices are going to affect, everything I've done so far. Because I'm sure no matter how big or small some of these quests are, they have ramifications throughout this universe that we're in. And just continuing that story, I like to. I'm trying to stay on a path of finishing something that I start. So moving forward with that, I would like to know what exactly is going to happen and just how far the council will go to ignore our cries for assistance with some of these important matters that we're bringing up. At some point, Saren might not be an issue, but us bringing up these Reapers in the Geth, that sounds like it might be a bigger issue than it's made out to be at this point. Will that be the case? Probably, but I can't guarantee that yet. But it's going to be exciting to know what direction this is going to go. And I honestly played a little bit further than everyone because I felt like I needed to know what happened immediately after that.
He
Um,
cheated.
well, I played the equivalent of just the next little bit. It didn't even give me another mission, so that was it. So I couldn't even stop at the point we were directed to. So I can tell you, I'm definitely interested in moving forward.
Well, that pretty much concludes this episode of Backlog Crew. I'm personally very excited to continue. I'm going to play through the entire series as soon as possible, and probably do a replay or two, some different choices, maybe a female shepherd or different class. We'll see. Um, we'll get more into the nitty gritty on our thoughts on the game as a whole in the next episode. And in this next episode, we'll be playing through the end of the game. Uh, Again, thank you for tuning in. This is most definitely our longest Backlog Crew on the
So far.